Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 101 Exorbitant Signing Fee. Werder Bremen is known for its tough playing style, and its willingness to accept cards is a hallmark of the team. In a previous match against Schalke 04, after Schalke midfielder Neustadt committed a malicious foul on De Bruyne, Werder Bremen players took turns relentlessly attacking him, eventually forcing him off the field. In this match, Alec again took the villainous role, attempting to harm his team's sole key player. This was intolerable. Before Alec could even make another tackle, Werder Bremen launched a counter-attack. In the 33rd minute, Schmitz initiated the attack, a vicious tackle bringing Alec to the ground. The latter let out an exaggerated scream, rolling on the ground 3.5 times, clutching his leg, looking like he was about to die. Seeing his pitiful state, the referee showed Schmitz a yellow card. Schmitz didn't protest, but glared at Alec as he passed by. This foul made Alec behave for a while. After all, the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the fearless. They don't care about fouls and cards, they just want to kick you, and you still dare to defy them? Don't you care about your legs? Winning or losing is a team matter, but your legs are your own. Without Alec's malicious fouls, Lin Quan became uncontrollable on the field again. In the 35th minute, he once again performed that 45-degree curved pass from the previous match against Schalke 04. The ball flew past the Wolfsburg players with an extremely unscientific trajectory, precisely finding Werder Bremen center forward Arnautovic. The latter seemed very surprised that the ball found him so accurately, but the quality of the pass was extremely high. After the ball reached him, its speed had slowed down. Arnautovic didn't even need to stop the ball, he could shoot directly. He didn't waste his teammate's brilliant pass, directly unleashing a powerful shot that pierced through the outstretched fingers of Wolfsburg goalkeeper Bilario and flew into the net. After scoring, Arnautovic ran straight to Lin Quan, squatted down in front of him, gestured for him to straddle him, and then carried him to the sidelines to celebrate. More than half the credit for this goal goes to Lin Quan. If it weren't for his precise pass, Arnautovic wouldn't have had such a comfortable scoring opportunity. Lin, how did you make that pass? Was it a fluke? His teammates also ran over, and after the celebration, they were all very curious. They wanted to know how Lin Quan had made that incredible pass. Could they learn that? If they could, they all wanted to. The biggest problem with through balls in attack is when there's a defender in the passing lane. If the opponent just stretches out their leg to block, the ball can't get through. But Lin Quan's pass perfectly solved this problem. His pass curved, the exaggerated arc leaving the defenders helpless as the ball flew past them, unable to intercept it. If they could all learn this move, then everyone at Werder Bremen would probably be a master of curved shots. Not only the players on the field wanted to learn, but even De Bruyne, sitting at home watching the game live on TV, was wide-eyed after seeing Lin Quan's incredible pass again. He wished he could rush onto the field and become Lin Quan's apprentice on the spot. How did he do that? How can he make such an imaginative pass? De Bruyne held his head, wishing he could replay Lin Quan's pass 100 times. The game restarted, and Wolfsburg, after falling behind, launched an even more determined attack. They couldn't afford to lose, a loss would plunge them into the relegation zone. Even a draw would be good, but a home defeat was unacceptable. Run. Run. Get your spirits up. Their coach, Felix Magath, was a well-known training fanatic in the Bundesliga. He was extremely strict with the team's training, especially physical training, most famously having the players carry a very large medicine ball for strength training of various muscle groups. In addition, he also liked to have his players go hiking and long-distance running in the forest. Under such high-intensity training, Magath's teams had significantly better physical reserves than other teams. Therefore, his tactics required players to run actively and tackle fiercely, attempting to overwhelm opponents with this highly aggressive approach. This tactic might have been somewhat effective at first, but after being used so often in the Bundesliga, everyone knew how to counter them. Just like in this Werder Bremen match, You like to run? Then I'll play a possession-based style, increasing the number of passes, letting you run to your heart's content. With Lin Quan orchestrating the midfield, and Fritz and Juniozovic intercepting and sweeping in the defensive midfield positions, Werder Bremen's possession-based style, while different from Barcelona's, was still sufficient against a relegation-threatened team like Wolfsburg. The Wolfsburg players were helpless. They didn't want to run because they couldn't get the ball and were instead being outmaneuvered by the opponent. But the coach kept yelling at them from the sidelines, urging them to run. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and run. They ran for several tens of minutes in vain, failing to score a single goal. Instead, Werder Bremen scored again in the 64th minute of the second half, sealing the victory. Towards the end of the match, fans at the Volkswagen Stadium began leaving early. The game was too awful, their players were being completely outmaneuvered by the opponents, and watching for even a second longer was infuriating. Magath sat grimly on the bench. After a series of losses, he sensed danger. The club had been in contact with Schuster recently, seemingly interested in hiring him to replace him. This season, Wolfsburg not only had a poor record, but the atmosphere in the locker room was also terrible. Many players had conflicts with Magath and were very dissatisfied with his grueling training methods. If his grueling training could bring better results, the players might have tolerated it. But his grueling training had only brought the players suffering, not success. Under these circumstances, the players naturally didn't want to support him. They wanted a different coach and a different style of play. Wolfsburg's troubles had little to do with Werder Bremen. After winning their away game, they reached 30 points in the league, 1 point ahead of Bayern Munich, who had played one less game, temporarily taking the top spot in the Bundesliga standings. However, Werder Bremen's reign at the top was short-lived. 3 hours later, Bayern Munich thrashed Hannover 96-5 at home, reclaiming the lead. This was, after all, the first change of the top spot in the Bundesliga this season. Consequently, major German media outlets reported on the event extensively. They praised Werder Bremen's outstanding performance this season, believing that their 6-game winning streak gave them a real chance to overthrow Bayern Munich and snatch the league title. The media also expressed disbelief at Lin Quan's ability to lead the team so well while De Bruyne was injured. The Bundesliga's Best Young Player award for this season hasn't even started yet, and it's already over. I don't think anyone can take this award from Lin Quan, a football legend road and build. With De Bruyne sidelined due to injury, Lin Quan appeared in midfield, and initially, people weren't optimistic about his performance. But in these 2 matches, Lin Quan answered the doubters with 4 brilliant assists. He is still a top player in midfield. Considering he plays as a free-roaming forward for the Spanish national team, we have reason to believe that he can probably play in any position in the midfield or attack. It's hard to believe he's not even 17 years old. Honestly, even though I've been watching football for many years, I've never seen a player like him before. This means we may be witnessing the birth of a legend. Although German media have already praised Lin Quan countless times, this report still sparked widespread discussion. The reason is simple: the winter break is approaching. The arrival of the winter break means the winter transfer window is about to open. And for many top clubs aiming to sign Lin Quan, this is an opportunity they won't miss. As Lin Quan's agent, Per was incredibly busy lately. His phone rang almost non-stop, 24/7. So many teams wanted to sign Lin Quan this winter. It wasn't just the big-name clubs, even some smaller clubs were calling him, just to see what would happen. After all, Barcelona's release clause wasn't expensive, only €5 million. Whether it worked out or not, it was always worth a try, since there were practically no costs. If they actually got interested, they'd make a fortune. Per's influence in the agent industry wasn't yet at the top level. Therefore, he wasn't impatient with the inquiries from the big clubs and the numerous smaller teams. Instead, he patiently explained and communicated with each call. This allowed him to become familiar with these clubs. Regardless of whether the transfer went through, he had at least established connections with them. This would make it easier to find connections when handling other player transfers in the future. For this reason, Per was extremely grateful that Lin Quan had signed with him. Without Lin Quan, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to contact so many clubs. So, after finishing his own work, he made a special trip to Germany to report to Lin Quan on the progress of his work during this period. The current situation is this: a total of 9 top clubs have extended invitations to you, hoping to sign you during the winter break. The others are all smaller clubs, which I don't think you'd be interested in, so I politely declined on your behalf." Lin Quan nodded and glanced at the list. At the top of the list of top clubs was Real Madrid from La Liga, who promised a starting position and were willing to offer Lin Quan an annual salary of €7 million. This salary isn't too high among top players, but for a young player of Lin Quan's age, it's already a top salary. Lin Quan glanced at the remaining clubs and saw the names of AC Milan, Inter Milan, Juventus, Manchester United, Manchester City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Bayern Munich, and others. Of these teams, Bayern Munich caught his attention. What kind of offer did Bayern offer? Lin Quan wasn't interested in other teams for the time being. Given that Guardiola was going to Bayern, his next destination was likely to be Bayern as well. The Bundesliga was suitable for young players to develop, and he had already adapted to the pace of the game after playing there for half a year. Before he reached adulthood and his physical development was complete, he didn't plan to risk going to another league. Firstly, different leagues have different styles, and suddenly changing to a different style would cause adaptation problems, hindering his ability to quickly accumulate system points. Secondly, Guardiola was skilled at developing and using young players, and he could learn a lot under his tutelage. Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga was so strong, and these past few years had been the peak of their squad. Playing for Bayern, earning points, winning honors, and growing along the way, all of these were crucial for Lin Quan at his age. He had discussed this with Per before, and the other party understood this as well. Upon hearing Lin Quan's question, Per immediately pulled out the offer letter from Bayern Munich. They hope to sign you for 5 years, with an annual salary of €6 million, plus a signing bonus of €5 million. Hearing this, Lin Quan frowned. What's the salary level at Bayern? 5 players at Bayern earn more than you. The highest is Ribéry at €8 million, followed by Schweinsteiger at €7.7 million, and Robin, Gomez, and Lam all at €6.5 million. Your national team teammate Javi Martinez earns €4.5 million. Lin Quan nodded, looking at it this way. Bayern's offer wasn't low. Their salary expenditure certainly couldn't compare to Real Madrid's. After all, Real Madrid is the most successful club in the world, and its commercial development is unmatched by Bayern. Last season, Real Madrid's salary expenditure was about €45 million more than Bayern's, a full quarter more. With roughly the same number of players, it's normal for Real Madrid's players to earn more. These salaries are all after tax. Calculated pre-tax, Lin Quan's annual salary has already exceeded €10 million, making him a multimillionaire. Bayern's wages are probably hard to raise. If they go any higher, it will affect the stability of their salary system. However, I can help you negotiate the signing bonus. After your contract with Barcelona expires, if you join Bayern as a free agent, it can save them a lot of transfer fees. This transfer fee can be paid to you as a signing bonus, as extra compensation. Per's words instantly piqued Lin Quan's interest. He had read some related reports before. External assessments indicated his transfer fee would be at least €40 million. If this money were all deposited into his account as a signing bonus, wouldn't he be rich? The thought of Guardiola working himself to the bone for so many years, only turned up with less than €20 million, while he could immediately receive €40 million upon signing, made Lin Quan's lips curl into a slight smile. Ahem. Bayern probably won't offer that much. Around 20 million is likely, but they probably won't pay more. Per's words startled Lin Quan, who immediately retorted, why? Does Bayern think I'm not worth that much? No, they're not blind to your value, but they might think that after signing Pep, securing your contract will be easy. In that case, their asking price won't be too high. A 40 million signing bonus is unlikely. Lin Quan was a little dissatisfied, not because he was greedy, but because the other party's approach seemed disrespectful. Then, if I join Real Madrid for free, how much signing bonus is Mr. Florentino willing to give me? €50 million. Per answered without hesitation. Lin Quan glanced at him in surprise. It seemed the other party had already been in contact with Florentino privately. No wonder he put Real Madrid's name first. He just wondered how much Florentino had given him in private. Ahem. He promised me an extra €5 million commission if I could facilitate this transfer. Professional player agents typically take a 10% cut, but Per and Lin Quan's contract only offered 5%. Even so, if Lin Quan signed with Real Madrid, he would still receive €2.5 million of the €50 million signing bonus. Under these circumstances, Florentino's €5 million commission would naturally be very attractive to him. No wonder he prioritized Real Madrid. From his personal perspective, facilitating Lin Quan's transfer to Real Madrid was the most profitable for him. Lin Quan stared at Pear for a few seconds, somewhat marveling at the power of money, almost tempting even his uncle. If you don't want to go to Real Madrid, I can call President Florentino immediately and refuse his invitation. Pear felt a little embarrassed by Lin Quan's gaze. Although he really wanted to earn the money, he wouldn't go against Lin Quan's wishes if Lin Quan himself wasn't interested in Real Madrid. No need, just don't answer them for now. I don't plan to transfer this winter break, so I've rejected all offers from other teams. I'll wait until the end of the season, after my contract with Barcelona expires. As for the offers from Real Madrid and Bayern, you can continue negotiating with them. Don't spend too much effort on Real Madrid, I probably won't go. The main thing is with Bayern. You need to find a way to negotiate a signing bonus. My bottom line is €30 million, and I want the contract to be limited to 3 years or less. I don't want to sign a long-term contract with Bayern. Also, you can include a buyout clause in the contract, but the amount cannot exceed €150 million. Lin Quan was very decisive about his contract, and Pear simply needed to follow his instructions. Anyway, there's still a long way to go before the end of the season, so there's no need to rush, we can negotiate slowly. Lin Quan believed that as his performance on the field improved, Bayern would eventually make concessions. Chapter 102: An unexpected encounter. In the 14th round of the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen will host Bayer Leverkusen. This is the toughest opponent Werder Bremen has faced since De Bruyne's absence. Leverkusen currently sits fourth in the standings, 5 points behind Werder Bremen. For Leverkusen, Werder Bremen is a direct competitor for Champions League qualification. With the Champions League qualification race fiercely contested, they don't want to fall too far behind. For Werder Bremen, Leverkusen is in excellent form and possesses considerable strength. Coupled with the absence of a key player, a home win will be difficult. Since their away victory against Bayern Munich in the 9th round, ending their winning streak, Leverkusen seems to have unlocked their full potential, transforming overnight from a mid-table team into a strong contender. Before visiting the Weser Stadium, they had already achieved 5 consecutive wins in the Bundesliga, currently holding the second longest winning streak in the league. The team ranked first was their opponent in this match, Werder Bremen, who had won 6 consecutive games. This match was expected to be difficult, but once it started, the Werder Bremen players realized it was even harder than they had anticipated. Bayer Leverkusen played a very targeted game, not only strengthening their defense against Lin Quan, their attacking and playmaking core, but also having their center-backs double-team Werder Bremen's forwards, limiting their ability to receive the ball. Carvajal, a product of Real Madrid's youth academy, performed exceptionally well in this match, not only disrupting Werder Bremen's attacks multiple times defensively, but also making several high-quality crosses from his own penalty area into the opponents. Leverkusen's attacking group was very strong, with players like Skilling, Schürrle, and Castro proving to be formidable. Before halftime, Werder Bremen were already down by 2 goals. This was the first time this season that Werder Bremen had fallen behind by so many goals in a game. Even when Bayern Munich visited, they had never taken such a large lead. At halftime, Werder Bremen's players appeared somewhat dejected. Bayer Leverkusen wasn't significantly stronger than them, but they just couldn't seem to beat them. They were struggling on both ends of the pitch, feeling like they were being targeted. Coach Schaff recognized this. The opponent's formation today was a 4-3-2-1, a typical Christmas tree formation. This formation provides strong control of the midfield, which happens to be Werder Bremen's weakest link. While Lin Quan can play in midfield, he's an organizing midfielder, not a defensive one. His defensive abilities are weak, resulting in Werder Bremen's midfield lacking solidity and easily losing control. Worse still, they were still using their usual 4-1-4-1 formation. A single defensive midfielder couldn't withstand the constant forward runs of the opponent's 2 fullbacks. A change in formation and tactics was necessary. In the second half, Werder Bremen made the first change, switching to 4-2-3-1, replacing their central midfielder with a defensive midfielder. This improved defensively, but the problems on the offensive end remained unresolved. With only one striker up front, They are easily double-teamed by the opponent. Their counter-attacks lack depth, and once they reach the attacking third, they fizzle out and pose little threat. Werder Bremen's disadvantage remains unchanged. Werder Bremen is in trouble. In the CCTV studio, Lin Quan said with some concern, after they moved Lin Quan back, the consequence was a significant decrease in their attacking threat. Werder Bremen does have some good attacking players, but none of them can replace Lin Quan's role in the attacking third. Su Yang nodded in agreement. That's true, but we can't take him out of midfield now. Werder Bremen's midfield can't do without him. If he plays as a striker, the midfield can't even pass the ball out. We can't expect him to dribble all the way from our own half and break through 3 lines of defense every time, can we? Although the two had witnessed Lin Quan overcome numerous obstacles and perform such miracles before, miracles are called miracles because they happen very rarely. With the opponent on guard, it's not impossible for him to single-handedly break through the entire defensive system, but the difficulty is extremely high, and the success rate is very low. The fans in the stadium were very anxious, and some of them began to miss De Bruyne. If De Bruyne were on the field, the game would definitely be much easier for them. Lin Quan wouldn't have to do everything himself, organizing in midfield and participating in attacks in the attacking third, almost doing the work of 2 people. The game reached the 65th minute, and Werder Bremen was still behind. Seeing this, Lin Quan knew that he had to step up at this time. If the team didn't score soon, the game would be lost. In the 55th minute, substitute Junazovic, disregarding the risk of injury, won the ball in a challenge. He passed the ball to Lin Quan before being pulled down by the opponent. When Lin Quan received the ball, a Leverkusen defender was already behind him, preventing him from turning around easily. And next to him, another Leverkusen player rushed over, trying to dispossess him. Seeing this, Lin Quan used the inside of his foot to dribble 180 degrees around the ball. This dribble not only allowed him to easily get past the player behind him, but also used that player's body to block another Leverkusen player who was trying to steal the ball. The 2 Leverkusen players were dumbfounded. Could someone really dribble like that? They'd seen Xavi's magical spin, but this was completely different. Lin Quan's supporting foot didn't move at all while he was getting past them, he simply adjusted his direction with the movement of his body. He didn't run or change direction, it was purely a stationary dribble. The players on the field had never even considered such a technique, let alone tried it. It's no wonder they hadn't seen much of it. After all, the spinning king, Anthony, wouldn't be showcasing his unique skill on the field for another 10 years. Lin Quan absorbed the essence of Anthony's signature spinning technique, combining it with dribbling. He only spun 180 degrees, never a stationary 360 or even 720. While Anthony's spinning was impressive, this stationary approach not only failed to achieve any effect but also slowed down the team's counterattacks and caused them to miss optimal passing opportunities. As the saying goes, a flurry of movements is fierce as a tiger, but upon closer inspection, he's just standing still. A 720-degree spin with the ball, the whole team watches him dance. Anthony's obsession with showing off and spinning in games has drawn much criticism and ridicule, with nicknames like compass-shaped forward, spinning top, and spinning king raining down on him. However, judging from Lin Quan's application of his spinning technique, it seems this method isn't entirely without merit, it's simply that Lin Quan hasn't used it effectively. A genius dribble. He's a sprite on the field. Watching him play is like watching a beautiful dance. That shot was so imaginative, I bet the Leverkusen players were completely stunned. In the commentary box, the German commentator was speechless with excitement, showering the players with praise. In his opinion, no amount of praise was too much. Lin Quan's creativity and imagination on the field were truly breathtaking. After getting past his opponent, Lin Quan immediately sprinted towards the Leverkusen penalty area. Werder Bremen's 2 wingers were already sprinting at full speed, and together with Lin Quan in the middle, they formed a trident, charging into the Leverkusen penalty area. The Leverkusen players knew Lin Quan's immense threat, his passing ability was too strong, and no one had been able to stop his unpredictable, curving passes. They couldn't afford to leave Werder Bremen's 2 wingers unmarked, so they had to assign players to mark them, preventing them from receiving the ball. With 2 fullbacks taken away, Lin Quan was left with only the opponent's 2 center-backs in front of him. Toprak and his teammate Walshed tacitly chose to double-team Lin Quan, trying to intercept him outside the penalty area. However, Lin Quan executed a quick nutmeg while moving at high speed, getting past Toprak. Then, with an extremely rapid nutmeg, he left Walshed behind as well. His explosiveness, his agility, and his excellent dribbling ability were on full display in this play. Both players were left in agony by his continuous feints and changes of pace, completely unaware that the ball would fly towards them. Leverkusen's goalkeeper Leno was dumbfounded. Was this guy a monster? In this space, at this speed, how could he execute two difficult dribbling moves in such a short time? How did he do it? Shocked, Leno failed to make the right choice immediately. Only when Lin Quan pushed the ball towards the near post did he realize he needed to make a save. By the time he finished his save, the ball was already in the net. It was too fast. The opponent's shot was too fast. Lin. The Weser Stadium erupted like a volcano the moment the goal was scored. The entire stadium chanted Lin Quan's name, cheering for his magnificent goal. Even if they ultimately lost the match, Lin Quan's goal alone would have made the ticket price worthwhile. In the stands, Chelsea scout George Evans was completely stunned by the goal, not even noticing the popcorn he dropped. Since De Bruyne's injury, he had been on vacation. He came to the Weser Stadium not for work, but simply to relax. He hadn't expected to witness such a spectacular match, which left him somewhat frustrated. He regretted not bringing his notebook, otherwise, he could have written thousands of words to properly record the opponent's brilliant performance, showing the Chelsea team that the young man they had their eye on was becoming increasingly impressive. Stop waiting idly, hurry up and buy him, or someone else will snatch him up. George wasn't the only scout at the game watching Lin Quan's performance, many others shared his shock. After witnessing Lin Quan's goal, many scouts made up their minds to report to the club immediately after the match. Werder Bremen's number 10 has unlimited potential. If the team is truly interested in him, they must be fully prepared, otherwise, they might lose out in the winter transfer window. The game continued. Lin Quan's goal was a huge morale booster. Encouraged by his goal, Werder Bremen launched a series of attacks on Leverkusen in the following 10 minutes, almost pinning them down in their own half. However, Leverkusen's defense was very solid, holding off Werder Bremen's onslaught. The game quickly reached the 80th minute, nearing its end. After a series of fierce attacks, the Werder Bremen players were preparing to take a breather. But at that moment, the opponent suddenly launched a counterattack. Leverkusen's substitute striker, number 13 Hagler, received a pass from Schürrle in the penalty area and volleyed the ball into the Werder Bremen goal. The score became 3-1, and Werder Bremen's hard-earned pullback was back. But that wasn't all. Taking advantage of Werder Bremen's counterattack after conceding, they launched a quick counterattack in the 85th minute. Castro was tripped by a Werder Bremen defender after breaking into the penalty area. The referee showed no mercy, immediately issuing a red card to the offender, proudly, and awarding Leverkusen a penalty. Leverkusen's captain, Ralphs, who had previously played for Werder Bremen, calmly converted the penalty. The score became 4-1. With less than 5 minutes left in the game, Werder Bremen, trailing by 3 goals, seemed powerless to turn the tide. In the final stages of the match, Werder Bremen still didn't give up the attack. Even with only 10 players remaining on the field, they relentlessly attacked Leverkusen's penalty area. In the final minute of stoppage time, Lin Quan broke through and passed the ball before being pulled down by a defender. Peterson, who had run the entire match without scoring a single goal, unleashed a powerful shot that flew like a cannonball into the Leverkusen goal. Unfortunately, the goal came too late. After the restart, the referee blew the final whistle. Leverkusen players celebrated wildly at the Weser Stadium, celebrating their victory, ending their opponent's 6-game winning streak, and securing their own 6-game winning streak. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen players looked dejected, heads bowed, staring at the grass, speechless with grief. They had given their all in this match, but still couldn't secure a win. Their opponent's 2 goals in the second half were too sudden, almost both capitalizing on defensive lapses. They were heavily targeted in this match, their attacking system was disjointed, and their offensive firepower couldn't be fully utilized. Although Lin Quan single-handedly led them to score 2 goals, 2 goals weren't enough. If only De Bruyne were there. The players once again missed De Bruyne. With him, a fully unleashed Lin Quan would surely score many more goals up front. After this match, the media were pessimistic about Werder Bremen, believing that their weakness of relying on a single star player had been exposed. If they couldn't quickly address this issue, they were likely to suffer defeats against other teams in the future. Lin is indeed very strong, But Werder Bremen can't let him fight alone in the attacking third. His teammates need to step up and provide him with support. During the post-match commentary, Gerd Müller, once again serving as a guest commentator, said regretfully, "I think it's time for Lin to consider changing teams. Werder Bremen's stage is too small, and the strength of his teammates limits his performance, burying his talent." The host and another guest commentator exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves, "Your wishful thinking has been heard even across the Atlantic." However, for the sake of the show, he pretended to be very curious and asked, "So, what kind of stage do you think Lin Quan should go on to fully unleash his talents?" Gerd Müller answered without hesitation, "Of course, Bayern Munich. At Bayern, he has a large group of talented teammates like Ribery, Robben, Müller, Kroos, and Schweinsteiger who can help him share the pressure. If you add his creativity and finishing ability in the midfield and forward positions, Bayern can achieve honors not only in the league but also in the Champions League. This is a win-win situation for both the team and him personally, isn't it?" The host, unusually, didn't refute him, clearly agreeing with his statement. If Lin Quan really went to Bayern, it would indeed be a huge boost to Bayern's strength, and it would also be a good thing for him personally. At least winning games and honors would be easier. Werder Bremen's strength is still too weak. I don't think that will work. Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga is already unshakable. Now that a team has finally emerged that can pose a threat, if Bayern goes into overdrive and poaches Werder Bremen's key players, their dominance will only solidify. Who will be able to challenge them then? One of the biggest criticisms of the Bundesliga is Bayern's overwhelming dominance. Other challengers find it difficult to threaten them. This is completely different from other leagues. The Premier League has a plethora of strong teams, and the title race is always full of suspense. Last season, there was even a last-minute miracle with Manchester City winning the title. While La Liga is jokingly called the Spanish Super League, Barcelona and Real Madrid are far superior to other La Liga teams. Even so, they only have two strong teams competing against each other. Unlike the Bundesliga, where Bayern is the sole dominant force. Borussia Dortmund finally won 2 titles, but this season they have suffered a swift collapse, leaving those who had high hopes for them extremely disappointed. Chapter 103: 5 goals in a single match, sweeping away the gloom. After the team's loss, the atmosphere within the team was rather somber. Players who used to joke around on the training ground were much quieter these past few days. A dark cloud seemed to hang over the entire Werder Bremen team, impossible to dispel. Lin Quan himself was also very unhappy, practicing shooting alone on the training field. Losing wasn't unacceptable, but losing at home to Bayer Leverkusen was particularly hard for him to accept. Was Leverkusen really stronger than Bayern Munich? They could even hold Bayern to a draw, yet they were thrashed 4-0 by Leverkusen. Head coach Schaff came to the sidelines and, seeing the players' emotional state, couldn't help but sigh, just as I expected. The team had been too successful before, giving the players the illusion that we were very strong. But in reality, Werder Bremen isn't that strong. Compared to last season, their squad has only gained 2 stronger players in attack, Lin Quan and De Bruyne. In midfield and defense, their strength hasn't increased. In fact, it's been somewhat weakened. Milits is a good goalkeeper, cheap and effective, but he's far inferior to the team's starting goalkeeper from last season, Wiese. His timing in coming out of his goal isn't as good as Wiese's, and his coordination with his teammates isn't as seamless. More importantly, he lacks Wiese's commanding presence. Wiese's strong mental attributes on the field could greatly inspire the team and instill confidence in the players. The 4 defenders are mediocre, apart from Socrates Papastathopoulos, who is slightly better. The others aren't particularly outstanding. From the beginning of the season until now, Werder Bremen's choice of center-back has been almost never fixed. He's tried Lukimja, Prudl, Schmitz, Selassie, and others, but is still not satisfied. As for the defensive midfield position, this is actually the team's biggest weakness. Although Captain Fritz can attack and defend, he's not particularly outstanding in any one area, and can only be used as a versatile player in the backfield, having played both full-back and defensive midfield positions. As for Junior Zovic and Echesi, both are stronger offensively than defensively, possessing considerable playmaking and attacking abilities, but their defensive weaknesses make Werder Bremen's defensive midfield lack solidity, often allowing opponents to penetrate their defense. If Werder Bremen didn't have De Bruyne as an excellent playmaker in their midfield and attack, Schaff could tolerate their performance. After all, the team needs their playmaking abilities. However, with De Bruyne already in the attacking third, Junozovic and Echesi's playmaking abilities become dispensable and less important. Instead, the team needs them to provide defensive strength and toughness in the defensive midfield position to ensure the team's backline isn't easily threatened. The two clearly fail to do this, allowing opponents to easily penetrate their midfield, easily reach the third-place area, and even threaten the goal. These positions need reinforcement, but these aren't the most important issues right now. The most crucial thing is to soothe the emotions of the team's key player, Lin Quan. Since the loss, Schaff has noticed he's been sullen and less optimistic than before. So, after training, he called Lin Quan to his office, intending to speak with him alone. "Coach, did you need something?" Lin Quan had just come off the training field and hadn't even had time to shower and change in the locker room. He was covered in sweat and didn't want to dirty the coach's office chair, so he simply stood while speaking to him. "Yes, sit down. Don't worry about getting my leather sofa dirty. If you do, we'll deduct it from your salary." Schaff joked with Lin Quan, who smiled obligingly. "Coach, you can't deduct it from my salary. My salary and bonuses are all paid by Barcelona." Schaff was taken aback. He hadn't paid attention to these things, but hearing Lin Quan's words, his face instantly turned somewhat awkward. Had Werder Bremen been getting freebies from Lin Quan since he joined the team, without paying a single penny themselves? That seemed a bit much. No wonder this kid wasn't interested in the club's attempts to retain him. So the club was that stingy. "No, I'll have to talk to that old guy," laughs later, and ask him to give Lin a bonus. Putting everything else aside, Lin has scored so many goals for the team, it would be too much not to give him a bonus. Ahem, I'll talk to laughs about this later. Barcelona paying his salary is fine, but we'll have to cover the bonus. Lin Quan gave a sincere smile. Is it exactly the same as the bonus from Barcelona? Schaff didn't know how much bonus Lin Quan received from Barcelona, but he'd heard that Lin Quan had a youth team contract. For a young player like him, with a youth team contract, the annual bonus probably wasn't much, right? Werder Bremen, while not a wealthy club, could still afford bonuses of tens or hundreds of thousands of euros. Yes, I'll talk to laughs about this. Just wait to collect your bonus. Thanks in advance, coach. Lin Quan naturally wouldn't refuse a generous sum of money from someone offering him. However, the coach probably doesn't know how much bonus he receives at Barcelona. Once he finds out, haha, just thinking about it is hilarious. Alright, let's talk about the last match. After the small talk, Schaff finally got to the point. As soon as Schaff mentioned the match, Lin Quan quieted down, adopting an attentive listening posture. "We lost the last match, I know you're all very upset. But that's professional football, no team is invincible. Even a team as strong as Barcelona often stumbles in La Liga, and Bayern Munich has been defeated by Leverkusen. We lose, that's normal. Don't treat it like the end of the world, don't think it's your fault." Schaff, recalling his own playing days, said earnestly, even a weak team can defeat a strong opponent. Relying on tenacious fighting spirit and excellent teamwork, they can overcome powerful opponents and reap the joy of victory. That's the charm of football. At the beginning of the season, we were a weak team, and no team took us seriously. Thanks to your and De Bruyne's outstanding performances, we played smoothly. But now we're second in the standings, and many teams in the league will be studying how to deal with us and how to limit your performance. Therefore, we can no longer win as easily as at the beginning of the season. At this time, the team's performance will fluctuate, and even fall into a slump. These are all things you need to experience. Life is not a smooth road, there will inevitably be setbacks and obstacles. What you need to do is not to wallow in self-blame, but to find ways to solve the difficulties and help yourself and the team get out of the slump. Lin Quan nodded. Although he knew the coach was just giving him pep talks, it was indeed quite effective. At least now, he felt much better. Seeing Lin Quan's improved mood, Schaff breathed a sigh of relief. Young players still lack experience. Once they experience more, they won't be so affected by these things. Alright, let's talk about the team's tactics for the next game. De Bruyne watched the team lose on TV at home and felt terrible. The next day, he went to the team and found Lin Quan on the training field to chat. "I plan to return for the next away game against Hoffenheim, what do you think?" Lin Quan glanced at him, making sure he wasn't joking, then raised his foot, pretending to kick him in the ankle. Hey, what are you doing? That's dangerous, you know? De Bruyne was startled and quickly dodged the attack. Not bad, good reaction speed, good agility, looks like you've really recovered. Lin Quan wasn't really going to kick De Bruyne, just testing his reaction. Of course, I've been obediently following the doctor's instructions these past few days, basically staying at home and not going out. Of course I'm recovering well. De Bruyne seemed a little bored being cooped up at home, and was unusually talkative today. More than 2 weeks had passed since his injury, and De Bruyne felt good and thought he was ready to play. However, for his health, Lin Quan refused. Wait for the next game. This game is an away game, and traveling back and forth is troublesome and tiring, which might cause your injury to flare up. De Bruyne wanted to say something more, but Lin Quan directly quoted the warning from the medical expert. De Bruyne was completely deflated and finally gave up his decision to return to the game. Upon reflection, what Lin Quan said actually made sense. Hoffenheim was second to last in the league, a pushover. Even in an away game, Werder Bremen had enough ability to beat their opponents. If De Bruyne wanted to return, it would be better to wait until the 16th round when Werder Bremen played against Frankfurt. By then, almost a month would have passed since De Bruyne's injury, and he could return without any problems. Moreover, he hadn't trained with the team for more than 2 weeks, and before his official return, he needed to slowly recover and adapt to the rhythm of the game. How can someone who's just recovered from injury play a match immediately? It's very easy to get injured again. On December 2nd, the 15th round of the Bundesliga kicked off. Werder Bremen visited the Rhein-Neckar Arena to face Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim's record this year has been terrible. After 15 rounds, they've only managed 3 wins, lost 8, and drawn 3, ranking third from the bottom of the standings. Corresponding to their poor record is that they've conceded 36 goals in 14 matches, an average of 2.57 goals per game, ranking last in the Bundesliga. This is a full 10 more goals conceded than the second-place team. It's baffling how they play. It feels like every match is destined for a humiliating defeat. This goal-conceding statistic also reveals just how terrible Hoffenheim's defense has been this season. Hoffenheim has clearly studied the video of Werder Bremen's previous loss, and they're using Bayer Leverkusen's tactics against Werder Bremen. It seems they're hoping to win the match this way. However, the gap in overall strength between them and Leverkusen was still too large, especially their terrible defense. After a few rounds, they were completely overwhelmed by Werder Bremen. The match quickly turned into a personal showcase for Lin Quan. Before the first half was even over, he had already scored a hat-trick. Schaff's new tactics completely unleashed Lin Quan's attacking abilities, giving him more freedom to shoot, and Lin Quan repaid the coach with 3 goals. Seeing these 3 goals, Coach Schaff breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the match was in the bag. After winning against Hoffenheim, they could maintain their second-place position in the standings and wouldn't fall. Hoffenheim's players were almost demoralized by the opponent's continuous goals, looking dejected, unable to score or defend. This angered Hoffenheim's coach, and before the first half was over, in the 37th minute, he made 2 substitutions in quick succession. Number 22, Firmino, replaced number 40, Stefan. Number 32, Grave, replaced number 9, Skiplik. Unfortunately, the substitutions didn't have much effect, and Hoffenheim's form remained inconsistent until the end of the first half. At the start of the second half, it seemed like the Hoffenheim coach had given the players a good talking to in the locker room, waking them up. They played much more aggressively than in the first half, making the game exciting. With a huge lead, Werder Bremen didn't play conservatively, continuing their attacks and repeatedly threatening Hoffenheim's goal. Trailing by 3 goals, Hoffenheim couldn't afford to be conservative, so they also went all out, launching a full-scale attack. Both teams played attacking football, making for a very exciting match. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Hoffenheim, after a series of passes, finally broke the deadlock through Salihavovic, making it 1-3. But this wasn't enough. They were still down by 2 goals, and to win, they needed at least 3 more. But the ball is round, and with the second half just beginning and their morale high, they had plenty of time to turn the tide. After all, Liverpool had scored 3 goals in just 7 minutes in Istanbul to equalize. They had over 40 minutes, more than enough time. Hoffenheim seemed to think they were the Liverpool who had created miracles, but Werder Bremen on the other side were not AC Milan celebrating at halftime. Instead of celebrating in the locker room, they maintained extremely high fighting spirit. The players wanted a resounding victory to shake off the gloom hanging over the team after their home defeat. So, just 3 minutes after Hoffenheim's goal, Lin Quan scored directly from a free kick, making it 1-4. And that wasn't all. In the 71st minute, Peterson's shot hit the post, the ball fell over Lin Quan, and he headed it into the goal with a less than perfect technique. The score became 1-5, and Lin Quan achieved an incredible 5-goal haul in the Bundesliga, scoring 5 goals by himself. After he scored this goal, his teammates all ran to him, making gestures of worship. Those who don't play professional football have no idea how difficult it is to score 5 goals in a match. After you score the first goal, the defenders will start targeting you. With each additional goal, the opponent's defensive intensity increases, and eventually, whenever you get the ball, several players may surround you or even foul you. In this situation, to keep scoring, besides having extremely strong individual skills, you also need a bit of luck. For example, if the ball hadn't bounced off Lin Quan's head, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to head the ball. After this goal, Hoffenheim's fighting spirit completely collapsed. The opponent's lineup had superhuman monsters. They were just mortals. How could they compete with them? With their morale plummeting, they couldn't make any waves in the final moments of the match and could only accept being slaughtered by their opponents on their home turf. After this round of matches, Lin Quan's lead in the Bundesliga top scorer rankings increased significantly to 9 goals, and the Bundesliga Golden Boot seemed to be his for the taking, and no one could take it away from him. The victory brought smiles back to the faces of Werder Bremen's players. The gloom that followed their previous defeat was gone. Even more gratifying was the fact that De Bruyne had fully recovered from his injury and had officially returned to training with the team. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will return for Werder Bremen's next home game against Eintracht Frankfurt. Frankfurt has been the biggest dark horse in the Bundesliga this season, initially enjoying a winning streak and closely trailing league leaders Bayern Munich. Many even predicted they would create a new Kaiserslautern miracle. Although they later fell behind, no one dared underestimate them. Frankfurt currently sits 5th in the Bundesliga, and after half a season, their strength has been widely acknowledged. They are a tenacious and physically imposing team, making matches difficult for any opponent. De Bruyne's return in such a crucial game undoubtedly increases Werder Bremen's chances of victory. The first half of the Bundesliga season is nearing its end. After their match against Eintracht Frankfurt, Werder Bremen only has 1 league game and 1 German Cup match left. Of these 3 games, only the home game against Frankfurt is a home game, the other 2 are away games. The final German Cup match is particularly important, as they will travel to Bayern Munich's home ground to challenge the Bundesliga champions. This match is crucial for Werder Bremen. Whether they can secure a European qualification spot through the cup competition depends on whether they can take a victory at the Allianz Arena. Don't think too much about it now, just focus on playing well in this game. Coach Schaff reminded the team in the locker room before the match, urging them to remain vigilant, not to be complacent because their opponents are ranked lower, and not to assume victory is guaranteed just because De Bruyne has returned. Frankfurt is not to be underestimated. Don't make the same mistake you made against Leverkusen. We cannot accept losing to them at home for the 2nd consecutive time, and neither can the fans at the Weser Stadium. So, I want you to give it your all in this match. Don't hold back at all. Play freely and crush them. Chapter 104 Breaking Records Again, the Terrifying Strength of the Gemini. December 8, at 4 p.m., the Weser Stadium was packed. Although the team had lost their previous home game to Bayer Leverkusen, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Eintracht Frankfurt fans. The team's immediate and resounding away victory after the loss filled them with confidence for a home win against Eintracht Frankfurt. Moreover, the team's star duo, De Bruyne, would be returning for this match, and witnessing their combined attack at home was undoubtedly the most anticipated and exciting thing for the Eintracht Frankfurt fans. Let's welcome our Eintracht Frankfurt players with a warm round of applause. The announcer's words elicited a fervent response from the fans. Over 50,000 fans stood up and chanted the names of each player entering the stadium in unison. Millet, Socrates, Prudl, Schmitz, Fritz. The applause and cheers grew louder with each appearance, reaching a peak when Fritz entered the stadium. Shen Yue covered her ears, somewhat overwhelmed. She had never watched a football match before, and she hadn't expected the atmosphere to be so intense. Was this the magic of football? Finally, let's welcome our team's top scorer, the prodigy from La Masia's Youth Academy, Lin. Before the announcer's words had even finished, The entire stadium erupted in the loudest cheers yet, far surpassing any previous players. Lin. 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 The fans chanted Lin Quan's name, and Lin Quan smiled and waved to the fans in the stands. The resounding victory in the previous match had completely restored the team's morale, and before this match, club manager Olafs had given him the bonuses he had earned for the first half of the season. This bonus was substantial. When Olafs first saw the number, he thought he was seeing things. After checking it several times, he finally believed that he wasn't mistaken, but that the number itself was seriously flawed. A youth team player earning €1.13 million in bonuses for half a season, was this a joke? Skeptical, he called FC Barcelona to verify the situation. Barcelona confirmed that Lin Quan's bonus was indeed that much, and there was no mistake. Olafs began to question his sanity. Barcelona, these rich bunch, are going too far. Offering such a high bonus to a young player on a youth team contract? It's inhumanly extravagant. But then, thinking about Lin Quan's performance on the field, Olafs immediately felt that the contract seemed quite reasonable. Barcelona offering such a high bonus was probably an attempt to retain Lin Quan and keep him on the team. On the field, Lin Quan wasn't distracted by anything else. The opponent in this match was very strong, and they needed to give it their all. How should we play later? De Bruyne asked him before the kickoff. Should we go for a blitzkrieg? Lin Quan glanced at the opponent's positioning and asked De Bruyne. Okay, but how do I pass the ball to you? I don't know that move. De Bruyne looked at Lin Quan expectantly, eager to learn Lin Quan's 45-degree cross. I'll teach you after we win this game. Lin Quan wasn't being stingy with De Bruyne's instruction, it was simply because he had just recovered from his injury. If he taught him that move now, given De Bruyne's personality, he would definitely practice it like crazy. Lin Quan worried that this extra practice would cause his ankle injury to relapse, so he hesitated to agree. But De Bruyne was like a persistent pest, relentlessly pestering him until he was taught the move. Lin Quan had no choice but to relent and agree. Upon hearing that Lin Quan had agreed to teach him his unique skill, De Bruyne was as excited as a 21-year-old. After his initial excitement, his gaze towards the Frankfurt players completely changed. Frankfurt friends, I'm sorry, but for that unique skill, I have to use you as my pledge of loyalty. Seeing De Bruyne's excitement, Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I learned this from you, and now you're calling me master. At 4:30 p.m., the match officially kicked off. Werder Bremen started, and Lin Quan passed the ball back to De Bruyne before accelerating forward. De Bruyne followed closely behind, and Werder Bremen launched a fierce attack on Frankfurt's half from the outset. Frankfurt's players clearly hadn't anticipated such a blitzkrieg, and such a decisive one at that, leaving them somewhat unprepared. Stop him. Frankfurt's coach, seeing his players standing like wooden stakes on the field without reacting in time, shouted angrily from the sidelines, reminding them to intercept De Bruyne and stop him from dribbling the ball. Before, when De Bruyne was absent, Bundesliga teams only needed to mark Lin Quan closely. But now, marking Lin Quan wasn't enough. The opponent had an additional attacking core, and De Bruyne's passes were incredibly lethal. You never know when, how, or where he'll pass the ball. De Bruyne is top tier in terms of the suddenness and imagination of his passes. Seeing Lin Quan, like an eel, dodge the defenders and run to the edge of the opponent's penalty area, De Bruyne passed the ball. He only glanced at Lin Quan's run and the defenders' positions while running at high speed before kicking the ball out. Seeing De Bruyne's passing lane, Frankfurt's number 20 defensive midfielder, Rode, judged that he might be able to intercept the ball. So he quickly ran towards the passing lane, and seeing the ball coming, he stretched out his leg to intercept. He thought he had it in the bag, but unexpectedly, the ball bounced on the ground and flew over his leg. What? That worked? Rode was dumbfounded. He looked back at De Bruyne in alarm. Was this part of your calculations? De Bruyne was also surprised. He had indeed passed a bouncing pass. The purpose was to increase the difficulty for the defenders to intercept. But he didn't expect it to be so coincidental, rolling right over a defender's leg. This can only be described as an unexpected stroke of luck. While sprinting forward, Lin Quan wasn't just blindly running, he also kept glancing back to observe De Bruyne's passing opportunities. When the ball had passed the opposing midfielder's interception and was about to reach him, Lin Quan judged the ball's speed, accelerated into the opponent's penalty area, and sprinted forward. Man arrived, ball arrived. He shot. The opposing goalkeeper froze in front of the goal, unable to even make a save before the ball flew into his own net. He instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, where a shocking red number 9 appeared. Just 9 seconds into the game, Werder Bremen had used a lightning-fast attack, with their star duo, De Bruyne and Lin Quan, linking up to change the score. This broke the Bundesliga record for the fastest goal, previously held by Kirsten in the 2001-2002 season between Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen, where that goal took 11 seconds. Lin Quan's goal truly increased the time by 2 seconds. Many fans in the stadium hadn't even had time to react when their team scored. Oh my god, is this real? Am I dreaming? We're already leading by a goal? That shot was perfect, just too fast, I didn't even have time to see it. De Bruyne's pass was so beautiful, their defensive midfielder was stunned. After the fans at the Weser Stadium recovered, they cheered and sang the Werder Bremen team song with great enthusiasm. Our name is Werder Bremen. We are the football kings of the north and even all of Germany. Green and white are our symbols. Werder, champions from Weser. This lightning attack by De Bruyne and Lin Quan completely surprised the Frankfurt coaching staff. They had thought that Werder Bremen, who had lost their previous match, would play conservatively this time. They never expected their opponents to be so aggressive, completely stunning them with a lightning attack. The team fell behind just 9 seconds into the game, rendering their pre-match tactics ineffective. Falling behind so early also significantly increased the pressure on the players. Playing under such pressure increases their physical exertion and can even distort their movements, severely impacting the performance. Damn Werder Bremen. Damn numbers 10 and 6, damn the goal. In contrast to the furious away coach, the home team, Schaff and his coaching staff, were overjoyed. Establishing an early lead greatly calmed the players, allowing them to remain calm and confident. In this state, players often perform exceptionally well, making winning the game much easier. Was that goal part of your tactics? Schaff asked the assistant coaches, as he hadn't devised such a strategy himself. The assistant coaches looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Seeing their reaction, Schaff understood. He looked at Lin Quan and De Bruyne celebrating on the field, his eyes full of smiles. So it was you two who devised this tactic. These two rascals always manage to come up with something new. Was that ball well within your calculations? Lin Quan only saw De Bruyne's elegant pass through the replay on the big screen. No, it was just luck. I happened to be there, and the other side was unlucky too. De Bruyne honestly explained everything. After hearing this, Lin Quan gave him a thumbs up. That was a beautiful pass. Take a few more. I promise I won't miss any chances you feed me. De Bruyne was a little puzzled. Having not been harmed by Manchester City's front three, he didn't understand why Lin Quan emphasized not missing any chances. Lin Quan's shooting efficiency was widely recognized within the team. If a threatening ball reached his feet, there was a high probability of a goal. He rarely missed an opportunity. However, with his teammates' strong desire to score, De Bruyne was naturally happy to cooperate. The match quickly restarted, and Frankfurt, unwilling to accept falling behind, launched an attack on Werder Bremen's half immediately after the kickoff. They seemed to want to replicate Werder Bremen's earlier lightning-fast attack. Unfortunately, their attack couldn't even get past Werder Bremen's midfield. This was De Bruyne's first match back from injury, and he was very active on the field. He was active in both attack and defense. With his and his teammates' combined efforts, they thwarted Frankfurt's furious counter-attack. De Bruyne has missed 4 games, and you can see he's very hungry for the game. On the German television commentary booth, the commentators couldn't help but praise De Bruyne's aggressive defensive attitude as he tracked back into his own penalty area to thwart an attack. De Bruyne's defensive prowess isn't particularly strong, and the team didn't rely heavily on him defensively. Even so, his active tracking back all the way to his own penalty area was clearly commendable. Because of their early lead, and the morale-boosting goal from Lin Quan, the entire Werder Bremen team was incredibly active throughout the match. Even Lin Quan, whose defensive abilities are practically non-existent, managed a tackle from behind on the opposing striker during a chase back. The referee has shown Lin Quan the first yellow card of the match. The commentators couldn't help but laugh at Lin Quan's tackle. His defensive awareness is not bad, and his enthusiasm is undeniable, but his defensive strength is a bit unbearable to watch. Yes, his defensive ability is too weak. This shows that God is fair. He gave Lin Quan top-tier offensive ability, but gave him such terrible defensive ability. Defense mainly relies on experience. He's not a professional defensive player and lacks relevant experience, so this performance is normal. Indeed, I think he could learn from the team's defenders, studying defensive positioning and timing of tackles. That would make some difference. No. I think that compared to improving his defensive ability, he should focus more on offense, doing what he's good at, instead of wasting his top talent in pursuit of all-around skills. The commentators' opinions were not unified. Some believe that Lin Quan improving his defensive ability would bring greater help to the team. Others believe that he should continue to improve his offensive ability and help the team with more goals. After Frankfurt's initial three-pronged attack, the team lacked follow-up strength, and their offensive firepower quickly weakened. After withstanding the opponent's counterattack, Werder Bremen began to firmly control the initiative on the field. De Bruyne, despite his injury, not only didn't decline in ability but became more composed and unhurried than before. He now increasingly exudes the demeanor of a midfield general. During his injury layoff, he studied Lin Quan's playing style in the attacking midfield position. While Lin Quan's ability to deliver threatening passes might not be as good as his possession-based style, honed through La Masia, greatly benefited De Bruyne. De Bruyne isn't a traditional possession-based midfielder. His ball control is relatively weak. Coupled with his relatively weak physical strength, De Bruyne doesn't hold on to the ball for long. He passes it out quickly, which reduces errors. However, if he doesn't hold the ball, Fritz has to take on that responsibility. Fritz's position is deeper, and when initiating an attack, passing the ball forward requires a switch from the attacking midfielder or wingers, essentially adding an extra touch. This extra touch could give the opposing defense time to get into position, thus reducing their attacking efficiency. Now, having learned from Lin Quan's style of play, and with the help of his teammates, he can receive the ball more often in midfield. De Bruyne not only receives the ball more often, but he also observes the positioning of his teammates and opponents after receiving it. This makes his passing and ball handling extremely rational. Facing the upgraded De Bruyne, Frankfurt's players are in a bind. Every time he gets the ball, Frankfurt's players are incredibly nervous, fearing he will deliver some unbelievable brilliant pass. Therefore, they have to frequently resort to fouling tactics to deal with De Bruyne. In less than 40 minutes of the first half, Frankfurt had 5 players receive yellow cards. 2 of these yellow cards were drawn by Lin Quan, and the remaining 3 were drawn by De Bruyne. Judging from the number of yellow cards drawn, De Bruyne's threat to Frankfurt has even surpassed that of Lin Quan. Frankfurt attempted to limit De Bruyne through fouling tactics, but this was clearly futile. Werder Bremen was no longer leading a single team, but rather employing a dual-core approach. While the opposition focused on marking De Bruyne, Werder Bremen subtly changed their attacking tactics. Fritz, after receiving the ball in the backfield, no longer passed to De Bruyne, but instead directly to Lin Quan on the wing. Lin Quan received the ball and immediately sprinted down the wing, breaking into the opponent's penalty area before quickly cutting inside and passing the ball to De Bruyne. This not only drew the opponent's defensive attention to De Bruyne, but also brought him into the opponent's half, enabling him to execute the most difficult part of positional play. In this position, De Bruyne didn't need to do much, he only needed to pass the ball. And he didn't disappoint. Under close marking, a delicate lobbed pass sent the ball flying over the defender's head and landing inside Frankfurt's penalty area. Frankfurt's defense was completely breached by this pass. Lin Quan quickly moved forward, controlled the ball with his chest, glanced at the goalkeeper's position, and then slotted the ball into the far corner. It was an easy shot, the goalkeeper was helpless and could only watch as Lin Quan scored again, making the score 2-0. Chapter 105 Champagne is not allowed in the locker room. AC Milan, don't mention it. As the first half ended, the Frankfurt players returned to the locker room dejectedly. Before the match, they were confident they could take a victory from the Weser Stadium. Reality shattered their dreams, making them realize that Werder Bremen's home ground was not so easy to conquer. In the second half, you need to run more aggressively, Meyer, Schwegler, Igner, you guys need to play smarter, add more variety in your attacks, don't let others easily read your intentions. In the away team's locker room, the Frankfurt coach was urgently instructing his players on their second half tactics. However, his explanation received little response, the players hung their heads, it was unclear whether they had even listened. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, the Werder Bremen players had already begun celebrating. Haha, with the twin stars on the court, it's definitely different. This match was fucking awesome. Arnautovic, shirtless and showing off his muscular physique, had Lin Quan and De Bruyne tucked under his arms, letting out an exaggerated laugh. Even though he hadn't scored, the feeling of winning the game while lying down was incredibly satisfying. Marco, let go. Damn it, you have body odor under your arms. Lin Quan was almost overwhelmed by the smell and couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha, a real man needs to smell, right? Arnautovic didn't seem to care. His conversation with Lin Quan caused his teammates to burst into laughter. That's right, you don't know. Every time he goes to a nightclub and shows off his masculinity to those girls, their eyes immediately light up. What light? Their eyes well up with tears from the body odor. Junozovic made a gesture of covering his face and running away, causing everyone to laugh even harder. Captain Fritz was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight, tears almost streaming down his face. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. As expected of you, Marco. Damn, no wonder the girls always run away when they see us at nightclubs with you. I thought it was my fault, but it turns out it's you, you old rascal. Everyone burst into laughter again, filling the locker room with a joyful atmosphere. Although his Austrian compatriot Junozovic exposed his embarrassing moment, Arnautovic didn't care at all. He pulled out a bottle of champagne from somewhere, ready to add fuel to the fire in the locker room. Everyone's faces changed when they saw his action. Don't open it. Don't open it. Put it down. Several people worked together to snatch the champagne from his hands. Marco, opening champagne at halftime is cursed, don't joke like that. Captain Fritz also came over and said to Arnautovic very seriously. The incident in the AC Milan locker room during the Champions League final had already spread throughout the football world. This incident was often used to tease AC Milan, believing that their relaxed attitude in midfield led to their collapse in the second half. Furthermore, the opponents were spurred on by Liverpool's champagne celebrations at halftime, which was a major reason why Liverpool played increasingly aggressively in the second half. In short, don't celebrate prematurely before securing a victory, it's very unlucky. The 15-minute halftime break quickly ended, and both teams returned to the field to continue the game. After taking the lead, Werder Bremen played with great relaxation, and in this relaxed state, they began to execute beautiful passing combinations in the opponent's half. In the 55th minute, De Bruyne dribbled forward, glanced at Lin Quan's position, and delivered a through ball. Lin Quan saw the ball coming and ran towards it, seemingly to receive it, but deliberately let the ball pass him just before it reached his feet. The Frankfurt player marking him was fooled, missing Hunt, who was following up at the far post. Hunt received the ball and, without looking, delivered a brilliant pass into the penalty area, where Lin Quan, having bypassed the defender, found himself in space and received the ball perfectly. The goalkeeper rushed out immediately, but Lin Quan didn't shoot, instead passing the ball to his teammate on the right flank. His lead in the top scorer rankings was already substantial, now he needed to rack up some assists. De Bruyne happened to be there, received the ball, and slotted it into the empty net. The score was now 3-0. With this goal, Werder Bremen had essentially secured the victory. Seeing De Bruyne's shot go in, Lin Quan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the curse of popping champagne at halftime hadn't materialized. After scoring, De Bruyne happily waved his arms and ran to Lin Quan for a high five. It seemed De Bruyne's casual celebration wasn't a habit he developed at Manchester City, but rather something he'd always done. Why didn't you shoot that ball yourself? De Bruyne asked curiously after the high five. His run was simply following the coach's tactical instructions. He hadn't expected Lin Quan to pass in that situation. Because he had already scored 2 goals, and if that last shot had gone in, he would have completed a hat-trick. A hat-trick is incredibly attractive to a striker, few could resist the temptation. But he chose to pass instead. Don't overthink it, it's because you're in a better position. Lin Quan couldn't explain in detail, he couldn't very well tell De Bruyne, I want to steal your assist title, can I? De Bruyne hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Lin Quan's words, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that because this was his first game back from injury, Lin Quan was giving him such a golden opportunity to score at home? The more De Bruyne thought about it, the more likely this seemed. This guy was the kind of person who quietly did good deeds behind the scenes without seeking recognition. So, filled with gratitude, he put in his best effort in the rest of the game, frantically sending brilliant passes to Lin Quan. Lin Quan's face turned green. Brother, you're giving me these assists, It's really bothering me. Tell me to shoot. If it goes in, then it'll count as an assist for you. If I don't shoot, it seems like I'd be letting you down after that brilliant pass." So, reluctantly, he scored another goal, bringing his single-game goal tally to 3. Seeing their twin stars complete a hat-trick of assists and a hat-trick of goals, the fans at the Weser Stadium erupted. What an incredible match. In all my years of watching football, I've never seen anything like it. Goals and assists were concentrated in just 2 people. 3 goals in a single game is already rare, but 3 assists in a single game seems even rarer. And the rarest of all is that these 2 things happened in the same match. And they were fortunate enough to witness history. Lin Quan, who had just completed his hat-trick, was quickly substituted by Schaff. The Frankfurt players looked at him with murderous intent. Schaff dared not risk letting his team's darling continue to be used as a football. The game was already won. Could a 4-goal lead be reversed? Since the outcome was no longer in doubt, keeping Lin Quan on the field would only increase the risk of injury. If he gets injured, Werder Bremen's attacking system will collapse. Lin Quan really didn't want to score anymore. Seeing that Schaff was going to substitute him, he quickly ran to the sidelines, high-fived the substitute Peterson, and then sat down on the bench wrapped in his coat. Scoring 3 goals with tears in his eyes was already enough to break him. He didn't even dare to think about how many more he could score if he continued playing. Even if De Bruyne didn't get any more assists after Lin Quan left the field, his total assists would still reach 14. Lin Quan himself currently only has 11 assists, 3 behind De Bruyne. These are 3 assists, not 3 goals. Scoring 3 goals might not be so difficult, but achieving 3 assists is much harder. He doesn't have De Bruyne's advantages. De Bruyne plays as an attacking midfielder, and passing and assisting are his basic responsibilities. Moreover, De Bruyne has a goal-scoring machine like Lin Quan up front to help him pad his assist stats, but Lin Quan doesn't have another Lin Quan to help him score. It's much harder for him to pad his assist stats than for De Bruyne. Moreover, De Bruyne wouldn't just stand still and wait for him. With his current hot streak, who knows how many assists he'll rack up in the next match. After Lin Quan left the field, De Bruyne continued to pass the ball to his teammates diligently, but their shooting skills were noticeably inferior to Lin Quan's. Furthermore, after suffering a crushing defeat, the Frankfurt players seemed to have awakened, no longer acting listlessly. They not only increased their intensity on the defensive end, but also achieved results on the offensive end. Shortly after Lin Quan left the field, Frankfurt scored in the 71st minute through Mayer. 2 minutes later, Schwegler's shot deflected off a defender's leg and into the net, pulling 2 goals back within 2 minutes. These 2 goals made Werder Bremen fans nervous. Could they really be leading by 4 goals at home and still be overturned? Impossible, right? On the bench, Lin Quan, like the players on the field, couldn't help but think of the bottle of champagne in the locker room. Is that bottle of champagne unopened? Lin Quan almost couldn't resist getting up to check in the locker room. Champagne can be deadly. Fortunately, Werder Bremen's players quickly realized the danger. They increased their defensive intensity in midfield, marking Frankfurt's number 10, Hofer, effectively thwarting Frankfurt's attack. Ultimately, the 90 minutes ended with Werder Bremen securing a resounding 4-2 victory over Frankfurt at home. However, after this match, a new rule was established in Werder Bremen's locker room: champagne is not allowed. Chapter 106: A phenomenal performance that shocked the football world. Werder Bremen's home victory over Eintracht Frankfurt caused a stir in German football after the match. Headlines included: lightning goal, Lin Quan breaks Bundesliga's fastest goal record, 8 goals in 2 games, 24 goals lead the Bundesliga top scorer chart, Werder Bremen's young winger may break the Bundesliga single-season goal record, 3 assists in a single game, De Bruyne's outstanding performance, Chelsea considers early recall, dark horse fades, Werder Bremen is the real super dark horse, and shining twin stars in the Bundesliga. Werder Bremen's forward duo is terrifying. The match generated a lot of buzz, from Lin Quan's 9-second Bundesliga goal to his hat-trick, bringing his total to an astonishing 8 goals in 2 games, attracting a large audience of casual fans and sparking much discussion. I have a feeling that Lingard's value is going to skyrocket after this match. The Bundesliga transfer market will announce the latest market values this Wednesday, then we'll know how much Lingard's value has increased. I'm just guessing. I think Lingard's value is likely to exceed €50 million. Too low. With his current performance, €80 million would be more like it. Hell, If they can really buy him for 80 million euros, I reckon there will be plenty of people wanting to buy him. Real Madrid, you might as well just give me your ID. Would Manchester City and PSG, those Middle Eastern clubs with big names, also be interested in Lingard? Back then, Manchester City spent 200 million euros to buy Messi, and Barcelona didn't sell. I wonder how much they're prepared to pay for Lingard. Isn't it said that Lingard's release clause is only 5 million euros? If I were Manchester City, I'd offer him that 200 million euros as his annual salary. I don't believe Lingard wouldn't be tempted. Holy crap. This move is too cruel, but if you really want to offer such a high salary, Manchester City's salary system will probably explode. Barcelona is probably very confused now. If Lin Quan is sold by them, they will probably make a lot of money. Maybe the transfer fee will exceed Ronaldo's world record of 94 million euros. Haha, another record. Emperor Lin, the record is broken. Why does Emperor Lin love to break records so much? Indeed, in the last game, I broke the Bundesliga's youngest appearance record and scored a goal to break the Bundesliga's youngest scoring record. Goal a little faster and break the record for the fastest goal in the Bundesliga. Score a little more. Break the record for the youngest hat-trick, 4 goals, and 5 goals in the Bundesliga. He was called up by the national team and broke the record for the youngest national team. He scored for the national team and broke the record for the youngest national team to score. This is a record breaker. You tell me you're only fucking 17? The 17-year-old miner scored 24 goals in half a season and 8 goals in 2 games. I'm afraid only Melo can achieve these statistics, right? Don't overhype Ronaldo upstairs. This season, Ronaldo has only scored 13 goals in the league and 6 goals in the Champions League. That's less than Lingard's league goals combined. The Ronaldo fans lurking in the forum had long been unable to hold back, especially when they saw Lingard's fans talking about his transfer fee possibly breaking Ronaldo's record. When they saw Lin Quan's fans comparing him to Messi and Ronaldo, and even belittling Ronaldo, they immediately exploded. Tisk tisk, it's you Real Madrid fans who are shamelessly praising him. Ronaldo scored 6 goals in the Champions League, including a hat-trick. That's far more impressive than your Bundesliga goals against weak teams. That's right, Ronaldo's fewer league goals are ultimately because he doesn't value the league. He thinks beating weak teams in the league is meaningless. His focus is on the Champions League, not the league. Otherwise, he'd surpass Lin Quan's league goals in no time. These words immediately drew rebuttals from Ronaldo's detractors on the forum. How, Ronaldo fans are just as arrogant as your giantess Ronaldo. What about Messi, who scored 5 goals in the Champions League and 23 in the league this season? If he can't score in the league, he can't score. Why insist on praising him for not valuing the league? Aren't you ashamed? Well said. Messi has already scored 86 goals this year, 25 more than your idol Ronaldo. How dare you put your idols and Messi together and call them the 2 greatest players of all time? The term 2 greatest players of all time seems to have originated somewhere, but it's quite widely accepted. However, fans of both Messi and Ronaldo feel the other doesn't deserve to be compared to their idol. They both believe their idol is stronger. Thus, the debate over who is stronger has raged for years and will likely continue until one of them wins the World Cup and is crowned king, finally ending the argument. While Ronaldo and Messi fans are arguing endlessly in the forums, Lin Quan's fans haven't joined the fray. They started a new thread and continue their discussion. Lin Quan's form is getting better and better. Since De Bruyne returned from injury, scoring has become much easier for him. Indeed, he scored 3 goals in just over 60 minutes. Given De Bruyne's passing accuracy in the second half, if he had more time, he might have scored 4 or even 5 goals. But it's unnecessary. He's still so young. If he achieves so many honors too early, it might affect his ambition and limit his potential in the future. Many veteran fans on the forum had witnessed a rapid rise and fleeting fall of so-called genius players. They were both optimistic and pessimistic about Lin Quan's current phenomenal performance. It seemed contradictory, but it wasn't really, because others shared their thoughts. That evening, after the match against Frankfurt, Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. Guardiola first congratulated him on his performance, saying he was proud of it. However, after praising him, Guardiola reminded him to be careful and not to be too reckless on the field. Being too reckless would make him a public enemy, attracting everyone's attention. He also subtly reminded Lin Quan that breaking records too early would hinder his future development. Lin Quan knew what Guardiola was worried about, that he might lose his hunger for victory. Just like after Haaland scored 5 goals in the Champions League, he immediately substituted him, even though Haaland told him he wanted to stay and break the Champions League single-game goal record. In the post-match press conference, when asked by reporters, Guardiola stated that if Haaland broke Messi's Champions League single-game goal record at 22, he would lose a clear goal. He hoped Haaland would maintain his passion for the game and use breaking Messi's record as motivation to continue improving his skills. His call to Lin Quan at this moment was essentially the same as his early substitution of Haaland. Guardiola's thinking is different from others. Lin Quan could understand his initial intentions, but others might not. If you were Haaland, a complete stranger to Guardiola, about to make history, only to be substituted early, his dissatisfaction would be understandable. If Haaland never had the chance to break Messi's record, Guardiola's substitution would undoubtedly become a lifelong regret for him. Just as he hung up Guardiola's call, another call from Guardiola came in. "What's up, Uncle Per? Is something the matter?" Per didn't contact Lin Quan very frequently, and almost never contacted him immediately after a match. Therefore, Lin Quan judged that he was probably calling about something important, such as a result in his negotiations with Bayern Munich. As expected, the first thing Per said on the phone was about the transfer negotiations with Bayern Munich. "Bayern has softened their stance. They're willing to offer you a signing bonus of 25 million euros, and your salary within the team can increase by 500,000 euros to 6.5 million euros. Per thought this contract was a good deal. Although the signing bonus was 5 million euros lower than Lin Quan's target, the 500,000 euro annual salary was much higher. Annual salary within the team not only relates to players' income, but also their status within the team. A high salary doesn't necessarily mean high status, but a low salary definitely means low status. If Lin Quan could get a net annual salary of 6.5 million euros, he would be on par with Robben, second only to Ribéry and Schweinsteiger, becoming a core player with an important position in the team. Lin Quan was fairly satisfied with the contract, so he nodded and said, "This contract is not bad." "How long is the contract term they offered?" "I guess it's not 3 years, but 5, right?" Since the other party made concessions on the signing bonus and contract amount, they would definitely make demands elsewhere, such as image rights or contract length. They rejected your penalty for breach of contracts and demanded that the contract term be extended to 5 years. A 5-year contract. If Lin Quan didn't have the system and didn't know his future development ceiling or whether his career would be ruined by injuries, he would definitely sign the lucrative contract offered by a powerhouse like Bayern Munich without hesitation. However, with the system, Lin Quan was full of confidence in his future career. He knew he would only get stronger, and as for injuries, once he accumulated enough points to exchange for the injury immunity talent, he wouldn't need to worry about that at all. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't agree to Bayern's contract. 5 years was too long. By the time he fulfilled the contract, it would be 2018. By then, the seemingly high annual salary at this point will be insignificant. Take Kylian Mbappé, the highest paid player in football, for example. In his 2022 contract extension with PSG, his annual salary alone reached 72 million euros. In addition, there was a signing bonus of 180 million euros and a loyalty bonus of at least 70 million euros per year. The total amount over 3 years reached 630 million euros, averaging 210 million euros per year. Lin Quan doesn't consider himself inferior to Mbappé, although of course, he certainly wouldn't be able to get such a large contract at this point. However, he understands that the longer the contract is extended, the easier it is to secure a high salary. Therefore, he cannot accept Bayern's long-term contract. The longer the contract, the greater the loss for him. If Bayern could accept a 1-year contract, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, for any top club, such a contract is unacceptable. Only when facing an aging veteran whose form may decline at any time would they offer such a 1-year contract. At other times, especially with their core players, they'd love to lock them in with 10 or 8-year contracts. If they only offer 1-year deals, their core players could leave at any time, making it impossible for them to build a team. Chapter 107 Bayern's concession. Keep negotiating with Bayern. If they really want a 5-year contract, they'll have to make concessions on the signing bonus and annual salary. Otherwise, we'd rather not sign them. On the other end of the phone, Per nodded, I understand. But if you want to negotiate with Bayern, I suggest contacting other clubs as well. At least let Bayern know we're not desperate for them. Because Bayern had already signed a letter of intent with Guardiola, Lin Quan's negotiations with Bayern were slightly more passive. Having secured Guardiola, they seemed certain that Lin Quan would transfer to Bayern to find Guardiola. This made them somewhat emboldened. If they weren't given some trouble, to let them know Lin Quan wasn't desperate for Bayern, they wouldn't easily give in. Okay, when I go back to Spain during the winter break, I'll go to the Bernabeu to watch a few games. La Liga has more teams than the Bundesliga, resulting in a longer season and a shorter winter break. While the Bundesliga is on break, La Liga still has several matches to play, including Real Madrid's home game in the 18th round. If Lin Quan simply takes a stroll to the Bernabeu, even without contacting the Real Madrid president or club officials, it will be enough to spark speculation. The media will find every angle and reason to hype his potential transfer to Real Madrid. Lin Quan should remain silent, neither confirming nor denying, letting the speculation run its course. He doubts Bayern Munich will be able to sit idly by. Good idea. As a player, you shouldn't contact Real Madrid directly. It's easy to violate regulations and give them leverage. According to the Bosman ruling, professional players cannot privately contact other clubs before their contracts reach certain conditions. However, the ruling also stipulates that any contract with only 6 months remaining can be legally negotiated without violating regulations. Lin Quan's contract currently has 6 months left, meaning he can legally negotiate by January next year. However, it's not advisable for the player to handle this himself. It's better to let his agent handle the negotiations. Midweek, the highly anticipated Transfermarkt released its latest player valuation rankings. Lionel Messi, who equaled Gerd Muller's record for most goals in a calendar year, saw his value soar to €150 million. This valuation means that anyone wanting to buy him would have virtually no chance without spending €200 or €300 million. Cristiano Ronaldo, who scored a Champions League hat-trick at Old Trafford, also saw his value rise by €5 million to €105 million, temporarily ranking second behind Messi. The 3rd through 10th places are Iniesta €70 million, Rooney €65 million, Falcao €60 million, Cavani €60 million, Fabregas €55 million, Bale €55 million, Aguero €51 million, and David Silva €50 million. Apart from Bale, whose value surged by €15 million due to rumors linking him to Real Madrid, Falcao and Cavani, two prolific strikers from South America, have seen their market value increase by €10 to €15 million each thanks to their prolific goal scoring at their respective clubs. The top 10 are mostly familiar faces. However, 2 new faces have emerged between 10th and 20th place. Neymar, the Brazilian starlet from Santos, is valued at €45 million, ranking 13th. Lin Quan from Werder Bremen is valued at €43 million, ranking 14th. Both players are very young. By next February, they will be 17 and 21 respectively, with at least a decade of prime time remaining. Lin Quan, in particular, may have a prime period exceeding 15 years, barring injuries. The latest market values from Transfermarkt immediately sparked heated discussions online. However, this time, the most discussed topic wasn't Lin Quan, but Neymar. Who's this Neymar? His transfer fee is even higher than our lingered. Is this some kind of joke? Neymar is Santos star player, the Brazilian Serie Player of the Year and the South American Player of the Year, and he was 10th in last year's Ballon d'Or. He's not exactly a newcomer, he's already a well-known name. Is this Neymar the one who was rumored to be linked with Barcelona? Yes, that's him. According to rumors, Barcelona seems to have reached a preliminary agreement with Neymar. If all goes well, he'll be playing at Camp Nou next year. It's said that Barcelona spent a small €100 million to bring him in. Wow, a small €100 million? In RMB? What are you thinking? It's in euros, of course. The official transfer fee is around €57 million, but there are commissions, club compensation, signing fees, etc. In short, it's not cheap. Damn, Neymar is this expensive? If Lingard transfers, how much will the club have to pay to buy him? Who knows? But the market value on Transfermarkt doesn't reflect a player's true value in the real transfer market. Some are overvalued, and some are even discounted, so it can only be used as a reference. Lin Quan's style is very similar to Messi's, so you can refer to the offers that various clubs have made for Messi to estimate his value. Lin Quan is definitely not as valuable as Messi right now, but he has European citizenship and doesn't take up a foreign player quota, which is an advantage over Messi. So when he comes of age, his transfer price might even be higher than Messi's. Just as Transfermarkt released its latest player value rankings, at Bayern Munich, club manager Hoeneß was reporting to Chairman Rummenigge on the latest progress of transfer negotiations with Lin Quan's agent. Lin Quan's agent said he doesn't want to sign a long-term contract with us, only a 3-year one. He also wants a release clause in the contract and is demanding a higher signing bonus. Hoeneß was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Quan's demands. He felt that Lin Quan was just a young player, and Bayern had offered them such a generous deal. They should be grateful and sign obediently, not haggle like this. Rummenigge listened for a while, then tapped his fingers lightly on the back of his chair. Hoeneß knew this meant he was thinking, so he obediently kept quiet and waited for his decision. Guardiola's letter of intent with us is for 3 years. If Lin Quan really came for Guardiola, then his desire for a 3-year contract is understandable. Bayern currently only has a letter of intent with Guardiola. Both sides can terminate it at any time, and the cost of breaching the contract is not high. Given that both Guardiola and Lin Quan agreed to a 3-year contract, Bayern Munich was unsure of their respective sides' intentions. Was this 3-year period something they had privately agreed upon? If so, what if their transfer negotiations with Lin Quan fell through, and it affected their previous tentative agreement with Guardiola? If Guardiola didn't sign with Bayern because of this, Bayern might have wasted their time. Where would they find a suitable head coach then? Thinking about this, Rummenigge became very cautious. For Bayern, Guardiola was more important now, and they had to keep him on the team no matter what. As for Lin Quan, Rummenigge had seen him play live and was deeply impressed by his performance, which was when he first conceived the idea of buying him. Now, Lin Quan was becoming increasingly unstoppable in the Bundesliga, further solidifying his determination to acquire him. Such a highly promising young player, even if not used, would be a profitable investment. Moreover, according to Lin Quan's agent, he will join Bayern Munich as a free agent, meaning Bayern won't even have to pay a transfer fee. Given this, giving him a signing bonus is perfectly normal, just like when Eto'o transferred from Barcelona to Inter Milan for a low price, Inter offered him a huge annual salary and signing bonus as compensation. It's not that Bayern lacks money. Hoeneß, as manager, understands the need to save. However, they can't afford to ruin things by trying to save money. What's the use of having money if they can't buy players, only having cash but no suitable head coach or promising players? A phenomenal player like Lin Quan is a rare find. His value cannot be measured in monetary terms. It's precisely because he's young that his market value is low. If he were over 21 this year, his value would likely exceed 100 million euros, and Bayern would have to pay a hefty price to acquire him. They can buy him now without a transfer fee, and even with a large signing bonus, they can easily recoup their costs by selling him later. Unless he suffers a devastating injury, his market value will only steadily increase, not decrease. When Guardiola was at Barcelona, he had a Messi who could score goals. If he can be given a similar lineup at Bayern, he could very well replicate his Barcelona success and win more trophies for Bayern. If the signing fee is too high, they can simply sell him before his contract expires to recoup their costs. Given his current form and enormous growth potential, finding a buyer in a few years will be easy, and buyers will be willing to pay a high price. Bayern might even be able to sell him for over 100 million euros. After deducting costs, they'll still make a huge profit. If he stays, Bayern will essentially have their own Messi. Lin Quan alone is enough to guarantee their minimum performance level. Such a player is like a high-quality investment product. Why wait to buy him? With that in mind, Rummenigge made a decision. Here's what we'll do. Tell his agent that we'll compromise. Bayern will agree to their signing bonus and release clause demands, but they need to extend the contract by 1 year and sign a 4-year contract with us. If they agree, we should sign with them as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 108, a free kick goal, an unexpected turn of events. Bayern Munich's response exceeded Lin Quan's expectations. He had thought it would take longer to reach an agreement, but Bayern conceded so quickly. They agreed to a 30 million euro signing bonus, with your annual salary remaining at 6.5 million euros, increasing by 10% each year. Image rights will be split 50-50 between you and the club. Bayern's commercial department will help with promotions, and may arrange promotional activities with sponsors. Currently, Bayern's sponsors include Adidas, Deutsche Telekom, Volkswagen, and Allianz. If you sign with Bayern, these brands are likely to seek you out for endorsements or collaborations. Lin Quan hasn't taken on many endorsements or advertising deals yet. Previously, it was because his fame was too low, no one approached him. Now, he doesn't want to take them because the prices are too low and it's not worthwhile. Until he wins a sufficiently prestigious championship trophy or honor, his commercial value won't be high. Taking on frequent advertising and endorsements at this time would only squander his influence and lower his commercial value. He wasn't short of money for the time being, nor did he intend to ruin his reputation. Whether or not he would accept a deal with Bayern depended on the sponsor's offer. If the offer was high and the sponsor had significant influence, then a mutually beneficial partnership would be fine with him. However, if the sponsor's brand recognition was insufficient and the offer was low, he might choose to refuse. Overall, Bayern's offer was quite sincere. Lin Quan didn't plan to wait for a high price. He made a phone call, inquired about Guardiola's contract with Bayern, and then agreed. Per breathed a sigh of relief. With a transfer deal with Bayern finalized, his agency was finally open for business. Even before the winter transfer window opened, he was already guaranteed at least €2 million. The Bundesliga's winter break came quickly. On December 16, the Bundesliga played its final round of the first half of the season. After this round of matches, Bundesliga teams will begin their 35-day winter break. Due to its latitude, Germany experiences cold winters, making its winter break among the longest of the top 5 European leagues. Compared to the English Premier League, which has no winter break, it's a huge advantage. Compared to La Liga and Serie A, which have shorter winter breaks, their break is a full 20 days longer. Even Ligue 1, with the second longest winter break among the top 5 leagues, has 5 days less. Considering that they only have 18 teams and 34 rounds of matches, plus fewer cup competitions than the Premier League, Bundesliga players play the fewest matches and have the longest vacation time each year, truly a very fortunate situation. No wonder so many young talents love to go there. High salaries, long holidays, one match per week, and no overtime. Who wouldn't love that? For Bundesliga players, this long winter break allows them to take their families south for a vacation, enjoying the sunshine and beaches, instead of enduring snow and cold in Germany. Lin Quan also plans to return to Spain after playing a German Cup match. Spanish winters are much better than German winters. This is his first winter in Germany, and he's finding it a little difficult to adjust to the climate. While indoor heating in Germany prevents the feeling of cold indoors, outdoor training and matches are much less comfortable. And the low temperatures can be quite inconvenient. Playing and training in cold conditions without proper warm-up can easily lead to muscle strains. And this is just Germany. Imagine playing in the far north, like in the already icy landscapes of Russia. You'd probably freeze to death. In this round, Werder Bremen continues to host Nuremberg. Nuremberg is ranked 14th in the standings, but they are 8 points above the relegation zone, making them relatively safe. They're challenging second-placed Werder Bremen, so naturally, they don't expect to win. From the start, they're aiming for a draw away from home, hoping to secure a point. Therefore, Nuremberg's performance has been very conservative. They had packed their defense with players, intending to secure a draw. They would be even happier if they could find an opportunity to launch a counter-attack and steal a goal. Werder Bremen initially thought this match would be an easy victory, but shortly after the start of the first half, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Their star striker, Marko Arnautovic, was struck in the head by the on-rushing goalkeeper while contesting a header in the penalty area, immediately losing consciousness. After examining the injury, the team doctor determined it was too serious for him to handle and immediately contacted an ambulance to take him to the hospital for further examination and treatment. Watching their teammate being taken away by the ambulance, the Werder Bremen players were filled with worry. Their teammate's serious injury made it difficult for them to concentrate, and their focus shifted away from the game, resulting in a disorganized performance. By the 75th minute of the second half, neither team had broken through the other's defense, and the score remained 0-0. The fans in the stadium were becoming increasingly anxious, using their connections with friends working at the hospital to inquire about Arnautovic's condition. The fans cheered loudly for the team, hoping to rouse the players' fighting spirit and get them back in form. The cheers seemed to awaken the players' fighting spirit, and the performance finally began to recover. In the 84th minute, Werder Bremen had an excellent opportunity in the attacking third. De Bruyne shook off his marker and delivered a brilliant pass. Lin Quan received the ball and crossed it into the open space in the penalty area. Substitute Peterson made a well-timed run forward, received the ball, and shot. His positioning was excellent, but his finishing was poor, and the goalkeeper made the save. Peterson, having missed this chance, knelt on the ground, buried his head in the grass, and pounded the turf. He seemed unable to accept the result of missing the shot. Lin Quan walked over, helped him up, and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, everyone misses opportunities sometimes. Learn from your mistakes, summarize your experiences, and try to seize the opportunity next time." Peterson nodded heavily, then looked at Lin Quan anxiously. "Boss, will you pass the ball to me again?" "You'll, right." Seeing the other's anxious eyes, Lin Quan smiled slyly. "That depends on your performance next." Although Peterson's shot didn't go in, it completely woke up the Werder Bremen players. Realizing that time was running out, they began to bombard the Nuremberg goal relentlessly. Free kicks, headers, long shots. They tried everything, but they just couldn't break through the opponent's defense. With a point about to be secured, the Nuremberg players even gave up on attacking. They all stayed in their own 30-meter zone, determined to defend to the bitter end. If they could hold on for just a few more minutes, they could have secured a draw against Werder Bremen away from home, snatching a point from their opponents. Under their opponent's defensive posture, Werder Bremen's attack struggled to create any real threat. In the 88th minute, Lin Quan attempted a dribble, trying to break into the penalty area to find a shooting opportunity. However, before he could even enter the box, an opposing player fouled him just outside the penalty area. After falling, Lin Quan didn't give up. He immediately got up and discussed with De Bruyne how to take the free kick. "You or me?" The game was already in the 88th minute, and time was running out. De Bruyne thought for a moment. His free kicks weren't effective enough. So he gave the opportunity to Lin Quan, whose free kick repertoire was more diverse, and who might be able to capitalize on this chance. Seeing De Bruyne retreat, Lin Quan moved towards the ball. He glanced at the goalkeeper's position, then at the opposing wall, and began to slowly back away. The Nuremberg players weren't very familiar with Lin Quan's free kick ability. Werder Bremen's free kicks were mainly taken by De Bruyne, and Lin Quan himself had relatively few opportunities to take them. Seeing Lin Quan retreating so far, they all assumed he was going to unleash a powerful shot. Thinking this, the Nuremberg players, forming a human wall, prepared to jump. Although being hit in the head by a powerful shot would be extremely painful, if they allowed the opponent to score, all their efforts in the entire match would be in vain. Lin Quan observed the opposing players' expressions and made a plan. The referee's whistle blew. Lin Quan began a rapid run-up, his speed increasing until he reached a ball. He leaned back, swung his right leg high, and kicked the ball powerfully. Sure enough, a high ball. Seeing the opponent's powerful shot, the Nuremberg players jumped in unison, trying to block the shot. But just as they jumped, the ball flew away, not soaring into the air, but skimming the ground and rolling past their feet. What? It was a ground ball. Damn it, they'd been tricked. The Nuremberg players, still in the air, were all shocked and instinctively looked back at their goal. They saw that the goalkeeper was a fraction too slow. He only made a save when the ball had already rolled into the net. The goalkeeper had also thought the opponent was going to shoot a high ball, but it turned out to be a ground ball. His reaction was already quite quick. He had truly given his all. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's direct free kick goal, Werder Bremen secured a 1-0 victory over Nuremberg at home, maintaining their second-place position in the standings. After the match, the players briefly thanked the fans who had come to support them and hurriedly left the club, heading to the hospital. They wanted to visit their injured teammate. If Arnautovic woke up, they wanted to share the joy of victory with him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Superstar Treatment. In the hospital, Arnautovic has regained consciousness. After examination, doctors determined he suffered a temporary coma due to concussion and needs to remain hospitalized for observation. This condition requires rest, and he cannot engage in strenuous exercise until doctors confirm he has fully recovered, otherwise it will worsen his condition. This means he will miss at least a month of matches. Fortunately, the winter break is approaching, and they only have one German Cup match to play in that month. This is a stroke of good luck for Werder Bremen. However, their opponent in this German Cup match is Bayern Munich. Without their key striker, Werder Bremen's chances of winning are likely even lower. Werder Bremen has had terrible luck. Not only did they draw the strongest opponent in the Bundesliga, but they also received the devastating news of their key striker's injury before the match. This will likely be a significant disadvantage for them. Before the match, commentators were not optimistic about Werder Bremen winning away from home. Their strength was already inferior to their opponent, and now their key striker is injured. To make matters worse, the third round of the German Cup kicks off just 4 days after the league match. Bayern Munich played their 17th round match 2 days earlier than Werder Bremen, meaning the latter had more time to rest and recover their form. This was the complete reversal of Werder Bremen's previous advantage against Bayern. Now they were facing a physical crisis. A large part of the reason Werder Bremen managed to draw with Bayern Munich at home in the 6th round was that Bayern needed to conserve energy for their 3-day Champions League campaign. That match was extremely taxing for Bayern, almost causing them to collapse while competing on 3 fronts. After being held to draw by Werder Bremen away, Bayern had to travel to Belarus exhausted, only to be thrashed 3-1 by the weakest team in their group, Bate Borisov, losing their only Champions League match of the season. Since then, Bayern has placed greater emphasis on squad rotation, carefully managing player fitness and arranging the order of appearance in each match. So far, despite competing on 3 fronts, Bayern Munich's players haven't shown signs of fatigue. In fact, the abundance of playing time for substitutes has made their bench strength increasingly apparent. The saying "it's not Bayern's tiger that's scary, it's Bayern's substitutes" is starting to become a frightening reality. How to deal with this increasingly formidable Bayern team has become a major headache for Werder Bremen's coaching staff. Meanwhile, on the Bayern side, their coaching staff is also discussing how to limit Werder Bremen's attacking system. Werder Bremen's overall strength isn't that great, their strength lies in these 2 players. If we can shut down De Bruyne and Lin Quan, we can cripple most of their attacking firepower, even completely neutralize their attacking ability. Assistant coach Gran drew up Werder Bremen's usual attacking tactics on the tactics board and offered his own ideas on how to disrupt or limit their attacking tactics. De Bruyne is physically weak and lacks physical strength. We only need a strong, energetic defensive midfielder to shut him down. We happen to have 2.5 such players, Martinez and Gustavo. If necessary, we can also bring on Timoshchuk to specifically mark De Bruyne. Another assistant coach, Hermann, chimed in, "I agree with your suggestion on marking De Bruyne, but Werder Bremen also has Lin Quan in their attacking line. Even if we limit De Bruyne, we might not be able to completely limit their organization and attack. Don't forget, when De Bruyne was absent, Lin Quan handled all of Werder Bremen's attacking organization. He also has excellent attacking organization skills. Of course I haven't forgotten that, and that's what I'm going to talk about next." Heinck stroked his stubble, watching the debate between the 2 assistant coaches with great interest. Grand glanced at Heinck and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the encouraging look in his eyes. He erased the contents of the tactics board, redrawn the diagram, and marked the areas where Lin Quan habitually operated in the attacking third, as well as his most frequently used attacking methods. To limit Lin Quan's attack, a single defender definitely won't work. His footwork is too fast, his dribbling ability is too strong, and tall defenders can't keep up with his pace and are easily beaten by him. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the 2 encounters in the Telecom Cup and the league, their defense had been ravaged by this guy. Centre-back Dante even almost missed the rest of the season, and his knee injury took more than 3 months to recover. Young defender Boateng, repeatedly humiliated by Lin Quan, suffered a severe blow to his confidence, and his performance this season was not as good as in his original world. This guy is a nightmare for Bayern's defenders. If you had to say who Bayern's defenders least wanted to face in the entire league, they would definitely choose Lin Quan. To limit Lin Quan's attack, we need to use targeted tactics to limit him, just like we limit superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. Grand picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and found a La Liga match between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Pay attention to the method Mourinho's team used to limit Messi's space. Everyone became serious. As the player most similar in style to Lin Quan, The methods used to deal with Messi could naturally be used to deal with Lin Quan. And Mourinho is a master in this area, it's not shameful to learn from him. Lin Quan is used to operating on the right flank, but his range of movement in the attacking third is not fixed. This can cause the players marking him to easily lose their positions, leading to gaps in the defense. To solve this problem, we need to build a strong barrier between the midfield and the back line to lock down his movement. Specifically, our left back will closely mark Lin Quan, following him wherever he goes. As for the left back losing his defensive position while marking, our left winger can drop back and temporarily cover the left back position. Our goal is simple: we absolutely cannot allow Lin Quan to easily penetrate the dangerous area between our defensive midfielders and the back line. This area is only one defensive line away from the goal. If he breaks through, our goal will be under great threat. Herman frowned. With your method, aren't our defenders still in one-on-one situations? Grand smiled and circled the left defensive midfield position. This is our left defensive midfielder, this is our center back, this is our left back, and this is the left winger who drops back to cover. If Lin Quan is operating on the flank, then only the left back will be marking him. But once he leaves his position and dribbles towards the center, he will immediately be surrounded by 4 of our players. As long as our left defensive midfielder can control the area around him, we can build an impenetrable prison for Lin Quan as he dribbles in, trapping him here. Hank's eyes lit up. That old guy Grant has some skills. In that case, the most important players in our defense are the defensive midfielders and attacking midfielders. Hanks was already thinking about which players would be suitable for this tactic. Javi Martinez definitely needs to play, he's Bayern's strongest defensive midfielder. However, one Martinez is not enough, they also need to limit the opponent's De Bruyne. This means they need another defensive midfielder with excellent defensive ability, which can only be Gustavo. But if these two are on the field, the defensive midfielder's playmaking ability will be greatly reduced. As the organizer in the backfield, should Cruz also be put on the field, and then change the formation to 4-3-2-1. Bayern's bench is too deep, causing Hanks to still be struggling with whether or not to bring on a certain player. Werder Bremen, on the other hand, didn't have this problem at all. They were actually worried about lacking a suitable starting center forward. Should we play Füllkrug, or move Hunt forward? Füllkrug, like Arnautovic, is a center forward, but his ability is weaker than Arnautovic's, and his threat in the penalty area is less. Hunt's advantage is speed, but he lacks height. Putting him in the center forward position would be too easy for Bayern's defenders. If he plays, Werder Bremen would likely lose their focal point in the attacking third. It's a real headache. They don't have many usable players, so they have to make do. In the end, Schaff chose Füllkrug, a product of their youth academy. His ability to act as a focal point and create opportunities for his teammates is decent, his threat in the penalty area is less, but we have Lin Quan and De Bruyne as 2 scoring options, so scoring ability shouldn't be a concern. Time quickly passed to December 18th, the 3rd round of the German Cup. This was the last match before the Bundesliga winter break, and many teams that had already been eliminated had already gone on holiday after the league ended. With the winter break approaching, top clubs looking to poach players from the Bundesliga sent numerous scouts to the stadium to watch the games. Among them, the most anticipated match was the clash between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. Due to his outstanding performances since joining Werder Bremen on loan this season, De Bruyne has attracted the attention of Chelsea. In addition to George Evans, who had been tracking him, Chelsea's senior scout, Peter Duesser, was also present at the Allianz Arena. Kevin has been performing exceptionally well in recent matches since his return from injury. He's currently leading the Bundesliga in assists, and he's already scored 8 goals in half a season. It's practically a certainty that he'll have over 20 assists and over 10 goals for the entire season. George excitedly reported to his senior colleague. The club sending such a senior scout meant they were probably planning to recall De Bruyne. As a scout who had witnessed De Bruyne's growth and improvement, he felt a sense of pride. However, after his report, Dewey's reaction was indifferent, seemingly uninterested in De Bruyne's statistics. Instead, upon seeing the number 10 player in the green jersey enter the field, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at the player's back, asking, "Is that the Messi of the Bundesliga?" Chapter 110 Bayern's targeting. Yes, he's called the Bundesliga Messi, but I think he's even better than Messi was in his younger days. He's only 16, almost 17. So young? De Weiss was surprised to hear this. He was sent to the Allianz Stadium by Chelsea manager Emner to assess Lin Quan's abilities. Before coming, he'd heard he was a very young player, but he'd assumed young meant around 19 or 20. He was astonished to learn he wasn't even 17. How could a player this age have such immediate impact? Yes, that's the most incredible thing about him. The maturity he displays on the field is unlike that of a young player. It's more like that of a veteran who's played professional football for 7 or 8 years. George Evans, who had followed De Bruyne, had witnessed Lin Quan's transformation from an unknown player to a rising star in the football world, and thus felt a deep connection to him. Dribbles was skeptical of what he said. Match experience is something that needs to be accumulated match by match. There are no shortcuts, and it's not like talent that you're born with. So he stopped talking, quieted down, and focused on watching the game. The Allianz Arena was packed for this match. The stadium, which can hold 75,000 spectators, had over 65,000 fans in attendance, including about 5,000 away fans. Werder Bremen had an outstanding season, especially against Bayern Munich, where they remained unbeaten. This record reassured the Werder Bremen fans, who were willing to travel thousands of miles to support their team at the away game. Before the match even started, the Werder Bremen fans were already singing. Seeing their opponents causing such a ruckus at their home stadium, the Bayern fans immediately joined in. Soon, the overwhelmingly larger Bayern fans completely drowned out the Werder Bremen fans singing. The Werder Bremen fans' chants could only be heard in the southeast corner. On the pitch, all 22 players could only hear Bayern Munich's anthem. Bayern's anthem wasn't unfamiliar to the Werder Bremen players. At the beginning of the season, when they first came to the Allianz Arena, they had heard Bayern fans sing Forever Number 1. In that match, Werder Bremen decisively defeated Bayern, causing them to fall short in the Telecom Cup. Forever Number 1 became a joke. This time, hearing Bayern fans sing the same song again, the Werder Bremen players didn't feel any pressure. Instead, they burst into laughter. Are they crazy? What are these guys laughing about? Across from them, the Bayern players, waiting for the kickoff, were completely baffled by their opponents' inexplicable laughter. The home fans, seeing the visiting players laughing, paused for a moment before unleashing a chorus of boos. Clearly, they felt the Werder Bremen fans were mocking them, so in their anger and embarrassment, they forgot about singing and only wanted to retaliate with boos and insults. The Bayern team anthem stopped, and at that moment, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Werder Bremen had possession. De Bruyne passed the ball to Lin Quan, who then passed it back to Junuzovic. Bayern players pressed very aggressively, launching an attack on Werder Bremen's backfield from the start. Junuzovic couldn't hold on to the ball under pressure and quickly passed it to Fritz. Fritz then switched the ball to the wing, where right back Selassie received it and passed it back to the dropped-back Lin Quan. Werder Bremen played patiently, not rushing to attack. However, passing the ball in their own half is dangerous, especially against a team with Bayern Munich's powerful attacking style. Seeing the opponents passing the ball around in their own half, Bayern players increased the number of players pressing in the attacking third, preventing them from continuing to pass the ball around. The ball quickly returned to Lin Quan's feet. Before receiving it, he observed the Bayern players' positions and calculated his attacking route. This time, instead of passing back, he dribbled forward. Bayern's left winger, Ribéry, immediately intercepted. The two had faced each other twice before, both getting thoroughly outplayed. Offensively, both were superb, beating each other as easily as eating or drinking. Defensively, neither was particularly strong. Ribéry, due to his physical attributes and aggressive tackling, was slightly better defensively. However, against Lin Quan's superior dribbling skills, his defense was insufficient, and getting past him was effortless. Thus, in their second encounter, Ribéry again failed to stop Lin Quan, who once again dribbled past him. Seeing this, Dewey smiled and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder George said this kid possessed an unusual maturity. This kid was indeed very different from ordinary young players. Others might applaud his dribbling past Ribéry, but Dribbles found his earlier passing and receiving in the backfield particularly impressive. Whenever teammates were under pressure and struggling to pass, he was always in the right position, allowing them to safely pass the ball. And after receiving the ball, he could calmly pass it out even under pressure from Bayern players. This excellent passing and ball control helped his team avert many dangers. Without him, given Bayern's pressing intensity, Werder Bremen would have been dispossessed several times in their own half. However, A purely defensive approach only leads to passivity. Werder Bremen's players are not as strong as Bayern's, and as Bayern commits more and more players to pressing, even if Lin Quan actively supports his teammates, their passing lanes will eventually be completely blocked by Bayern. And once the passing lanes are blocked, conceding a goal is only a matter of time. However, Bayern's deployment of too many players to the opponent's half weakens their defensive capabilities. This was an attacking opportunity for Werder Bremen. It was just a matter of whether the kid could spot it. Lin Quan's performance didn't disappoint Duis. He clearly saw the opportunity and, after judging the timing, decisively switched from defense to attack. This was what truly impressed Duis. Simply getting past Ribéry wasn't anything special for him. Ribéry is stronger offensively than defensively. He's not a professional defender, and there are plenty of players who can get past him, Lin Quan being one of them. The key was the technique and football intelligence Lin Quan displayed in this series of actions. That was what surprised him most. No wonder he's highly regarded. This kid really has some skill. However, getting past Ribéry was just the beginning. Bayern's backline is very strong. Their two defensive midfielders were waiting for Lin Quan, and Duis was eager to see how Lin Quan would handle this situation. As soon as Lin Quan got past Ribéry, he was immediately marked by his national team teammate Martinez. Outsiders might not know just how good Hama really is. But Lin Quan had witnessed his abilities firsthand. His incredible physique, boundless stamina, enormous range of motion, and powerful tackling ability. Not to mention his recovery speed, explosiveness, acceleration, and positional awareness, all top-notch. Hama isn't just a simple defensive midfielder, he's an all-around player, having played defensive midfield, defense, and even striker, and all very well. Bayern Munich's €40 million investment in him was definitely a smart move. Seeing such a player in front of him immediately put Lin Quan on high alert. "Lin, you won't score at the Allianz Arena today," Hama said with a smile while marking Lin Quan. They were teammates on the national team, and Hama treated Lin Quan like a younger brother, so he wouldn't use foul language. "That's not up to you," Lin Quan replied with a smile, then dribbled forward to break through. Martinez was fast, keeping up with Lin Quan, using both hands and feet to physically challenge him while attempting to dispossess him. This close-range approach made it difficult for Lin Quan to dribble. Hama, at 192 centimeters and weighing over 80 kilograms, possessed a physical strength far superior to Lin Quan's. If it weren't for his superior speed, consistently maintaining a slight lead over Hama and preventing him from using his full strength, Lin Quan would likely have been pushed aside. However, taking advantage of the moment Hama kept him occupied, Bayern's left back Alaba immediately rushed in and cleared the ball. Despite the clearance, possession remained with the Werder Bremen. Junozovic ran over to take the throw-in, but after looking at the ball, he noticed that both of his key players, De Bruyne and Lin Quan, were surrounded by opponents. Passing the ball to them risked losing possession. For safety, he tossed a ball to his teammate Selassie in the backfield. After receiving the ball, Selassie found De Bruyne closely marked and unable to find a good passing opportunity. He could only pass the ball across to Captain Fritz. Fritz, after receiving the ball, glanced at the Bayern players' positions and frowned. De Bruyne was constantly being marked closely, by either defensive midfielder Gustavo or attacking midfielder Schweinsteiger. Damn, Bayern's midfield is too solid. The versatile Schweinsteiger, the all-around Martinez, and the defensively minded Gustavo. These three formidable players create an unbreakable barrier. With Werder Bremen's midfield strength, trying to compete head-on in midfield would be humiliating. Therefore, he didn't dare pass the ball to De Bruyne, and instead passed it to Lin Quan after seeing him drop back to receive the ball. Lin Quan immediately faced pressure from Ribéry. Bayern centre-forward Mandzukic also rushed over, seemingly intending to double-team him. Lin Quan dribbled a few steps forward, and lo and behold, Martinez had also joined him, and Mandzukic was even following him. "Aren't you a centre-forward? Why are you following me all the way to your own half?" Lin Quan stopped and passed the ball back to a teammate. He felt he was being targeted by Bayern, the evidence being, whenever he crossed midfield, at least 2, even 3, Bayern players would be double-teaming him. This wasn't even a threat to their defense. If he got closer to their backline, and then their fullbacks and center-backs joined in, it would be like 6 major sects besieging Mount Guangming. Chapter 111. 5 players surrounding him. This treatment is comparable to Messi's. How, this kid's in trouble. In the stands, Dewey's saw Werder Bremen's attack stalled, and after Lin Quan passed the ball back, a slight smile appeared on his face. 6 months ago, Chelsea had faced Bayern Munich in the Champions League final, and everyone at Chelsea vividly remembered the strength of Bayern's midfield and defense. This season, the addition of Javi Martinez further strengthened Bayern's midfield and defense. Coupled with a player like Mandzukic, who was both defensively aggressive and offensively tenacious, Bayern's attacking power was even more exaggerated than last season. In this match, Werder Bremen's chances of winning were slim. However, the more this was the case, the more curious he became about how Werder Bremen's number 10 would perform in adversity. If the first few attempts only made Lin Quan suspect that Bayern's tactics were specifically designed to counter him, then as the game progressed, he became increasingly convinced that the opponent's defensive tactics today were definitely meticulously planned. After once again getting past Ribéry on the wing, Lin Quan encountered Martinez's interception. This time, Lin Quan didn't hesitate, giving his opponent no chance for physical confrontation. After a burst of speed, he made 3 consecutive dribbling maneuvers, causing Martinez to temporarily lose his defensive position. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately dribbled towards the opponent's penalty area. However, Bayern's left-back Alaba caught up and blocked his path. Behind Alaba, Boateng was already in position, ready to assist his teammates in ending his attack. Martinez was right behind Lin Quan, actively tracking back. Lin Quan didn't have time to get past Alaba, so he dribbled laterally, intending to create space and look for opportunities to shoot or break through. Alaba is a left-back, and usually, after an opponent leaves his defensive zone, he would choose to abandon marking them to a teammate to avoid losing his defensive position. But this time, even though Boateng and Dante, the 2 center-backs, had already rushed up, Alaba, the left-back, didn't go back, but instead stuck to Lin Quan like a leech. Lin Quan was puzzled. Did Bayern no longer need a left-back? He looked up at Bayern's left backfield and saw that Ribéry had somehow run back, temporarily replacing Alaba as Bayern's left-back. At that moment, Martinez caught up with Lin Quan from behind. Another defensive midfielder, Gustavo, also moved in, blocking Lin Quan's passing lanes. Lin Quan was suddenly surrounded by 5 opponents. With no way to pass the ball and no passing lanes available, he had no choice but to dribble forward and force his way through. He first used a croquet move to evade Alaba's interception, then pulled the ball back and turned to avoid Dante's challenge, but before he could get past Boateng, Martinez pushed him down from behind. It was a foul outside the penalty area, and the referee awarded a free kick, but didn't give a card. Hammam, with an apologetic smile, kindly reached out and helped Lin Quan up from the ground, patting him on the back. He had actually been lenient. If Lin Quan weren't his national teammate, he would have tackled him long ago, not giving the opponent the chance to break through. Lin Quan was frustrated. He'd been double-teamed many times before, but being double-teamed by 5 players was something he'd never experienced before. Even Messi rarely gets this kind of treatment. Especially against a team like Bayern Munich. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to deal with a young player like him? Lin Quan and De Bruyne discussed how to take Werder Bremen's free kick. De Bruyne was also frustrated in this match, as he was closely marked. Gustavo and Schweinsteiger were constantly around him, limiting his receiving and passing. If he held on to the ball even slightly, he risked being dispossessed. Under such tight marking, De Bruyne, who is physically weaker, underperformed. His passing accuracy dropped significantly, and he even made 3 mistakes. Fortunately, his position was relatively advanced, and when he lost possession, the players behind him quickly organized a counter-press, preventing Bayern from creating any threatening shots. The 2 equally frustrated men stood in front of the ball, looking at each other. Lin Quan assessed the distance between the penalty spot and the goal, choosing to pass the opportunity to De Bruyne. De Bruyne took a run-up and unleashed a dipping shot, the ball soaring over the wall and suddenly dropping towards the bottom left corner of Bayern's goal. However, before the ball crossed the goal line, a large hand appeared in front of it, swatting it away. Neuer. Bayern's goalkeeper let out a roar after making the crucial save, exuding confidence and power. The Allianz Arena fans applauded their goalkeeper's outstanding performance. Neuer's performance this season has been increasingly impressive. After being held to draw by Werder Bremen away, he has kept 8 clean sheets in the subsequent 11 league matches, conceding only 7 goals in half a season. Often, before opponents even threatened the goal, He's already outpacing the penalty area or even outside it to finish the attack. His vast range of movement has earned him the nickname goalkeeper back. Looking at his area of activity, he doesn't seem like a goalkeeper at all, but rather a deep-lying defender. This wasn't Lin Quan's shot, but after Neuer saved the free kick, his eyes were fixed on Lin Quan. "This time, I won't let you score against me again." Centre-back Dante discussed the situation with his teammates, realizing the shot was still quite threatening. If it weren't for Neuer's excellent form and quick reflexes, they might have conceded a goal. "We can't give them such a good free kick. Their number 6 is a free kick expert, don't give them the chance." Dante, experienced as he was, knew that after limiting Werder Bremen's conventional attacking methods, long-range shots and set pieces would be their biggest threats to Bayern. Protecting the danger zone in front of the penalty area would effectively curb long-range shots. As for set pieces, the players needed to play smarter in defense. If a foul was necessary, it should be committed in a less dangerous position, not waiting until the opponent was at the edge of the penalty area or even inside. That wouldn't be a foul, that would be a crime. Werder Bremen's corner kick was taken by De Bruyne at the near post. Füllkrug couldn't outmaneuver Boateng, the latter was too physically strong, and even pushed Füllkrug before jumping. Füllkrug suffered from his youth and inexperience. If Arnautovic had been on the field, he would have definitely nudged Boateng with his rear end before jumping, thus gaining the upper hands in the aerial duel. Bayern won the header and quickly launched a counter-attack, with Ribéry dribbling towards Werder Bremen's half. Many Werder Bremen players were still in the opponent's half and hadn't had time to retreat. This was a golden opportunity for Bayern. Ribéry was unmarked on the wing. Instead of dribbling down the flank to cross, he cut inside towards Werder Bremen's penalty area. Werder Bremen only had 3 defenders in their own half, while Bayern had 3 players on the counter-attack. It was a 3-on-3 situation. Seeing Ribéry cut inside into the danger zone, Captain Fritz immediately rushed forward. Ribéry didn't waste time dribbling past his opponent, quickly passing the ball to Robben on the other side. Robben then passed it back to Ribéry. Ribéry, now open, could shoot directly. Werder Bremen centre-back Socrates had no choice but to abandon Mandzukic and intercept. Seeing the opposing centre-back move, Ribéry delivered a lobbed pass, the ball flying over Socrates' head and into the penalty area. Simultaneously, Mandzukic pushed aside his marker, leaping high like a warrior, and slammed his head into the incoming ball. The ball whistled towards Werder Bremen's net. Milic made a desperate save, but couldn't prevent his own goal from being breached. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Bayern capitalized on a counter-attack, with Ribéry assisting Mandzukic to score, making it 1-0. The Allianz Arena erupted in celebration, with 60,000 Bayern Munich fans jubilantly celebrating the goal. Meanwhile, on the away side, 5,000 Werder Bremen fans stared blankly at their own goal, their faces filled with worry. For the past 30 minutes, their team had played passively, their attack almost completely stifled. Aside from De Bruyne's free kick, they had created no threatening attacks. Lin Quan did attempt a few long-range shots from outside the penalty area, but under pressure from Martinez, none of these shots posed a threat. One even went high and wide, flying into the stands. Such an erratic shot is extremely rare for Lin Quan. Being behind by 1 goal wasn't the end of the world. Given Werder Bremen's formidable attacking prowess this season, they certainly had a chance to equalize or even come back. However, their prized attack seemed to have been completely frozen in this match. This was what worried the Werder Bremen fans the most. Without attack, Werder Bremen was nothing. In the live broadcast, fans also noticed Werder Bremen's unusual performance. What's going on? Lingard and De Bruyne seem pretty quiet this game. They're being restricted by Bayern's tactics. Martinez has been marking Lingard constantly, preventing him from moving freely in the attacking third. Yes, Bayern's defense is very targeted. They've created a blockade around Lingard in both the attacking and defensive thirds, limiting his movement to the left side of Bayern's penalty area, making it difficult for him to threaten Bayern's box. As for De Bruyne, his physical strength is lacking. Once the opponent engages in physical challenges, he struggles to hold on to the ball, and Bayern's attacking and defensive midfielders have been doing just that, effectively cutting off his connection with Lingard. Did you notice? So far in the first half, De Bruyne and Lingard haven't had a single direct combination. That seems to be the case. So how do we break down Bayern's defensive system? There's no perfect solution. If I had to, I'd have to fight them in midfield. Your midfield is tougher than theirs. If you can beat them in midfield battles, you can control the game and clear the ball for Lin Quan. Indeed, but Bayern's midfield is just too tough. This midfield toughness is something even Barcelona couldn't handle. Don't be so blunt, Bayern fans. Barcelona easily scored 4 goals against Bayern before, completely dominating them. Hell, that's ancient history. You dare bring up the 2008-2009 season? The current Bayern is a whole level stronger than that struggling team back then, okay? Exactly, this Bayern is clearly stronger than 4 years ago, while Barcelona? They're getting worse every year. Haha, Bayern fans are really good at talking big. You only dare to bluff in the Bundesliga, but if you're so capable, why don't you have a fair fight with Barcelona in the Champions League? Barcelona fans, don't get cocky. Don't run into Bayern, or they'll teach you a lesson. Hell, I'm really looking forward to Bayern getting thrashed 4-0 at Camp Nou again. The topic was quickly veered off course by Barcelona and Bayern fans, but the onlookers, always eager for drama, offered their analysis. Both Barcelona and Bayern are group winners, so they definitely won't meet in the round of 16. But maybe they'll have a chance in the quarterfinals or semifinals. Chapter 112. A miracle unfolds in front of tens of thousands of people. Trailing in the score, and with their attacking tactics being effectively contained by the opponent, Bayern's 2 key forwards seemed lost, leaving Schaff on the sidelines feeling somewhat troubled. He glanced warily at the home team's bench, where Heinrich, just as calmly as he had been during the previous encounter at the Weser Stadium, quietly observed the game. The veteran coach was becoming increasingly shrewd, his intentions unfathomable. Schaff sighed, he understood Bayern's tactics. The opponent's starting lineup today was clearly targeted. Normally, Bayern's midfield setup consisted of Schweinsteiger paired with Martinez or Gustavo. It was rare to see 2 defensive midfielders playing together. In this match, Heinrich had benched Kroos and Müller, moving Schweinsteiger forward from defensive midfield to attacking midfield. Then, he placed 2 defensive stalwarts in the defensive midfield position, significantly enhancing Bayern's midfield solidity. Without Kroos and Müller's playmaking, Bayern's attacking options were somewhat limited. However, their attack in this match didn't rely on any set tactics, but rather on the exceptional individual abilities of their 2 wingers. Werder Bremen, on the other hand, seemed completely unable to counter this, unable to contain the opponent's attack. As a result, the team was stifled in attack and unable to withstand the opponent's onslaught in defense. The longer the match went on, the lower their chances of winning became. They were only down by 1 goal now, but if they allowed the opponent to launch a few more counterattacks like this, the deficit could easily grow to more than 1 goal. What to do? How to limit the opponent's attack? Schaff's first thought was defense, but he quickly realized that Werder Bremen's defense was already very weak. Instead of trying to improve on an already poor defense, it would be better to focus on revitalizing the team's attacking system. If they could activate the team's attack and free up Lin Quan and De Bruyne, perhaps they could change the team's fate with a goal. But how to break down the opponent's defensive system? It wasn't just Schaff who was thinking about this problem. In the stands, Chelsea's veteran scout, De Wise, was also pondering this question. Werder Bremen needs a third player to step up. We can't rely solely on these 2, otherwise, Bayern will have an easy time shutting them down. De Wise thought of Marin from his own team, Werder Bremen's main striker last season. If it were him instead of Füllkrug on the field right now, Bayern would never dare to double-team Lin Quan and De Bruyne so brazenly. On the field, after the game restarted, Lin Quan was also thinking about how to break through Bayern's blockade. He tried it out. When he was on the right wing, he was marked by Martinez. He went to the left wing, expecting Gustavo to mark him, but unexpectedly, Martinez followed him again. The opponent deliberately switched positions with Gustavo, with a clear purpose, to target Lin Quan. Seeing this, Lin Quan knew that he couldn't shake off Martinez in this game. Therefore, he didn't rush to attack the opponent's penalty area, but instead dribbled the ball in the space between the opponent's defensive midfielder and attacking midfielder. Bayern's players naturally wouldn't let him dribble comfortably. 4 players, including Mandzukic, Ribéry, and Schweinsteiger, rushed towards him immediately, trying to dispossess him. However, Lin Quan had many teammates in that position, and he passed the ball to Hunt before they could press him. Hunt then passed to Ilya on the wing, who quickly made a run down the left flank. Lin Quan didn't return to the right but followed Ilya to the left. Martinez hesitated for a moment but still chose to mark Lin Quan. He trusted his teammate Lom to contain Ilya and didn't need his help. Lom's ability at fullback was top-notch, and Ilya naturally couldn't break through his defense. But at this moment, Lin Quan moved closer, so he passed the ball to Lin Quan and then headed into the penalty area. As soon as Lin Quan received the ball, Martinez closed in. The two had faced off several times before, and Lin Quan had figured out Martinez's strengths. Martinez had excellent footwork and strong physique. However, his height of 192 centimeters means his turning speed can't be as fast as shorter players. So, how to deal with him is clear: 3 words: attack behind the defense. Lin Quan dribbled the ball leisurely, as if taking a stroll, and Hammond didn't rush to challenge him. He had tried to challenge him before, only to be cleanly beaten. Fortunately, his teammates covered in time, preventing serious consequences. But after that lesson, he knew that he couldn't rashly challenge him in a one-on-one situation. To Lin Quan, every move of a player his height was probably in slow motion. Lin Quan's area of activity was on the left flank, near the 30-meter zone. At this point, according to Bayern's defensive strategy, their right-back Lom should have come up to help Martinez defend Lin Quan. However, Lom had been drawn away by Ilya and didn't come up immediately. But it didn't matter, there was still right-winger Robin. But Martinez didn't see Robin. The guy hadn't retreated and was still in Werder Bremen's half. Robin declared, "I'm here to score goals, not to do the dirty work as a defender." If the opponent was near the center circle, he might make a token effort to track back. But with the opponent almost in the final third, retreating meant he couldn't immediately participate in the attack. Robin felt that with his abysmal defensive abilities, going back would only cause trouble for the team, offering little real help. Therefore, he decided not to go back, to avoid affecting his offensive performance. However, this rendered Bayern's tactics to contain Lin Quan somewhat ineffective. In Lin Quan's position, only the right winger, defensive midfielder, and fullback could get there. They couldn't let the center-backs run there, could they? Attacking midfielder Schweinsteiger could move, but he was marking De Bruyne and couldn't leave. This gave Lin Quan a brief opportunity to one-on-one with Martinez. He glanced at his center-forward Füllkrug's position, suddenly started moving, made a passing motion, and kicked the ball away. But the ball didn't roll far, remaining just behind Martinez. A mistake? A flicker of doubt crossed Martinez's mind as he saw Lin Quan's pass. Before he could react, he felt a gust of wind pass in front of him, and Lin Quan had vanished. Oh no, this kid beat him behind. Martinez, experienced as he was, almost immediately guessed the opponent's intention. Lin Quan's pass wasn't to Werder Bremen center-forward, but to himself 3 seconds later. Martinez instinctively raised his arm, trying to block Lin Quan's breakthrough, but Lin Quan nimbly slipped past him under his arm. He hadn't expected being short to have such an advantage. For the first time, Lin Quan was satisfied with his height. Oh no. The instant Lin Quan got past him, Martinez realized the danger. The thing the coach had repeatedly warned him to be careful of before the match had happened. Beautiful. In the stands, Dewey, seeing Lin Quan get past Martinez, couldn't help but praise him. George Evans, watching from the sidelines, looked puzzled. Martinez had been beaten by Lin Quan several times before, even near the penalty area. Weiss, the veteran scout, hadn't been this excited during those previous dribbles. Why was he so excited this time? Idiot, it's space. Lin Quan has space now. Weiss seemed to see through the rookie scout's confusion and patiently explained, the previous times Lin Quan dribbled past Martinez, he was surrounded by several Bayern players, leaving him with almost no space to dribble. Even when he was closer to the goal, he couldn't pose a threat to Bayern's goal. But now it's different. After moving wide, he's only surrounded by Martinez. After getting past him, he has plenty of space to dribble. Now, whether it's passing or attacking, he has many more options than before. More importantly, he's no longer restricted by Martinez, he only needs to face Bayern's defense. George suddenly understood. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder he's a veteran scout for the team, his insight is something I could only dream of after 8 or 10 years of experience. Since even the veteran Dewey's thought it was a good opportunity, George was even more curious, could Lin Quan seize this chance and change the score? Xavi has lost sight of his goal. On the home team's bench, Heinrich, who had been calm and collected, suddenly lost his composure. Yes, Robin didn't track back in time. Grand, who had designed this defensive tactic, became very tense after seeing this play. Not only did Robin fail to track back, but the other players also couldn't get up to cover. This kid appearing on the left wing doesn't seem like an accident. Heinrich stared intently at Lin Quan, who was closing in on Bayern, and exclaimed inwardly, "How can this kid be so young, with such high football intelligence?" He was able to see through the flaws in Bayern's defensive system in such a short time and exploit them. "You mean, this kid deliberately went to the left?" Grand was even more surprised to hear Heinrich's words. "That's right, he used his teammates' cover to drift wide, deliberately running to the left, causing our players to hesitate to follow, leaving Martinez unprotected and giving him a one-on-one opportunity. All of this was very likely part of his plan. Even Robin's failure to track back was part of his calculations." Heinrich took a deep breath, somewhat regretting not having strongly urged sporting director Sammer to buy this young Barcelona player after the Telecom Cup match. But who could have imagined that a 16-year-old player could cause Bayern Munich such immense trouble? Seeing Lin Quan get past Martinez, Bayern's defenders immediately tense up. Almost the entire Bayern backline, except for Alaba, had been tormented by Lin Quan. They knew how terrifying this guy was. Although Martinez was desperately chasing back, he was a half-beat behind Lin Quan when he turned, and Lin Quan started moving earlier, creating a distance of several meters between them. This distance meant that when Lin Quan faced Bayern's defenders, no one could help him. They had to rely on themselves. Dante was the first to rush forward, his face bearing a look of resignation. Ever since his ACL was torn by Lin Quan at Weser Stadium, he'd been wary of players with such speed and a penchant for spikes and changes of direction. These youngsters seemed oblivious to the pain of knee injuries, showing no regard for their knees, constantly spiking and changing direction. Dante was almost 30, his aging arms and legs bearing the marks of numerous injuries. He couldn't keep up, nor dared he keep pace. If he were to repeat Lin Quan's rapid changes of direction, he seriously doubted his knees could withstand it. Another injury would likely be severe, sidelining him for months. As luck would have it, seeing Dante charge forward, Lin Quan, without hesitation, began spiking and changing direction as well. The simplest moves are often the most effective, and since this guy had a knee injury, he'd take advantage of that. Seeing Lin Quan's changes of direction, Dante felt a pang of frustration, but could only grit his teeth and try to keep up. But Lin Quan spiked the ball again, nearly making Dante cough up blood from the fake. Fortunately, his physical attributes were strong and his reaction speed was quick, allowing him to keep up the second time. Before he could even catch his breath, Lin Quan spiked the ball a third time. Dante dared not keep up, nor could he. He felt his knees were about to give way. After getting past Dante, Lin Quan stormed into the penalty area, where he encountered Boateng, who was hesitating whether to tackle him. Boateng was truly traumatized by the previous attack. Seeing Lin Quan approaching, even before the two players clashed, he was already terrified. He remembered being faked out by Lin Quan in front of tens of thousands of fans at the Allianz Arena. In a battle between experts, hesitation is utterly fatal. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Quan didn't know why Boateng was contemplating life at this moment, and he didn't care to think about it. He seized the excellent opportunity presented by Lin Quan, lowered his shoulder to the right, shifted his center of gravity, and used a feint to deceive Boateng. Under normal circumstances, Boateng would have been able to see through Lin Quan's feint. But at this moment, Boateng was distracted, his mind slowed, and before he could react, he had already been beaten. Damn it! Lin Quan took less than 3 seconds to get past Martinez, Dante, and enter the penalty area. Neuer was just about to cooperate with Boateng to intercept the opponent when Boateng was quickly beaten. So, he had to face Lin Quan alone. Come on, Lin, let's have a showdown. Without the assistance of a defender, a goalkeeper facing the opposing striker one-on-one is like hell for a goalkeeper. But Neuer at this moment was like the Lion King Khan, showing unprecedented dominance, not afraid of the challenge from the opposing striker at all. Lin Quan felt that the Bayern players behind him were catching up, and he didn't have time to continue dribbling. He had to shoot immediately, otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to shoot. So, glancing at Neuer's position, meeting the opponent's fearless gaze, Lin Quan decisively took a shot. Goal! He roared in his heart and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball whistled towards the top left corner of the goal, and a hand appeared in its path. Neuer reacted quickly and judged the direction correctly. In the Allianz Arena, Countless fans had already stood up involuntarily. Would this ball go in? At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Every frame was in slow motion. Neuer's hand was slowly but firmly approaching the ball. Could he touch the ball? Could he stop it? The ball was still rising, but he had given it his all, and his outstretched hand could no longer rise. Damn it, still just a little short? Neuer, still in midair, looked back at the ball flying over him, thinking unwillingly. But although the ball had passed his fingertips, it had flown so high, it should have gone over the crossbar, right? Just as Neuer and the Bayern fans were thinking this, the ball suddenly began to fall, as if it had been slapped down from the sky. A knuckleball. It was a knuckleball. A dull thud came from the goalpost. The football, after falling a little, hit the crossbar and bounced into Bayern's goal in front of tens of thousands of fans. Lin Quan performed an incredible miracle in front of thousands of fans at the Allianz Arena. Chapter 113. Scouts from major clubs gather at Allianz Stadium. Neither side managed to break through the other's defense for the remainder of the first half, and the score remained 1-1 until the halftime whistle. Hearing the whistle, the Werder Bremen players breathed a sigh of relief, crowding around Lin Quan and chatting and laughing as they walked towards their locker room. On the other hand, the Bayern players looked very serious, especially the defenders, whose faces were quite grim. In the away team's locker room, Schuff praised each player individually. When it was Lin Quan's turn, he smiled and said, "Lin, how did you spot Bayern's defensive weaknesses?" While Lin Quan was experimenting, Schuff had also come up with some ideas. Before he could even instruct his players to execute his tactics, Lin Quan broke through Bayern's defense and scored. This surprised and delighted Schuff. To be honest, there was an element of luck in that goal. Lin Quan explained with a smile, he had originally gone to the left to see if he could avoid Martinez. He hadn't expected the opponent to follow up, so he thought of taking advantage of Robben's reluctance to track back. With his teammates providing cover, he tried to bring Martinez to the sideline, creating a one-on-one opportunity. This trick worked once, but it probably won't work a second time. Robben will most likely track back in the second half, and if he still refuses, Bayern's coach will definitely bring on someone willing to track back. Lin Quan knew his goal was lucky. If Ribéry had been on Bayern's left flank instead of Robben, it wouldn't have been so easy. You're right, but your idea has given me inspiration. We'll play like this in the second half. Schuff began explaining his new tactics on the tactics board, and the players listened attentively. On the home team's side, Heinrich didn't criticize the players but instead approached Robben privately. "Arjen, I don't need your explanation. I just need you to answer one question. Can you answer truthfully?" Robben's eyes darted away, not daring to look the veteran coach in the eye. Although Heinrich didn't criticize him, he knew in his heart that he was partly responsible for the goal conceded in the first half. Yes. Robben nodded heavily. A man should be willing to take responsibility. If it's his fault, then he should run away. It's just taking responsibility. What's the big deal? Although Robben, may have a bad temper, a bad personality, and play a bit selfishly, I'm not someone who shirks responsibility. Alright, in the second half, if their number 10 continues to appear on our left flank, you need to track back in time and assist Martinez in stopping him, understand? Robben nodded heavily again, raised his head, and his eyes no longer darted away. During halftime, in the stands, Bayern fans went to the restroom or drank water. Because their lead had been equalized by Lin Quan's stunning shot, the Bayern fans were generally in low spirits, and even the noisy team anthem was no longer being sung. However, Chelsea scout Dewey, who had traveled a long way, was in a very good mood. Hell, this kid is even more outstanding than I imagined. Given time, he will definitely become a phenomenon in European football. Although Device only watched half of Lin Quan's game, his evaluation of Lin Quan was already very high. George Evans, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly and echoed, "Sir, you have a keen eye. I submitted a report to the club a long time ago, reporting Lin Quan's detailed information and suggesting that the team sign him, but for some reason, my report was not taken seriously." Every time this matter was mentioned, George was both frustrated and angry. If the club had actually read his report and signed Lin Quan according to his suggestion, then when Lin Quan made a name for himself, he could have become famous as the scout who discovered Lin Quan. Device sighed. Although he didn't know the details, he roughly guessed the reason. The club probably thought that the other party was too young and wouldn't be liked by the club chairman, Abramovich, so they kept quiet about it. You don't know, quite a few scouts have their eyes on Lin Quan. Like in this match, the guy sitting in that corner is an Atletico Madrid scout, and this guy in black over there is a Juventus scout. This guy in sunglasses and a baseball cap is an Inter Milan scout, and this one is a Paris Saint-Germain scout. Seeing Dewey's remained silent, George Evans became impatient, like a detective, rattling off several other teams' names in one breath. These scouts are all here to scout Lin Quan? Dewey's was surprised, his colleagues were quick. Yes, most of them are here to observe Lin Quan's performance, and some are here to observe the Bruin. Dewey's nodded, said nothing, and turned to look around, hoping to spot someone he knew. Suddenly, his gaze paused on a certain spot. George followed his gaze and, sure enough, saw a familiar face. Isn't that Ferguson's son, Jason Ferguson? Dewey sneered, it's him, Jason Ferguson. He runs an agency, using his father's name to recruit young players everywhere. It's said that this guy, for money and fame, once leaked information about Manchester United, even the dressing room, to the media, incurring Ferguson's wrath. It's unbelievable that Ferguson, a hero of his time, had such a son, truly a tiger father, a dog son. He didn't want to waste time on such a person, and his eyes searched the stands again. Suddenly, he stopped. George glanced at him. He didn't recognize the man, he'd never seen him before. Is that a scout too? Device wasn't as certain as before. Yeah, looks like someone from AC Milan, an old hand in the scout world. Haven't seen him in years, never expected to see him here. George immediately thought of the news reports from the journalists. Supposedly AC Milan was planning to offer €45 million to Barcelona to sign Lin Quan. This news hadn't been confirmed by either side, so its veracity couldn't be determined. But the presence of AC Milan scouts here seemed to prove that the rumor wasn't unfounded. Those two over there don't look like ordinary fans either. George made another discovery. Device glanced at them, his pupils suddenly contracting, and he said seriously, those are Real Madrid senior scouts, Juni Calafat and Manuel Romero. Real Madrid's chief scout? George was taken aback. These two were renowned figures in the scout world, even he, a newcomer, had long heard of them. Real Madrid had also been linked with Lin Quan, and the fact that their two senior scouts were both at the Allianz Stadium, their purpose was self-evident. Device felt a sense of unease. The player they were supposed to scout seemed more popular than they had imagined. Actually, Chelsea's scouts had overlooked someone. In an inconspicuous corner of the stadium, Joseph Mingria, the veteran Barcelona scout who had discovered Messi, was also present. Mingria wasn't there on behalf of the Barcelona club. He was personally commissioned by former Barcelona honorary president Johan Cruyff to scout Lin Quan. It doesn't matter that Rosal stripped me of my honorary president title. I don't need or care about that kind of vanity, but I don't want to see him ruin Barcelona, ruin La Masia. He drove me away, forced Guardiola out, and now he's leaving the best young players of our La Masia generation to wander outside. I really want to ask him, what is he trying to do? Mingria remembered the agitated tone on Cruyff's voice when he called him. Cruyff's words deeply moved him. Yes, why are our excellent players from La Masia unwilling to renew their contracts with us, unwilling to wear the red and blue jersey and fight at Camp Nou anymore? Why is that? The 15-minute halftime break quickly ended, and the game restarted. After the start of the second half, Bayern launched a series of attacks, seemingly trying to speed up the pace of the game. The goal conceded in the first half made them realize that defense alone was not enough. To win, they needed to score more goals. Lin Quan's incredible goals wouldn't happen often. As long as they held a 1 or 2 goal lead, it would be difficult for them to lose. Without Kroos and Müller, Bayern's attack was very simple. Their two wingers would receive the ball and sprint down the flanks, one making a frantic run down the byline for crosses, the other cutting inside for shots. The combination of Ribéry and Robben wreaked havoc on Werder Bremen's backline. Werder Bremen had no choice but to retreat and defend, maneuvering around their own penalty area. A draw at the Allianz Arena was acceptable for Werder Bremen. Cup matches aren't like league games. A draw means extra time, and if that's still a draw, a penalty shootout. But for Bayern, that wasn't the case, so they had to intensify their attack. Robben cuts inside, tries to break through, but is intercepted. Position is still with Bayern, pass to Ribéry. Ribéry shoots directly. The goalkeeper makes a crucial save, blocking Ribéry's sudden shot. In the commentary box, the commentators were sweating bullets for Werder Bremen. Bayern's attacks were too dense. They had created a siege around the Werder Bremen goal. This wouldn't do. Everyone in the Bundesliga knows Werder Bremen's terrible defense. They had to attack. Defending alone wouldn't stop Bayern's attack. But to the commentators' surprise, Werder Bremen actually held on. Without Kroos and Müller, Bayern's attack seemed to revolve around the flanks, but the real threat came from centre-forward Mandzukic inside the penalty area. When Werder Bremen packed up outside the box, Robben and Ribéry's breakthroughs were limited, and their cut-in shots became ineffective. At this point, they could only pass the ball into the box and rely on Mandzukic's individual skill to score. However, Mandzukic was very well marked today, always surrounded by two tall, muscular men, leaving him no openings. Unable to gain an advantage after battling with the opposing centre-backs in the box, Mandzukic tried to leave the area and act as a target man for his teammates. With Mandzukic as a target man, Schweinsteiger, making forward runs, had several shooting opportunities, but he seemed to have forgotten his shooting boots. His shots failed to create any threat, and Werder Bremen's goal remained unbroken. Time ticked by, and soon it was the 75th minute. Schaff made the first substitution, replacing central midfielder Hunt with a defender to further strengthen the defense against Mandzukic and prevent him from acting as a focal point in Bayern's attack. Now, Schweinsteiger couldn't find a shooting opportunity either. Bayern's attack seemed to have stalled. However, Heinrich wasn't in a hurry. He waited a while, observing the condition of both teams' players before making his own substitution. He replaced Gustavo with Kroos. "Tony, when you come on, you'll switch positions with Schweinsteiger. You'll play attacking midfield, and he'll play defensive midfield." Kroos remembered the tactics the coach had given in the locker room and nodded emphatically. After bringing on Kroos, Heinrich called Shaqiri and Gomez over and had them warm up. He had a premonition that the match might go to extra time. If it did, Bayern needed to score and couldn't afford to give their opponents a chance to go to penalties. After Kroos came on, with him and Schweinsteiger as the two playmakers, Bayern's attack became more fluid and threatening. For a time, Werder Bremen's goal was under constant threat. In the 83rd minute, Kroos' long-range shot hit the post. The ball bounced back, and Mandzukic got to the loose ball. However, under pressure from the defenders, his powerful header went slightly wide, and the ball flew out of bounds. This attack terrified Werder Bremen's players. They stopped trying to attack Bayern and retreated to their own half, parking the bus. Faced with Werder Bremen's defensive strategy, Bayern didn't have many effective counter-strategies, resorting to long balls into the box to find Mandzukic. Mandzukic had been battling with several Werder Bremen defenders all game. Under such intense pressure, most players would be exhausted. But with unwavering fighting spirit and strong willpower, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Every time a teammate passed the ball, regardless of whether he could reach it, he leaped with all his might. In the 92nd minute, Mandzukic had his best chance of the match. Ribéry dribbled down the wing and delivered a precise cross, finding Mandzukic perfectly. Mandzukic gritted his teeth, exerted tremendous force, and leaped high to meet the incoming ball. Through the cameras, the veins on his neck and forehead were clearly visible. Mandzukic was truly giving it his all for this goal. The header was powerful and of extremely high quality, whistling towards the bottom left corner of the Werder Bremen goal. Militz was helpless against the header. Although he made a diving save, it was too far away to reach the ball. It's over. A goal is about to be conceded. Militz couldn't help but close his eyes, unable to bear watching the unfolding scene. The Bayern Munich fans at the Allianz Arena stood up the instant Mandzukic took the shot, craning their necks to watch the ball soar through the air. Seeing the ball clear Militz's outstretched fingers, they were ready to celebrate. But the next second, a green figure appeared in front of the goal, using his body to block the ball outside the goal line. Seeing the number on the opposing player's jersey, the Bayern fans wanted to grind their teeth in frustration. It was you again. It was that damned number 10 again. He blocked Bayern's winning goal outside the goal line. The referee blew the whistle to end the second half, and the game was about to go into extra time. Chapter 114, a miracle unfolds as Bayern Munich is eliminated at the Allianz Arena. Werder Bremen fans breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Quan blocked the shot. Lin Quan himself was quite shaken. Being short, he couldn't win headers in the penalty area, so he ran to the goal line to help the goalkeeper. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently encountered Mandzukic's header. If the shot had been aimed at the top left corner, Lin Quan, with his height, would have been helpless. But the shot was aimed at the bottom left corner, and Lin Quan just happened to collide with it. After blocking the shot, Lin Quan himself broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been even half a second slower, it might have been too late. Mandzukic truly lived up to his reputation as an aerial master. His headers were not only powerful but also he had a tricky angle. If it weren't for Lin Quan's timely save, the ball would definitely have gone in. Lin, how did you do that? You're amazing. Goalkeeper Milits, after getting up from the ground, gave Lin Quan a bear hug, excitedly babbling incoherently. The other teammates rushed over, patting Lin Quan's head and praising his quick thinking. Everyone's faces showed relief. It was too close, absolutely too close. His interception had truly saved the entire team, otherwise, they would be seeing Bayern celebrating wildly on the field right now. Don't get too excited, go back and rest for a bit, we're about to start extra time. Captain Fritz reminded them. On the sidelines, Schaff and the coaching staff were also very excited. However, he didn't forget his responsibilities, letting the players sit on the ground to conserve their energy while quickly explaining the strategy for extra time. Since there was no break in extra time, it would be extremely difficult for the Werder Bremen players. After a whole intense match, all the players on the field were exhausted. Their stamina might not be enough to last the entire extra time. The players had to grit their teeth and persevere. If Bayern scored, given their current form, a comeback would be virtually impossible, meaning elimination. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't allow Bayern to score. The 5-minute break quickly ended, and both teams returned to the field. As Schaff had predicted, Bayern launched a fierce attack from the outset. They clearly knew Werder Bremen's players were at their physical limit and wanted to crush them completely. A single goal would break Werder Bremen's spirit. With their opponents exhausted and their will broken, they would have victory assured, and might even extend their lead. After facing Werder Bremen's tenacious resistance, Bayern's players clearly hated them. If given the chance to deliver a crushing defeat at home, they would absolutely not miss it. Because Bayern had maintained control of the game, their players were less fatigued than their opponents. Otherwise, they might not have had the energy to continue their onslaught against Werder Bremen. Bayern's attack was fierce, wave after wave of attacks. In the 7th minute of extra time, Ribéry cut inside again, dribbling past Werder Bremen's fullback before unleashing a powerful shot. The shot itself wasn't particularly threatening, but the ball deflected off a defender's leg in midair. Milits was momentarily stunned, and although he adjusted immediately, he couldn't reach the ball. This time, Lin Quan wasn't in front of the goal and couldn't help him avert a danger. Just when everyone thought the goal was a sure thing, and the Bayern players were ready to celebrate, the ball struck the post. With a thud, the ball was blocked by the post. A sigh echoed through the Allianz Arena as countless Bayern fans clutched their heads in frustration, staring in disbelief at the ball flying out of bounds. Such a good opportunity, and the goalpost ruined it. Damn goalpost, how could you betray your team? The Werder Bremen players were startled, especially Masia, who almost scored an own goal. He repeatedly apologized to his teammates, saying it wasn't intentional. He was too nervous. Seeing the ball coming, he instinctively kicked it without thinking about the consequences. If it weren't for luck, the ball would have bounced off, and he would have been the culprit for scoring an own goal. Fortunately, his teammates didn't blame him. It wasn't just him who was nervous, everyone on the team was tense. Realizing the gap in their right side defense, Werder Bremen further tightened their formation, protecting the penalty area more tightly, denying the opponent any chance to break into the box and shoot. Seeing no hope of penetrating the penalty area, Robben, Schweinsteiger, Kroos, and others could only take turns unleashing long-range shots from outside the box. Milits, in top form, seemed divinely inspired, making numerous saves and managing to neutralize all of these long-range shots. With all their attacking methods failing, Bayern's players began to panic. Minutes ticked by, but they couldn't break through the opponent's defense. The tactics devised by their coach seemed ineffective, fueling their frustration. The first 15 minutes of the first half quickly passed, and the second half of extra time began. On the sidelines, Hank saw his players, especially the forwards who had been actively involved in the attack, were exhausted. He decisively made substitutions. Shaqiri replaced Robben, and Gomez replaced Mandzukic. Mandzukic had given his all in this match. Seeing the substitution board raised on the sidelines, he didn't even have the strength to walk off the field. He simply left the pitch behind the Werder Bremen goal, collapsing to the ground. He wanted to see his teammates kill the game and win as close as possible. Bayern's siege continued, and the energetic Shaqiri, like an eel, cunningly weaved in and out of the Werder Bremen penalty area. Gomez, with his superior stamina, gained the upper hands in the duels with defenders inside the penalty area. For a moment, Werder Bremen's goal became precarious again. In the 23rd minute of extra time, Kroos spotted Shaqiri's clever run and cleverly delivered a long pass. The ball wasn't sent in the direction of Shaqiri's run, but in the opposite direction. This caused the players marking Shaqiri to not immediately realize the danger until Shaqiri quickly turned to receive the ball. Shaqiri, at only 169 centimeters, is short and lightweight. It's very difficult for him to hold the ball against taller defenders. However, Kroos capitalized on his teammate's run, creating an opportunity for him to shake off his defender and comfortably receive the ball. Great pass. Shaqiri thought to himself, receiving the ball and glancing towards the goal before shooting without hesitation. When Milic saw Kroos pass the ball, he sensed the danger, quickly moved to the near post, and leaped high to save the opponent's shot. Seeing his teammate miss the opportunity, Kroos sighed helplessly. That shot was a waste of his brilliant pass. If he had assisted Robben instead of Shaqiri, the goal might have been scored. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Quan, who was not far from him. He'd heard that Lin Quan's shooting skills were also excellent. If he were his teammate, he could probably rack up several more assists each season. Bayern's series of missed opportunities made Haynes on the sidelines increasingly anxious. The tactical design was working, but the players couldn't score, and he was helpless. He recalled the Champions League final against Chelsea 7 months ago, where Bayern's players also missed several scoring opportunities, ultimately being dragged into a penalty shootout and eliminated by Chelsea. Could that scene from the Champions League final be repeated in the German Cup? But just as he was thinking this, a huge cheer erupted at the Allianz Arena. "What's going on?" Haynes asked the people around him while looking at the field. In the instant he was stunned. It seemed that a Bayern player had scored. Haynes didn't see who scored, only that the Bayern players were celebrating wildly on the field. It's Gomez. Ribéry's long-range shot was saved by the goalkeeper, but he scored on the rebound in the penalty area. Assistant coach Hillman's face was flushed with excitement. After saying this, he couldn't help but rush onto the field to celebrate with the players. There were only 7 minutes left in extra time. Scoring a goal at this point could almost be considered the end of the game. Without stamina and unable to run anymore, how could Werder Bremen possibly turn the tide? Haynes understood this as well, so he couldn't help but get excited as well. An ordinary third-round match in the German Cup had turned out to be so difficult. It felt like playing in the German Cup final. This victory was hard-won. He glanced at assistant coach Grand, who, being older, lacked the passion of the younger players and simply stood on the sidelines applauding the players without rushing onto the field to join the celebrations. The two smiled at each other, embraced, and patted each other on the back. Not easy. Yet, not easy at all. Our opponents played incredibly tenaciously in this match. Yes, with their lineup, to push us to this point is truly remarkable. On the field, Lin Quan returned to his own goal, scooped up the ball, and placed it back in the center circle. He didn't urge the opponents, simply waiting quietly for their celebrations to end. Before heading to the Allianz Arena, the team had mentally prepared for a loss. Facing a team as strong as Bayern Munich, no team in Europe dared to say they were confident of defeating them. Even those football giants with players worth hundreds of millions of euros couldn't do it. What gave Werder Bremen the confidence to say they were certain of victory? To play like this was already an exceptional performance for them. Given the disparity in strength between the two teams, it would be normal for Werder Bremen to lose by 2 or even 3 goals in this match. But, were they really willing to accept it? The team had already fought so hard, to this extent. Were they really willing to accept defeat away from home? No, they weren't. He decisively opened the system shop and checked his points. After the match against Nuremberg, his points had returned to 18. One more win would give him 20 points to upgrade his injury-related talent. But he couldn't wait any longer. He spent 10 points to upgrade his stamina talent. By the time extra time started, he was already out of stamina. If it weren't for the stamina talent he had previously acquired, he would have collapsed long ago. However, the low-level talent worth 10 points had limited effect. He failed to dribble past opponents several times due to insufficient stamina. Without his counter-attacking threat, Bayern could relentlessly press past their half and bombard their goal. Lin Quan knew he would be leaving Werder Bremen next year, so he always wanted to leave something for the Werder Bremen fans. Their squad depth wasn't enough to compete with Bayern Munich for the league title, but they could still put up a fight in the cup competition. If they could eliminate Bayern Munich in this match, then among their remaining opponents, only Borussia Dortmund would pose a real threat. If Dortmund were to be eliminated early due to distractions from the league and the Champions League, their chances of winning the title would be even greater. Therefore, if they eliminated Bayern, they would have a very high probability of lifting the trophy. After upgrading his physical talent, he used it directly with the system's help. Instantly, Lin Quan felt a continuous flow of power returning to his body. He glanced at the scoreboard. There were still 6 minutes left in the match. Enough. Urged on by the referee, the Bayern players finally ended their celebrations and returned to the field. The match restarted, and De Bruyne passed the ball to Lin Quan. Lin Quan received the ball but didn't pass it back. Instead, he immediately dribbled towards the opponent's half. Is he crazy? The spectators were astonished to see Lin Quan single-handedly challenge the entire Bayern Munich team. Had this kid been devastated by conceding a goal and lost his mind? Kroos was right in front of Lin Quan, so he was the first to rush forward. With a dribble, a change of direction, and 3 touches, the defensively weak Kroos was cleanly and efficiently beaten. Martinez and Schweinsteiger also rushed forward, but Lin Quan still didn't pass the ball. He unleashed a powerful kick, accelerated past a 2, and received his pass at high speed. How could this kid still have such explosive power at this point? Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? After being beaten, Martinez was filled with 1,000 questions, completely baffled. Bayern's defenders were going to curse. Less than 5 seconds after kickoff, the opposing striker was already in front of them. The development of the game was completely beyond their expectations. Stop him. On the sidelines, Hanks, who had been calm throughout the entire match, finally lost his composure. The opponent's unstoppable momentum greatly shocked him, making him feel immense danger. If he couldn't stop him early, this shot might be unstoppable. Even without Hanks' reminder, as Lin Quan charged into the penalty area, almost all 4 Bayern defenders rushed towards him. They knew all too well the threat this guy posed in the box and absolutely couldn't let him easily break in. Faced with a simultaneous pressure from 4 defenders, even someone as strong as Lin Quan couldn't withstand it. He got past Dante, but before he could get past the second defender, he was tackled by Alaba. The referee promptly blew his whistle, showing Alaba a yellow card and awarding Werder Bremen a free kick. As he pulled out the card, he glanced at Lin Quan with some surprise. This kid is really fierce. He's practically taking on an entire opposing team single-handedly, and almost succeeded. On the sidelines, Schuff, who had already prepared to surrender, was completely unsettled by Lin Quan's relentless attack. Peterson, quick, get on the field and replace Januzaj. He turned around and immediately spotted Nils Peterson, the striker on loan from Bayern Munich. He didn't even give him time to warm up before sending him onto the field. Peterson was completely bewildered. He had assumed he wouldn't get a chance to play. Unexpectedly, the coach called his name just before the end of the match. Quickly taking off his shirt and running onto the field, Peterson ran to De Bruyne and Lin Quan, who were preparing for their free kicks, and whispered something to them. Lin Quan glanced towards the coaching bench and saw Schaff nod at him. De Bruyne took the free kick, retreating a considerable distance. Neuer judged that he might be taking a free kick with a knuckleball motion. So he quickly moved his feet, preparing to make a save. The free kick was taken, but unexpectedly, it wasn't a direct shot. The ball flew into the penalty area and landed on the left side near the byline. It was a pass. And Lin Quan was there, receiving the ball, and not offside. Bayern's players were terrified of Lin Quan. Without a second thought, they swarmed towards him, trying to stop his shot. But Lin Quan didn't shoot himself. Instead, he passed the ball back to a teammate who was now in open space due to the Bayern players leaving. Nils Peterson received the pass. He remembered the question he'd asked Lin Quan after missing a brilliant pass in the previous match. And Lin Quan had answered with the pass. The boss actually passed me the ball. Peterson desperately suppressed his excitement, glanced at Neuer's position, and then fired a shot. Under the watchful eyes of 65,000 fans, the ball skimmed the ground, grazed Neuer's fingertips, and rolled into the net. The score became 2-2. Werder Bremen had tenaciously equalized in the 26th minute of extra time. After scoring, Peterson excitedly rushed towards Lin Quan, giving him a warm hug. "Boss, I scored. I scored. I didn't let you down, did I?" Lin Quan patted his head with a smile. "Well done, Peterson, you're Werder Bremen's hero." Peterson, flattered by Lin Quan's praise, grinned foolishly. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "Oh no, I think I'm a Bayern player. I just scored against Bayern, and I was celebrating so excitedly. Ugh, it feels like Bayern's goal is permanently closed on me." Peterson's goal dealt a huge blow to Bayern's morale. The victory that was within their grasp had slipped away. How could he not be angry? What's even more infuriating is that the Werder Bremen players showed no remorse, celebrating for a full 2 minutes amidst boos from over 60,000 fans in the away stadium. This left Bayern with even less time to attack. After the kickoff, Bayern wanted to launch a quick counter-attack, attempting a last-minute victory against Werder Bremen. However, Werder Bremen's morale had fully recovered, and the players seemed to have forgotten their physical fatigue, each giving their all to defend against the opponent's attacks. 5 minutes later, after 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee finally blew the whistle to end extra time. The two sides went into a brutal penalty shootout. In the penalty shootout, despite Neuer's heroics, saving one of Werder Bremen's penalties. However, Bayern's morale was severely affected, and they missed both of their penalty kicks. Ultimately, Werder Bremen miraculously defeated Bayern Munich away from home, advancing to the next round of the German Cup, thanks to their victory in the penalty shootout. Chapter 115. The winter break begins, and the Chelsea manager pays a visit. Watching Werder Bremen players celebrate their victory at home, Bayern Munich president Karl-Heinz Rummenigge looked grim in the VIP box. The season wasn't even over, and the team had already lost a title. While the German Cup is nothing compared to the League and Champions League titles, winning it, along with 2 more, would have given them a treble. No team in Bundesliga history had ever accomplished this feat, though teams in other leagues had. As the face of the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich naturally had a duty to defend its glory. Unfortunately, after losing at home to Werder Bremen, their treble dream was shattered. Such a rare opportunity, once missed, might never come again. Chairman, there's no need to be so pessimistic. On the other side of the box, Guardiola chuckled, Bayern's squad is very strong, their peak can last for a few more years, and there's still a chance next year. Besides, now that they've been eliminated from the cup competition, without the distraction of cup matches, the team can focus more intently on the league and the Champions League, increasing their chances of winning the Champions League, right? Rummenigge forced a smile, acknowledging that Guardiola's words made some sense. However, he still had some concerns. Guardiola's coaching style was quite different from Heynck's. After changing coaches, Bayern would likely need time to gel and adapt. During this period, the team might not be able to achieve anything significant in the Champions League. Therefore, this year was their best chance. Pep, the winter break is about to begin. I hope you can sign a contract with the team as soon as possible. This way, Sammer and Hoeneß can assist you in bringing in players from the transfer market and help you get involved in the team's building process for next season. Since the other party had brought it up, Rummenigge seized the opportunity and extended another invitation to Guardiola, urging him to sign a formal contract with Bayern as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern and support, Mr. Chairman. I will sign my name on the contract before the transfer window closes. Please don't worry. A smile finally appeared on Rummenigge's face. As long as the other party gave a definite time, he would be relieved. Werder Bremen didn't celebrate for long at the Allianz Arena. Bayern fans, who had lost to their team, were still unhappy. Celebrating under their opponents' noses, they were afraid that the opponents would climb over the fences and rush onto the field to beat them up. On the sidelines, after embracing his colleagues and the players on the bench, Schaff walked towards the home team's coaching bench, shook hands with veteran coach Heynck's, and exchanged a few polite words. Your team played brilliantly, you deserve this victory. Despite the loss, Heynck's maintained his composure as a veteran coach, generously congratulating his opponents. Thank you for your praise. Your team is strong, you'll definitely win the Champions League this year. Schaff, seeing the other's politeness, returned the compliment. The two smiled at each other, then turned to celebrate with their players, one to comfort the heartbroken ones. On the field, Martinez found Lin Quan, wanting to exchange jerseys. Although he had witnessed Lin Quan's prowess in the national team, facing him on the field still surprised Martinez. This kid seemed difficult to defend against, and even after using all his skills, he couldn't completely shut him down. This match had truly impressed Martinez. Some people are just born geniuses, different from others. Lin Quan naturally wouldn't refuse Martinez's request, quickly taking off his jersey and handing it to him. As Martinez handed over his jersey, he glanced at Lin Quan's leg. Ahem, he wondered if those bruises on his leg were from his own kicks. Should he apologize to the kid? Although he hadn't fouled him from behind, he'd tackled him several times during the match. Thinking of this, the frustration of losing the game dissipated considerably. Lin Quan didn't notice Martinez's subtle actions. Because of his injury-prone nature, the injuries on his leg weren't as serious as they looked. Moreover, the intense match had increased his adrenaline, raising his pain threshold. His nerves were in an excited state, and he didn't feel any pain. He'd probably feel the pain after he rested. However, he wasn't thinking about that right now, because the long winter break had officially begun. On the night the match ended, the club announced the team's disbandment, and the winter break officially started. Before coming to Munich for the match, Lin Quan had packed all his luggage. He planned to fly directly out after the game. However, just as the team's holiday ended, he received a call from Guardiola. He assumed Guardiola was still on vacation and calling to confirm his itinerary. Unexpectedly, Guardiola was actually in Munich. After giving his address, Guardiola arrived at his door shortly after. "Oh, Pep, what are you doing here?" Lin Quan had just seen photos of Sierra and Guardiola vacationing in the Mediterranean, and now he'd run into them in Munich. "Ahem, some work-related matters, not here specifically to watch your match," Guardiola quickly explained, seeing Lin Quan's suspicious look. If he hadn't explained, it would have been better. This explanation only made Lin Quan more certain. This guy had come specifically to watch his match. "Regarding work, you mean you signed with Bayern?" "Huh? How did you know? Isn't it obvious? You're a well-known football coach, currently unemployed, while Bayern's veteran coach is retiring and searching the world for a suitable manager. You two hit it off immediately, so it's only natural that Bayern would hire you." "How, you guessed it. Bayern did indeed want to hire me to coach them next season." "So you accepted?" "Yeah, there's no reason to refuse, right?" Lin Quan had already guessed, but hearing Guardiola confirm it himself still touched him deeply. "Guardiola, do you know that your nickname European Fourth originated from Bayern?" "Okay, actually, Bayern also extended an invitation to me. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be transferring to Bayern next season." "Yeah, I know, your Uncle Per told me. That's a major reason why I decided to sign with Bayern." "A major reason? Not a decisive reason?" "Guardiola, I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words." Seeing Lin Quan's glare, Guardiola quickly explained, "Oh, maybe it's not that important. I signed with Bayern mainly because their squad is very strong, the players fit my requirements, and I haven't played in the Bundesliga yet, so I became interested. I didn't sign with Bayern because of you. I asked you to explain, and this is how you explain it?" Lin Quan was speechless. He couldn't believe that Guardiola, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually so arrogant. "But when you kept praising Messi in front of reporters, becoming the chief Messi fanboy, why didn't you try to hide your admiration for Messi?" In London, the capital of England, inside Chelsea Football Club, the Russian owner, Abramovich, had a gloomy face. He held the latest issue of the Daily Mail, which reported a bombshell: former Barcelona coach Guardiola is in contact with Bayern Munich. It also included a photo of Guardiola and the Bayern president watching a game together in a VIP box at the Allianz Arena. This news completely ruined Abramovich's good mood this morning. Abramovich is a very impatient person. Since Mourinho left, in pursuit of better European results, he has changed 7 managers in quick succession. The current manager, Roberto Di Matteo, was the assistant coach of the previous manager, Villas-Boas. After Villas-Boas was sacked by Abramovich, he temporarily took over the team as interim manager. However, he was very lucky. Chelsea won the Champions League during his tenure. Therefore, Di Matteo, who should have relinquished his position at the end of the season in May, remained in the Chelsea manager's seat at the start of the new season. Although Abramovich is impatient, he is also a sentimental person. Di Matteo led the team to the Champions League title, which he had longed for, and he felt it was inappropriate to immediately sack him, even if Di Matteo's coaching ability wasn't considered excellent. However, Abramovich didn't actually like Di Matteo. He felt that a world-class manager, like Guardiola, was more deserving of his team's attention. Abramovich's pursuit of Guardiola is common knowledge in the football world. Like his acquisition of big-name players, Abramovich prefers coaches with outstanding track records, beautiful and entertaining playing styles, and the ability to bring both aesthetic appeal and trophy success to their teams. However, few coaches in the current football world meet his criteria. Guardiola is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. According to British media reports, Abramovich has extended invitations to Guardiola multiple times since 2010. Unfortunately, Guardiola rejected him. This makes sense. Guardiola was doing well at Barcelona, achieving excellent results, and there was no reason for him to leave Barcelona to work for him at Chelsea. After all, his demanding nature towards managers and his notorious habit of firing coaches are no secret in the football world. If it weren't for the high salary, what renowned coach would want to come to Stamford Bridge? Abramovich was almost ready to give up when things took a dramatic turn. Guardiola left Barcelona. Thus, Abramovich once again set his sights on Guardiola. But to his surprise, the other party had actually gotten involved with Bayern Munich, leaving Abramovich feeling like his dream had been stolen. Send someone to visit Guardiola again, extend an invitation. If he agrees to coach Chelsea, he can fill in any amount on the salary check. Abramovich refused to believe that money couldn't solve everything. If it could, it must be because the offer wasn't enough. He could spend tens of millions of pounds on players, so he certainly wouldn't mind paying the same exorbitant salary to a renowned manager. Currently, the top salary for a coach is €10 million, and to get Guardiola, he was willing to offer him 15 million or even 20 million euros. Hearing his boss's words, Chelsea's manager, Nero, secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It wasn't a secret within the club that the owner liked renowned managers, especially Guardiola. However, Guardiola wasn't interested in Chelsea, and money probably wouldn't solve the problem. If they had invited Mourinho, Chelsea might have had a better chance, given their past relationship. Thinking about this, Nero was a little confused. When Mourinho was in charge, aside from not winning the Champions League, their other achievements weren't bad. Even Chelsea's current defensive system was built during his tenure. Mourinho played a crucial role in Chelsea's Champions League victory last year. Mourinho's time at Real Madrid wasn't good. There were rumors that Real Madrid's patience with him had reached its limit. If Real Madrid failed to make a breakthrough in the Champions League this season, the Portuguese manager might be sacked. Given this was a golden opportunity for Chelsea. If they extended an invitation to Mourinho, he would most likely agree to return to Stamford Bridge and reunite with Chelsea. However, Abramovich seemed uninterested in bringing Mourinho back, which puzzled Nero. Mourinho and Guardiola are arguably the two most renowned managers in football right now, so why did Abramovich favor Guardiola? Abramovich has a temper, and he was currently angry, so Nero didn't dare to persuade him. He could only obediently carry out the task assigned to him. To show Chelsea's sincerity, Nero decided to pay a personal visit. He flew to Spain, brought gifts, and arrived at Guardiola's house. After ringing the doorbell, he stood anxiously outside waiting. He hoped Guardiola wouldn't be on vacation, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find him. Fortunately, he was lucky. Guardiola was home. "Who are you looking for?" Nero saw a boy of about 17, wearing a football jersey and holding a soccer ball, seemingly about to go out to play. "Are you Lin Quan?" Nero paused, finding the boy somewhat familiar. Looking closer, he recognized him as the young player that the vice scouts had strongly recommended a few days ago. Why was he living in Guardiola's house? What was his relationship with Guardiola? Not many people in the football world knew that Lin Quan was Guardiola's adopted son. Nero's doubts were not surprising. "You're here to see me?" Lin Quan didn't recognize the guy in front of him at all, but quite a few scouts had come to him trying to contact him recently, so he assumed Nero was one of them. "I'm here to see Mr. Guardiola, but if you're here too, perhaps we can talk about your contract?" Lin Quan was a little surprised. This guy's information was a bit outdated. Guardiola had been flirting with Bayern for so long, and now he was only coming to see him? Wasn't that a bit too late? "Pep, someone's looking for you." Lin Quan politely invited the man into his home and poured him a cup of tea. Although he wasn't optimistic about the man's attempt to poach Guardiola, the decision was in Guardiola's hands, and he wouldn't make a decision on his own. Guardiola was upstairs reading the newspaper when he heard the noise in the living room. He came running down in his slippers. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Guardiola didn't recognize the man immediately, not knowing that the visitor was the Chelsea manager. "Hello, Mr. Guardiola, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Imnero, the manager of Chelsea Football Club. I'm here to extend an invitation to you to come and manage at Stamford Bridge. Sorry, I'm not interested." Upon hearing that the other party was from Chelsea, Guardiola's expression immediately turned cold. He would rather manage Manchester City, a nouveau-riche club with no history, than manage Chelsea, a powerhouse. Is Stamford Bridge even a place for a human? Who wants to go to Stamford Bridge and get fired by Abramovich? You don't have to refuse so quickly. At least hear what we're offering. Imnero seemed to have anticipated Guardiola's reaction, so he pulled out a check and wrote a number on it. "If you are willing to accept our invitation, we can offer you this annual salary." Lin Quan glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and his eyes widened instantly. The previous chapter has been slightly modified. Many people were dissatisfied with the stamina potion, so I replaced it with a 10-point upgrade for the stamina talent. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. The transfer window opens. Manchester City offers the highest annual salary in football to Lin Quan. "No need to look. No matter how much you offer, I won't go to Chelsea." Guardiola's attitude was firm. He didn't even bother to glance at the amount on the check, completely unmoved. This left Imnero somewhat disappointed. Even such a high salary couldn't attract him. It seemed there was truly no way to bring him to Chelsea. Imnero shook his head, stood up to leave. "Mr. Guardiola, Chelsea's doors are always open to you. If you change your mind at any time, you can contact me at this number." He left a business card and then departed. Guardiola didn't even look at the business card, asking Lin Quan to throw it in the trash, before rushing back upstairs to watch Bayern Munich's videotape. Lin Quan picked up the business card, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the trash. Tisk, a 20 million annual salary. Abramovich is really generous. But unfortunately, with a stubborn Guardiola, Abramovich's money offensive had failed. With the winter break of major leagues approaching, the transfer market reopened on January 1st. Compared to the frenzied summer transfer window, the winter transfers appeared much more rational. The biggest transfer came from the Russian Premier League. Anssi Makachkala, a Russian powerhouse, snatched Brazilian midfielder Willian Borges from Shakhtar Donetsk for €35 million from Chelsea. It's worth noting that the most expensive transfers in the last 3 transfer windows have all come from the Russian Premier League. The Russian Premier League is attracting attention across Europe with its astonishing spending spree. Besides Willian's €35 million transfer, Manchester City striker Mario Balotelli, due to disagreements with the manager, was released by Manchester City and returned to Serie A for £20 million. However, he didn't return to Inter Milan, but instead went to another club in the same city, AC Milan. It seems that after realizing they couldn't secure Lin Quan, AC Milan began searching for a top striker in the transfer market. Balotelli's technique and physical attributes are undeniable. The only concern is probably his intelligence. Players like this, whose entire being is world-class, are truly both loved and hated. However, AC Milan seems confident they can manage Balotelli. Inter Milan fans are furious about Balotelli's transfer. He publicly declared himself an AC Milan fan during his early years playing for Inter. Now, he's actually transferred to their city rivals, infuriating the Nerazzurri. Some radical fans have even issued death threats against him. But Balotelli seems unconcerned, driving his convertible around town every day, completely oblivious to the threats from Inter fans. Besides these major transfers in the Premier League, other significant deals include Liverpool's £12 million acquisition of Chelsea striker Sturridge and £8.5 million purchase of Inter Milan's young attacking midfielder Coutinho. Liverpool probably didn't even realize that the Brazilian they bought for just £8.5 million would later earn them over €100 million, giving them enough transfer budget to buy a host of key players like Virgil van Dijk, truly realizing the Reds' revival. Furthermore, Arsenal bought Malaga's key defender, Sir Alex Ferguson, for £8.3 million. Chelsea spent £7 million to acquire Newcastle United's young striker, Dembaba. Overall, the Premier League's spending this winter break was relatively restrained. Even so, Their investment in the transfer market still far exceeds that of other leagues. The gap between the Premier League and other leagues is widening in terms of league operations and commercial broadcasting revenue, allowing Premier League clubs to receive more money each season and have more funds to splurge on in the transfer market. Even a mid to lower table team like Queen's Park Rangers managed to spend £20 million on several quality players this winter break. The high broadcast revenue of the Premier League drives clubs to fight tooth and nail to stay in the top flight, often resulting in relegation-threatened teams displaying formidable fighting spirit at the end of each season, frequently causing upsets against top clubs. In contrast to the Premier League's big spending, Bundesliga teams are more restrained in their transfer dealings. Werder Bremen, adhering to a cost-effective approach, spent €650,000 to acquire Croatian youngster Mateo Pavlovic from NK Zagreb. This is a tall, 194cm centre-back born in 1990. During a German Cup match against Bayern Munich, the opponent's towering striker Mario Mandzukic posed a significant threat to Werder Bremen's defense, highlighting a weakness in their aerial defense. Therefore, he purchased this young, promising player with good immediate impact. After acquiring him, he planned to buy a better defensive midfielder. However, this type of player was scarce on the market, the good ones were too expensive, and the cheap ones were too poor. After searching for a long time without finding the player he wanted, he had to give up. Lin Quan had recommended 20-year-old Brazilian midfielder Casemiro to the club, but Real Madrid had already snapped him up and moved to the Bernabeu. Thus, Werder Bremen only made one transfer this winter, effectively ending the transfer window. Bayern Munich, with its strong squad and deep bench, didn't plan to make any signings. Guardiola, not wanting to disrupt the stability of the Hinks dressing room during the winter break, also shelved his transfer plans. Neither manager made any purchases, and Bayern's squad remained unchanged this winter. Borussia Dortmund brought back Nuri Sahin from Real Madrid, a promising product of their own youth academy. He hadn't received many playing opportunities at Real Madrid and sought a loan move back to Dortmund. Other teams generally didn't spend much, mostly between €2 and €4 million, with no major signings. Their spending was largely focused on minor adjustments to certain positions while maintaining their core players. The reason this year's transfer market is so quiet isn't because the major clubs don't want to buy players. Rather, it's because there's one player almost every top club is interested in who hasn't secured a club yet, making them hesitant to splurge. This player is none other than Lin Quan himself. On January 10, AC Milan couldn't sit still any longer. They were the first to make an offer to Barcelona for €45 million, hoping to sign Lin Quan. After AC Milan made their move, other clubs stopped observing and started acting as well. Real Madrid followed suit, activating Lin Quan's release clause for €5 million and making an offer to Barcelona. Given AC Milan's €45 million offer, Real Madrid's bid was essentially a direct insult to Barcelona. Their offer meant they weren't going to give Barcelona any face, directly activating the release clause and then contacting the player themselves. If the player was willing to go to Real Madrid, they would pay the release clause to help him buy out the remaining part of his contract. If the player didn't agree, they wouldn't raise the price, waiting until the contract expired before considering further action, ensuring Barcelona wouldn't have a chance to earn a single penny more. Seeing the approaches taken by AC Milan and Real Madrid, other top clubs also began to diverge. Some clubs offered €5 million, while others with good relations with Barcelona symbolically offered more than the release clause to save face for Barcelona. However, their real intention was to bypass Barcelona and contact the player directly. Since the release clause was so low, no one wanted to be taken advantage of. Their plan was to convert the transfer fee budget into wages and signing bonuses, giving those to the player himself. This way, their offers would be more attractive with better salary packages. The first to contact Lin Quan were two Premier League clubs. The two Manchester clubs arrived in Spain almost simultaneously to find Lin Quan. The Manchester United representative first lavished praise on Lin Quan, calling him a phenomenal player and a long-desired target for the club. He even said that Ferguson highly valued him and wanted to bring him to Old Trafford to make him the new king of Old Trafford. To this, Lin Quan simply chuckled. Did others not know? Did he not know? Sir Alex Ferguson is retiring after this season, and Manchester United will enter a long rebuilding period after his retirement. Deceiving oneself at this time would be like digging one's own grave. Although he is jokingly called Lingard by fans, He is not Jesse Lingard and doesn't want to play happy football at Manchester United too early. Therefore, he politely declined Manchester United's invitation. Having just seen off the Manchester United representatives from Manchester City arrived. Middle Eastern tycoons do things differently. Manchester City, lacking the prestige of a top club, didn't offer empty promises. They wrote a check in a very extravagant manner, stating that if Lin Quan was willing to play at the Etihad Stadium, they were willing to offer him the highest annual salary in football at €15 million. Frankly, upon hearing this figure, Lin Quan was somewhat tempted. The money was secondary, the main thing was the status represented by the highest annual salary in football. Of course, money is also important, a player's career is relatively short, so of course, one should seize the opportunity to earn as much as possible. Seeing his apparent hesitation, Manchester City's representatives escalated their offer. They stated that if Lin Quan was willing to join Manchester City, they would offer him a €30 million signing bonus, a luxury mansion, and a limited edition supercar worth at least €3 million, covering all his living expenses. Furthermore, regarding the player's image rights, they stated that the club would not want any image rights whatsoever. Lin Quan's image rights belonged entirely to him. Lin Quan felt almost overwhelmed by their financial offensive. Manchester City was truly extravagant. How could Middle Eastern tycoons be so wealthy? Their annual salary was more than double that of other teams. If you were older, Lin Quan might have readily agreed. Unfortunately, he was too young now, and before he could develop his injury immunity, he couldn't go to Manchester City. He'd have to wait a few years in the Bundesliga, get promoted, and then decide. So, just like he had with Manchester United, he politely declined Manchester City's offer, but with a more courteous attitude, even hinting that he would prioritize working with Manchester City if the opportunity arose in the future. Although Manchester City's representatives didn't manage to poach Lin Quan, they left satisfied after receiving his hint. Following the Manchester duo, other top clubs also sent representatives. There were simply too many visitors, some were looking for Lin Quan, and some for Guardiola. In fact, there were even more people looking for Lin Quan than Guardiola. Disturbed by so many people, Lin Quan and Guardiola's daily lives became impossible. So, after some discussion, they decided to go on vacation, temporarily escaping the turmoil in Spain. Their departure didn't mean the transfer saga had ended. Barcelona was furious. They rejected Real Madrid's humiliating offer and publicly stated that Lin Quan was not for sale. However, this response seemed weak, with Lin Quan not renewing his contract. Where the player would go next was not something they could control. Barcelona was clearly aware of this, so they sent someone to find Lin Quan's agent to discuss a contract extension. This is the team's latest contract for Lin Quan. It's really very sincere. I hope you'll seriously consider it. Zubizarreta earnestly advised, acting as if he were doing it for his own good. Per wasn't a 3-year-old, he wasn't going to fall for it. He pretended to look at the new contract Barcelona offered, then shook his head, saying, I can't make that decision. You know, Lin Quan's situation is more influenced by his adoptive father. I'm just his agent, I can't change his decision. Hearing that they were talking about contacting Guardiola, Zubizarreta's expression became somewhat unnatural. He was Rosel's protege, and it was Rosel who orchestrated Guardiola's departure. Asking him to go see Guardiola was a different story. Even if he were willing to lower himself, Guardiola might not be willing to see him. Could you please arrange for me to meet with the player himself? There are some things I want to say to him in person. Zubizarreta hadn't given up. He wasn't going to approach Guardiola. Instead, he planned to discuss the contract renewal directly with Lin Quan. In his view, the other was just a 17-year-old boy, lacking initiative and easily influenced by others. If he could get rid of him from Guardiola's side and then use his persuasive skills, he might have a chance to convince him to sign a new contract. I can't help you with that. Per shook his head vigorously. He wasn't stupid. How could he let someone from Barcelona contact Lin Quan? Why? He's still a Barcelona player. Can't we even meet with him? Zubizarreta was clearly losing his temper. He was genuinely angry because he felt this guy was making a fool of him. Calm down, buddy. Lin Quan and Guardiola are on vacation. I don't know exactly where, but I can send him your new contract online and ask for his opinion over the phone. After leaving Barcelona, Per immediately flew to Madrid to meet with Real Madrid president Florentino. I'm sorry, Mr. President, Lin Quan has no intention of transferring this winter break. Hell, no problem. So, after his contract expires in the summer, is it possible for him to come to the Bernabeu? Florentino wasn't surprised by this result. He had already guessed that Lin Quan wouldn't transfer to Real Madrid as a Barcelona player. The two teams' fierce rivalry makes direct transfers between them virtually impossible. If anyone dared to defy public opinion and transfer from one club to another, the label of traitor would be slapped on their head and never be removed. When Figo transferred to Real Madrid and returned to Camp Nou to play, Barcelona fans made some very aggressive and humiliating gestures. I don't want to deceive you, but the possibility is very low. Florentino raised an eyebrow. Could it be that someone beat him to it and reached an agreement with Lin Quan beforehand? Who could it be? Barcelona's new contract is an improvement over the last one. They promise you a starting position, guarantee your playing time, and are willing to increase your annual salary to €7 million. While reviewing the new Barcelona contract that pair brought over and listening to the other man describe his conversation with Barcelona's sporting director, Lin Quan gained a new understanding of Barcelona's current eagerness to renew his contract. However, Guardiola isn't even at Barcelona anymore, so what would he do back there? Let Rosell make things difficult for him? Don't be fooled by their current politeness, it's because they need his help. As long as he doesn't renew, the initiative is in his hands. But once he signs the new contract, the initiative returns to Barcelona. Once the contract is locked in, can't Barcelona just do whatever they want with him? Unless someone is willing to pay a high price to buy him out, but Barcelona's new contract doesn't include a fixed release clause. Therefore, even if someone is willing to buy him out, Barcelona can refuse to sell. Don't bother showing me any more Barcelona contract renewal offers. Now that he's decided to sign with Bayern, he shouldn't be distracted and should focus on improving his own abilities. In the German Cup match against Bayern, he spent 10 points to upgrade his level 2 physical fitness talent. This has delayed his injury talent upgrade. After winning against Bayern, he currently has 10 points remaining. Werder Bremen has fewer matches, only the German Cup and League, no Champions League games. Moreover, their strength isn't particularly high, even against Bundesliga teams, they can't guarantee a 100% win rate. These 5 victories weren't easy to achieve. Werder Bremen has 17 league matches left in the second half of the season, and if they reach the cup final, there are 3 more. With only 20 matches in total, even winning them all wouldn't be enough for him to fully upgrade his injury-related talent. Why is earning points so difficult? If it's not working out at the club level, what about the national team? Chapter 117 The Golden Globe Awards Ceremony, Lin Quan's unexpected gain. Another major event during the winter break was the Ballon d'Or Awards ceremony. On January 12, FIFA's annual awards ceremony was held at the Zurich Convention Center in Switzerland. Unlike the Ballon d'Or 16 years later, this time it was tied to the FIFA World Player of the Year award. Winning the Ballon d'Or meant simultaneously receiving the FIFA World Player of the Year title. Therefore, compared to later Ballon d'Or awards, this FIFA Ballon d'Or was more prestigious. Although he had only played half a season, Lin Quan's outstanding performances in League, Cup, and national team matches earned him a nomination, successfully making it into the 23-man shortlist for this year's Ballon d'Or. However, he knew very well that he was merely there to make up the numbers, with virtually no hope of winning. Perhaps if he won the Golden Boy Award, another Champions League title, or lifted the World Cup trophy, he would have a real chance of winning. For now, he was just a spectator. The favorites for this year's Ballon d'Or were still the 2 unparalleled stars, Messi and Ronaldo. However, his national teammate Iniesta, thanks to his outstanding performance in the European Championship, also made it into the top 3, making him the most likely candidate to win the Ballon d'Or after Messi and Ronaldo. Lin Quan arrived at the awards ceremony with Guardiola. One was nominated for the Ballon d'Or, and the other was competing for the FIFA Best Men's Coach award. Neither had a high chance of winning, as Lin Quan had only played half a season, and Guardiola had only coached for half a season. However, these two were quite the figures in the football world. Upon their arrival, reporters swarmed around them, snapping photos incessantly. The fans in the stadium also erupted in screams, many chanting Lin Quan's name. Guardiola, accustomed to such scenes, smiled at the reporters' cameras and frequently waved to the fans, appearing completely at ease. "Go sign some autographs for them, don't take too long." Guardiola patted Lin Quan on the shoulder, then walked over to the fans holding his fan signs, took the paper and pen offered by the fans, and began signing autographs. Lin Quan followed suit and went over to the fans to sign autographs as well. He currently speaks 4 languages: Spanish, German, English, and Chinese. Among the fans supporting him were many of his national team fans, wearing his national team's number 30 red jersey. He would sign autographs for these fans in Spanish. For those club fans who had traveled from afar, wearing Werder Bremen's number 10 green jersey, he would sign autographs in German. As for the local Swiss fans and other European fans, he would sign autographs in English. After signing several dozen autographs, Lin Quan waved to the fans and prepared to enter the venue with Guardiola. "Brother Lin, I'm your fan, can I get an autograph?" After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a familiar language. Lin Quan was a little surprised, turned around, and glanced at it. This was a Chinese fan with a red 5-pointed star sticker on his face and wearing a Werder Bremen number 10 jersey. Seeing Lin Quan's lack of reaction, the fan assumed he didn't understand Chinese and hurriedly said in English, "I am your fan, please give me the autograph." Lin Quan smiled and nodded, taking the autograph book and neatly writing his name in Chinese characters. After handing the book back, the fan was extremely surprised to see the 2 characters. "Holy crap, Lin Wang can actually write Chinese characters. No way, I have to take a picture and post it on the forum to show off. I got Lin Wang's autograph." Lin Quan's lips twitched slightly, "Calling me Lin Wang to my face, is that really okay? I should have known better than to give you an autograph, you little hater." Lin Quan had known about Chinese netizens calling him Lin Wang for over a month. Although he didn't often browse domestic forums and online communities, he would occasionally visit them when he won a match and was in a good mood, just to see the posts praising him and have some fun. That's when he saw himself being given the title of Emperor. After signing his autograph, Lin Quan was about to go find Guardiola. Unexpectedly, Guardiola had already run off. He ran into some familiar old friends and thought he'd chat with them for a bit, but in the process, he forgot about Lin Quan outside and went straight into the venue with his friends. It was Lin Quan's first time at such an event, and he was completely unfamiliar with the place. He stood there awkwardly, not knowing where to go. The reporters present were puzzled as to why Lin Quan was taking so long to enter the venue. Fortunately, another player arrived and helped him out. The person was none other than Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the 2 greatest footballers of all time. Ronaldo had just gotten out of his car when he saw Lin Quan standing there, and he assumed Lin Quan had been waiting for him. So he went up to him and extended his hand to shake hands. Lin Quan hadn't expected Ronaldo to be so enthusiastic, but he reacted quickly, extending his hand immediately. The handshake between the 2 attracted the attention of most of the reporters present, who raised their cameras and video recorders to capture this historic moment. This was probably Lin Quan and Ronaldo's first official photo together. It was a pity they weren't wearing jerseys, but suits. It would have been even better if they were both wearing jerseys. After shaking hands, Ronaldo nodded to Lin Quan, waved to the reporters and fans, and then walked straight into the venue. "How are you?" Seeing Ronaldo's choice, Lin Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ronaldo didn't stop outside to sign autographs for the fans, otherwise he would have had to wait awkwardly for a while longer. Following Ronaldo's steps, Lin Quan walked through the entrance passage and entered the huge venue. Just like outside, it was packed with people. However, unlike others, most of the people there were invited celebrities from the football world, including journalists, players, coaches, and officials from various national football associations. He recognized many of them, but others might not recognize him, so Lin Quan didn't bother trying to strike up a conversation. He continued following Ronaldo to the players' seating area and found a seat towards the back. Ronaldo sat in the front row, with an empty seat next to him, reserved for Messi. Lin Quan had only been seated a short while when his national team teammates Iniesta, Xavi, and Fabregas appeared one after another. Seeing him sitting in the back, they also chose to sit there. Suddenly, this previously unnoticed corner became star-studded, attracting a lot of attention. "Lin, why are you here so early? We were just discussing whether to call you and come out together." "Yet, we're just there to accompany the stars. We need to come out together to attract the reporters' attention, otherwise, no one will take pictures of us." Fabregas joked, and everyone burst into laughter. Although they were all nominated for the Ballon d'Or, none of them felt they had a chance of winning. They were just there to observe and watch others receive their awards. However, given their fame, it would be an exaggeration to say that no reporters took photos of them. Who do you think will win the Ballon d'Or this year? As the conversation progressed, the topic naturally returned to the Ballon d'Or winner. They themselves had no chance, but they all hoped their teammates would win the trophy. Of course, it's Messi. I also think it should be Messi. Lin, you probably don't know how crazy he's been in the Bundesliga this year. Leo scored 91 goals this year, breaking Gerd Muller's world record, 91 goals. I probably won't score that many goals in my entire life. Just thinking about that number was terrifying, let alone achieving it in a match. But it's hard to say. Ronaldo has performed well in both the league and the Champions League, and they even won the league title last season. We only have one Copa del Rey title, which is less prestigious. Both superstars have performed exceptionally well in recent years. Messi scored 91 goals in a year, a truly remarkable number, but he lacks in accolades. Ronaldo scored over 20 fewer goals than Messi, but he has an extra league title, giving him an advantage in terms of honors. Come on, that's a world record. How many people can break that record? Fabregas looked incredulous. I'm telling you, if Messi doesn't win the Ballon d'Or, I'll eat this chair. He pointed to the empty seat next to him, making a confident statement. Just then, Messi appeared and sat in the empty seat next to Fabregas, asking curiously, "What are you two talking about?" The awards ceremony quickly began, hosted by former FIFA World Player of the Year and one of the Dutch trio, Ruud Gullit, and Fox Sports' beautiful presenter, Kay Murray. The first awards announced were the 2012 Team of the Year. The Best Goalkeeper award went to Real Madrid and Spain's Iker Casillas. The defense was dominated by Alves, Piqué, Ramos, and Marcelo from Barcelona and Real Madrid. The midfield trio of Xabi Alonso, Xavi, and Iniesta all came from Real Madrid and Barcelona. In recent years, the two Spanish giants have indeed been formidable, boasting a more luxurious squad than many other top clubs. The best forward duo was awarded to Messi, Falcao, and Ronaldo. All three had been dominant for their respective clubs and national teams throughout the past year, scoring numerous goals. Following the Team of the Year, the Coach of the Year awards were presented. For women's football, Pius Anhagi, head coach of the U.S. women's national team, won the award. For men's football, Vicente Del Bosque beat out Mourinho and Guardiola to take home the prize. Guardiola sat next to Vicente Del Bosque and immediately applauded the veteran coach after he received his award. As for Jose Mourinho, although he received an invitation, he did not attend the awards ceremony. Next came the FIFA President's Award, the Fair Play Award, and the FIFA Women's World Player of the Year Award, among others. Lin Quan was like a relentless clapping machine, clapping along with the audience whenever someone went on stage to receive an award. Until the next round of awards. He finally couldn't be a relentless clapping machine anymore. When the Puskas Award was announced, he discovered that his goal against Bayern Munich in the Telecom Cup round had made it into the final three shortlist. The big screen showed a highlight reel of the goal. The young man in the green jersey dribbled like lightning down the wing, beating four players, including the opposing defender and goalkeeper, single-handedly scoring this incredible goal. The audience members wore expressions of disbelief upon seeing this goal. This wasn't a goal scored against some weak team. The opponent was the mighty Bayern Munich, last season's Champions League runners-up. This kind of dribbling in goal, something straight out of a novel, was actually accomplished on the field. Thinking of this, they all applauded Lin Quan. Several of Lin Quan's national team teammates, even Barcelona's star player Messi, joined in the applause. Although he had seen this goal several times before, Messi still seemed somewhat incredulous upon seeing it again. This kid's dribbling ability is truly impressive. It feels like he's on par with him. With this goal, Lin Quan beat Neymar and Falcao to win this year's Puskas Award. Lin Quan was a little surprised. He went to the stage, received the trophy from Colombian legend Carlos Valderrama, and gave his acceptance speech. "Thank you to everyone who voted for me and supported me. To be honest, I'm very surprised to receive this award." Although he beat Neymar and Falcao in the competition, Lin Quan didn't feel arrogant. Falcao's side volley was incredibly difficult. Very few players could execute such a move and score. If you were to win an award for that goal, Lin Quan would be perfectly justified. As for Neymar, his goal in the Brazilian league, where he dribbled past 5 players to score, was equally spectacular. but because his opponent was weaker, its significance doesn't compare to Lin Quan's goal against Bayern Munich. The audience laughed at his words. A player with both skill and humility easily wins over the public. Some who knew of his relationship with Guardiola looked towards Guardiola, who is also known for his humility. It wasn't surprising that his students possessed such qualities. Haha, Lin Quan is very humble, but I think he's a bit too humble. In fact, he had two other goals that were equally brilliant, making it difficult for our judges to choose. Seeing Lin Quan's humility and modesty, Gullit interjected, in the Werder Bremen vs Bayern Munich match, Lin Quan had two other brilliant goals, even more brilliant than that. The camera focused on Bayern Munich's manager, Uli Hoeneß, who was attending the awards ceremony. Hoeneß looked a little embarrassed. He thought back carefully. Lin Quan had scored in all three matches against Bayern, and every single one of them was brilliant. This was really awkward. Why was it always Bayern who got hurt? The backstage staff also cooperated by playing Lin Quan's 6 goals against Bayern on the big screen. Sure enough, just as Gullit said, the goal in the 6th round of the Bundesliga and the goal in the 3rd round of the German Cup that had just ended were both brilliant, no less than the award-winning goal. Wait, this kid scored 6 goals in 3 matches against Bayern, 2 goals per game? That's Bayern. A terrifying thought crossed everyone's mind, and the way they looked at Lin Quan began to change. From that moment on, they all shared a consensus. Lin Quan could no longer be treated as a 17-year-old player. Chapter 118: A friendly discussion with Guardiola. Although Lin Quan gained some minor fame because of the Puskas Award, tonight's stage belonged to the two footballing giants. After presenting the FIFA Women's World Player of the Year award, former World Cup champion, Ballon d'Or winner, and FIFA World Player of the Year Fabio Cannavaro, smiling, walked onto the stage as the presenter. He was about to reveal the most prestigious award of the evening, the FIFA Ballon d'Or. Cannavaro knew the spotlight was on him, but he was even more aware that the focus was on the unopened list of winners in his hand. So, as he went on stage, Cannavaro made a gesture of peeking at the list, eliciting laughter from the audience. The camera then focused on the 3 finalists for the Ballon d'Or, Iniesta, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi, showing them side by side. All 3 looked a little uneasy, appearing somewhat nervous. Iniesta, though knowing he was a runner-up, couldn't help but feel a sliver of hope. What if? Having been a runner-up for several years, he wondered if the judges would realize the importance of the midfield and vote for him, giving him a chance to win the Ballon d'Or. As for Ronaldo and Messi, analysts believe their chances of winning were similar, with Messi having a slight lead. Ronaldo couldn't help but glance at Messi. The latter had won the Ballon d'Or 3 times in a row. His own performance over the years hadn't been bad, each loss had essentially paved the way for his victory. After 3 years of this, it was time to reap the rewards, wasn't it? Messi, on the other hand, felt a little apprehensive. He hadn't achieved any significant honors in 2012, his national team record was lackluster, and his club had lost the Champions League and league titles. However, his personal goal tally had reached a new high, even breaking a world record, which was a huge plus for him. Cannavaro didn't deliberately delay. He quickly opened the list of winners. The winner of the 2012 FIFA Ballon d'Or is Leo Messi. The camera focused on Messi and Ronaldo sitting at the front. Cristiano Ronaldo pursed his lips, his feelings a mix of emotions, but he still applauded Messi. He was 27 years old this year and only had 1 Ballon d'Or, while Messi was only 25 and had already won 4. Could he catch up? Watching Messi's retreating figure as he went up to accept the award, Ronaldo couldn't help but wonder. Lin Quan, along with Xavi, Fabregas, and others, applauded Messi's victory. While clapping, he glanced at Ronaldo's stubborn back. The world called them the 2 greatest players of their generation, but now Messi had won 4 consecutive Ballon d'Ors, far surpassing Ronaldo. The ever-competitive Ronaldo must be feeling terrible. Knowing his personality, to prove he wasn't inferior to Messi, he would surely play even harder in the upcoming matches. After the awards ceremony, Lin Quan didn't go with Fabregas and the others to congratulate Messi. The two weren't actually very close, and since he didn't plan to return to Barcelona, he didn't want to join in the fun. Taking advantage of Guardiola and Del Bosque's conversation, Lin Quan found Del Bosque. "Coach, congratulations on winning the Best Coach award." He, "Just lucky. I'm also very pleased to see your improvement over this period." Del Bosque, having just received the award, was in high spirits and gave Lin Quan a warm hug. Seeing a Lin Quan who had improved further, was energetic, and injury-free was the best news for Del Bosque. With only 6 months left until the Confederations Cup, the team's core players absolutely could not afford to get injured, especially not seriously. Otherwise, they might not be able to play in the Confederations Cup. The rest of the Spanish squad was relatively fine. The midfield and defense had a strong bench, so even if 1 or 2 players got injured, the impact wouldn't be significant. However, in the attacking third, especially at Lin Quan's position, there were absolutely no alternatives. This meant that Del Bosque was always very nervous whenever Lin Quan played, almost wanting to watch for 2 hours straight in front of the TV until he was sure Lin Quan was okay before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Before Lin Quan was on the team, the veteran coach had never been this tired. However, the hard work paid off, and Lin Quan's progress was evident. Moreover, as he aged, Vicente Del Bosque noticed that his physical abilities in all aspects were improving. For example, in the recent match between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich, Lin Quan's stamina during extra time truly surprised the veteran coach. Seeing that Del Bosque was in a good mood, Lin Quan took the opportunity to mention his desire to play more games. For the national team, there are World Cup qualifiers and the Confederations Cup next year. The Confederations Cup is always a preview of the World Cup, and the opponents are very strong, so we need to go all out. I will take you with me for this Confederations Cup, and you will start. Del Bosque thought Lin Quan was worried about his starting position, so he promised him that as long as he wasn't injured, he would be included in Spain's important matches. But the national team hasn't had many matches these past few months, you know. Werder Bremen has had very few games. I was thinking, could I play for the national youth team? Aren't they playing in the European Youth Championship? Vicente Del Bosque looked at him with surprise. Isn't that a bad idea? Playing for the youth team is pointless. That level of competition isn't challenging for you, it won't provide any training. He's a Ballon d'Or nominee, after all. How could he play with a bunch of kids in their early 20s? This kid isn't even 17 yet, younger than those kids. Del Bosque was suddenly speechless. Lin Quan sighed inwardly. How could it be useless? Winning a youth team match at least gets you a point. These kinds of easy victories are his dream matches, right? The only downside is the hassle of traveling back and forth between the club and the national team, and the points awarded are too few, only 1 point per match. If a match could earn 2 points, he'd definitely play in the youth team games, the kind you couldn't get rid of. Seeing Lin Quan's somewhat downcast mood, Bosque didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he asked, "What's wrong? You really want to play?" "Yes, I want to interact with more opponents, gain experience in matches, and grow better." Good idea, and very ambitious, but forget about the youth team games. Playing against weak teams won't help you improve. If you want to interact with top teams. Lin Quan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He'd been waiting for this very sentence. We're going to Brazil for the Confederations Cup this year. The teams participating are all continental champions, and they're all very strong. So, we need to play against some strong opponents. Especially friendly matches against teams with similar styles, to get used to their rhythm. That way, we won't feel out of place on the Confederations Cup stage. The participating teams for the 2013 Confederations Cup have been largely confirmed: host Brazil, European and World Cup champions Spain, Asian champions Japan, Copa America champions Uruguay, Central American champions Mexico, Oceania champions Tahiti, and European Championship runners-up Italy. The Africa Cup of Nations isn't over yet, and the opponents for the next round haven't been determined. Of these 8 teams, Brazil, Uruguay, Italy, and Mexico are the strongest. They are typical representatives of European and South American football. Therefore, if Spain wants to choose opponents for warm-up matches, they will choose teams geographically close and with similar styles. Vicente Del Bosque immediately thought of several suitable teams, but whether they can actually make contact depends on communication and negotiation between the Spanish Football Federation and the opposing football federations. After attending the FIFA awards ceremony, Lin Quan disappeared again. During his absence, Guardiola made a brief appearance. On January 16, Guardiola appeared in Munich and officially signed with Bayern Munich. The contract was for 3 years, expiring in 2016. Guardiola's signing with Bayern greatly disappointed those teams trying to acquire him. Chelsea, in particular, was reportedly so angry that Abramovich smashed things in his office. After calming down, he thought of Mourinho, who is on par with Guardiola. Coleman doesn't tell him I want to invite him to Stamford Bridge. Unable to get Guardiola, he could only try Mourinho. Chelsea's league performance this season has been poor. After the 22nd round, they were 13 points behind league leaders Manchester United, essentially eliminating their chances of winning the league title. Furthermore, their Champions League qualification was not secure. Currently ranked third, Chelsea had several pursuers lurking behind them. Among them, Arsenal, the team obsessed with securing a top 4 finish, is causing them considerable unease. Arsenal currently sits 5th, 5 points behind Chelsea. Despite the significant gap, this top 4 contender always seems to unleash incredible fighting spirit towards the end of the season, miraculously securing their Champions League spot. This makes Chelsea's lead seem precarious. The poor performance and the precarious Champions League qualification have pushed Abramovich's patience with Emma Watson to its limit. Although the latter helped the team win the Champions League trophy last year, fulfilling his own Champions League dream, he can't tolerate him forever for just one trophy. Giving him a year was already more than enough. It's time to part ways. Mourinho's time at Real Madrid isn't easy either. With only half the La Liga season completed, Real Madrid trails Barcelona by a whopping 18 points. This gap essentially eliminates Real Madrid from the title race. Fortunately, they are still in the Champions League and have a chance to lift the trophy. But if they are also eliminated from the Champions League, Mourinho will definitely be sacked. He himself is well aware of this, so he did not refuse Chelsea's hints. If it weren't for the setbacks he suffered at Real Madrid, given his temperament, he wouldn't have returned to manage Chelsea. The undercurrents in the football world had nothing to do with Lin Quan. During this time, he had been training hard, preparing for the second half of the season. In addition to his daily training, he had been studying Guardiola's treasured videotapes. He would occasionally discuss football tactics with Guardiola. Guardiola's understanding of football was very avant-garde. The tricks he pulled in matches were his understanding of the game. However, these understandings weren't necessarily all correct. At least, his tricks failed more often than not. Generally speaking, modern football, especially European football, which represents the direction of football development, increasingly emphasizes the team as a whole and weakens the role attributes of players in any particular position. For example, the classic attacking midfielder is now basically extinct. Like the strikerless formation used by Barcelona and the Spanish national team, everyone has attacking ability, everyone can take on the responsibility of organizing attacks, and their positions are not fixed, making them even harder to defend. Lin Quan retorted, "Isn't Barcelona's powerful passing and possession tactics due to Messi?" With almost the same lineup, the Spanish national team's strikerless formation didn't work very well. Before he joined the Spanish national team, Spain's attack was so weak that they couldn't even break through the defenses of weaker teams. Although everyone could attack, no one could score. Their shooting skills simply couldn't compare to professional strikers. Guardiola was momentarily speechless. Spain's strikerless formation was indeed a bit ugly, but at least they won several major championships, so their results were still quite good. Guardiola had his own understanding of the trends in football development. He insisted that possession-based football was the future, but Lin Quan felt that tactics like those employed by Atletico Madrid and Borussia Dortmund, high pressing and utilizing extensive player movement to cover the field, would have a place in future football, and might even become mainstream. The fact that Dortmund and Atletico Madrid, with less financial resources and fewer players than top clubs, could achieve such results demonstrates the superiority of this style of play. Perhaps this tactic isn't attractive enough to top clubs, who wouldn't lower themselves to play this style of football. However, it's highly valuable for mid to lower tier teams. Possession-based football is a luxury reserved for top clubs. It's difficult to execute with slightly less resources. But smaller teams can learn from the tactics of Simeone and Klopp. The number of top clubs in a league is limited, but the number of ordinary teams is vast, so possession-based football may not be as popular as high pressing. Their differing opinions led to debate, but neither was stubborn, and after the argument, both their views shifted somewhat. Especially Guardiola, who seemed to have come up with a new idea and couldn't wait to try it out. If he weren't currently coaching a team, he would definitely use his own team as a guinea pig to test it on the field. Seeing Guardiola's eager expression, Lin Quan felt a little uneasy. He wondered if Guardiola's idea would work. And if it didn't, he might suffer along with him at Bayern. The winter break ended quickly. After a month of training, Lin Quan had gained 1 kilogram, reaching 74 kilograms. And his physical fitness had also improved significantly. With the help of his level 2 physical talent, he could now play a full match without any problem. Even when faced with close marking from opponents, he was able to get rid of them through active running. In addition, during his free time and training sessions with Guardiola, the bald man also shared some defensive experience he had summarized. Guardiola was originally a defensive midfielder, a traditional number 4 at La Masia, responsible for both organizing attacks and defending. His physical attributes weren't outstanding, but his defensive awareness was top-notch, making a significant contribution on the defensive end. This method of defending using experience and awareness, rather than relying on physique, was perfectly suited to Lin Quan's somewhat slender build. After a month of learning from Guardiola, Lin Quan's defensive abilities, which were originally terrible, had probably evolved to a level of near terrible. While still not exceptionally strong, at least he wasn't as easily beaten as he was in the first half of the season. After packing his things and saying goodbye to his family, Lin Quan boarded a plane and returned to Germany. When he arrived back at the club, many of his teammates had already arrived. Lin Quan himself had been very careful to maintain his physique during the winter break, gaining only 1 kilogram, and that was all muscle. However, his teammates, especially those who weren't so careful with their diets, had gained a noticeable amount of weight. Peterson, in just 1 month, had actually gained a lot of weight. Lin Quan almost didn't recognize him when he saw him. Nils, are you swollen? HMPH, this kid hasn't been controlling his diet at home, and he's gained a full 8 kilograms. And it's only been a month. If you give him a year, he'll be too fat to walk. Head coach Schaff was furious, his eyes bulging with anger. This kid is getting fat like a balloon, even the pigs on the farm aren't growing as fast. It's not true. I've actually been very careful about controlling my weight. I only eat a tiny bit at each meal. How much is a tiny bit? Just a few hamburgers, some fries, a few sandwiches, and a bottle of soda. You dare drink carbonated drinks? Schaff was completely enraged. Go run 20 laps around the field. From now on, every day before training, you run 20 laps before training. Peterson looked at Lin Quan with a mournful face, seemingly wanting to plead with him. Lin Quan pretended not to see his plea and turned to chat with De Bruyne and the others. Boss, you can't abandon me. Peterson's pleas for help went unanswered, and under Schaff's menacing glare, he had no choice but to obediently go run laps. After 3 days of resumed training, the second half of the Bundesliga season restarted. Werder Bremen would host Borussia Dortmund. Facing a strong opponent right from the start, this match was bound to be tough. Chapter 119 Play well, the future is yours. In the first half of the season, Borussia Dortmund struggled immensely. With only 28 points halfway through, they trailed league leaders Bayern Munich by a full 12 points. If they wanted to win the title this season, they couldn't afford to lose a single match from now on. With the Champions League group stage concluded, Dortmund secured first place in the group and drew the weaker Shakhtar Donetsk in the round of 16, significantly reducing the pressure on them to advance to the quarterfinals. Therefore, Klopp decided to focus on the league. With a month until the Champions League knockout stage, they had ample time to gain points in the league. Werder Bremen, who had forced a draw against them in the first half of the season, preventing them from securing a winning start and causing their inconsistent performance, became their first target. At the Weser Stadium, Dortmund played extremely aggressively. In this match, Werder Bremen truly experienced the power of Klopp's aggressive tactics. Determined to avenge their defeat, Borussia Dortmund's entire squad covered a combined 125 kilometers. Excluding the goalkeeper, that's an average of 12 kilometers per player. High-pressure defense, rapid attacks, and teamwork were all showcased through Dortmund's exceptional running ability. Werder Bremen managed to hold on in the first half, but were completely overwhelmed in the second. The final score was 2-5, with the home team listed first and the away team second. Dortmund secured a lead in the first half with 3 goals from Reus, Guts, and Lewandowski. In the second half, Werder Bremen launched a counter-attack through Lin Quan and De Bruyne, scoring 2 goals within 15 minutes and briefly giving them hope. However, Reus's one-on-one goal extinguished their hopes. In stoppage time, Santana scored on a rebound, sealing the 2-5 victory for Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen suffered a heavy defeat at home to Borussia Dortmund, their first match of the second half of the season ending in a loss. Lin Quan was somewhat frustrated by the defeat. The match was purely a matter of superior skill. Dortmund's relentless pace meant Werder Bremen were worn down. Had they faced Dortmund mid-season, Werder Bremen wouldn't have been so thoroughly outmatched. However, after a full winter break, Dortmund were at their peak. They had the stamina to sustain their relentless running, and Werder Bremen had no answer for them. After all, a Dortmund team on fire could beat Real Madrid by 4 goals in a single match. When they applied the same intensity to Werder Bremen, it would have been strange if Werder Bremen hadn't lost. Lin, we're even now. After the match, Reus ran to Lin Quan, wanting to exchange jerseys. Reus had scored twice in the match, leading his team to a resounding victory, and was in high spirits. Even if we're even? I don't remember taking the victory at Westfalenstadion. What do you mean, no? Doesn't the Telecom Cup count? Lin Quan's lips twitched slightly. This kid really was still thinking about the Telecom Cup. How could that kind of competition compare to the league? HMPH, we'll remember this grudge. We'll settle it with you next time we go to Westfalenstadion. Reus put his hand on his shoulder and asked curiously, we've finished our 2 league matches. Aren't you going back to Barcelona next season? If you go back to Barcelona, we'll probably only meet in the Champions League, and then we won't have many opportunities to play each other. Who said I'm going back to Barcelona? Can't I stay at Werder Bremen? Tisk, no one would believe that. With your price tag, Werder Bremen probably can't even afford to pay your salary. Reus gave him a look that said, don't try to fool me. Come to think of it, Werder Bremen's top salary is only a little over 2 million euros. Lin Quan is quite well known in Europe now. The salary would be at least 6 or 7 million euros, right? Werder Bremen really can't afford that. How about this? If you're not going back to Barcelona, why don't you come to Dortmund? We can beat Bayern together, isn't that attractive? Come on, Dortmund's attacking positions are all full, there's no room for me. Whose position could I take from you? Yours, Guts's, or Lewandowski's? That's true. Reus scratched his head, finally giving up on the idea. Besides, if I go to Dortmund, how am I supposed to get revenge on you guys? Reus was dumbfounded. This kid really holds a grudge. After losing the league to Dortmund, everyone at Werder Bremen was burning with rage. Coincidentally, the next match was the northern derby between Werder Bremen and Hamburg. Now, the coach didn't even need to motivate the players before the match. The players were already showing their full fighting spirit, ready to give Hamburg, this weakling, a good beating. Hamburg itself was unremarkable, with mediocre results and no big-name players. They were safe from relegation and had no chance of winning the title, a team with nothing to play for. However, the presence of a South Korean player added a bit of intrigue to the match. At the pre-match press conference, a South Korean reporter asked Schaff about his opinion on Hamburg's number 40. Schaff had heard that Hamburg's youth academy had produced a promising young winger who had performed well this season, scoring 6 goals in half a season. This was quite good for a 20-year-old, but compared to his own teams Lin Quan and De Bruyne, he felt there was still a significant gap. Alice, he thought, my judgment has been spoiled by these 2 prodigies in the team, but neither of them are Werder Bremen players. This is tragic. Thinking this, he praised, Son is a very promising player, and I have high hopes for his future. Hearing Schaff's praise, the South Korean reporters puffed out their chests with pride. Then, pressing his advantage, he asked, so, in your opinion, which has greater potential, Son Heung-min or Lin Quan? Schaff paused, glancing at the reporter with surprise. Are you serious? Judging from the other's expression, he felt the reporter wasn't joking. So he said seriously, I think this doesn't need discussion, right? Lin's talent, at his age, I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. The reporter's present nodded in agreement. 25 goals in half a season, such a young player could only be described as a prodigy. The Korean reporter retorted, that's prejudice. Our son is no worse than Lin Quan. Given enough playing time and a tactical role, I believe he can definitely achieve better results than Lin Quan. Schaff's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, where did this idiot come from? Wasn't Lin Quan's position in the team something he earned through matches? If your son Heung-min really has that ability, why doesn't Hamburg give him that tactical role? Is Hamburg's coach blind? Schaff turned to look at Hamburg's head coach, Fink, whose expression was rather unpleasant. He felt the Korean reporter had just attacked his tactical arrangements and player selection habits, challenging his authority. So, as Hamburg's coach, he actually started praising Lin Quan excessively, showering him with compliments, to the point of being nauseating. Schaff even suspected that the old man had his eye on his player, otherwise, how could he utter such sycophantic words? A once-in-a-century talent, a genius beyond compare, a reincarnation of the king of football, Fink really dared to say that. The Korean reporters were outrageous, but Son Heung-min himself was quite sensible. When the two teams met in the players' tunnel before the match, he proactively ran up to Lin Quan and apologized. Lin Quan, completely unaware of what had happened at the press conference, was bewildered by Son Heung-min's apology. He could only encourage him with, "Play well. I believe in you." The 20-year-old Son Heung-min was encouraged by the 17-year-old Lin Quan. This whole situation seemed a bit off, but Son Heung-min was incredibly excited. "Brother Lin actually knows me. And he thinks highly of me." He felt flattered and overjoyed, so much so that he wanted to rush onto the field immediately and show Lin everything he knew. After the match started, Son Heung-min was very active on the left wing, successfully creating threats with his dribbling several times. This made the Korean fans cheering him on from the sidelines extremely excited. Our Son Heung-min is amazing. Werder Bremen's players can't stop him at all. No wonder he's Asia's #1, Son Heung-min is awesome. The Bundesliga is too small a stage. Son Heung-min will bury his talent if he stays here. He should play in the Premier League or La Liga, only top leagues like those are worthy of him. The Korean fans, habitually becoming arrogant, completely ignored Shinji Kagawa, Asia's #1 player, and placed that label on Son Heung-min. Son Heung-min has good potential, but back in 2013, he was clearly not as good as Shinji Kagawa. However, after Park Ji-sung left Manchester United, the title of Asia's best player was snatched away by the Japanese. This made the Koreans very unhappy, and naturally, they showered all sorts of praise on a promising young player who had finally emerged. Hamburg played quite well at the start, especially Son Heung-min, who was very active. After noticing this, Lin Quan reduced his visits to the center and began to focus on attacking down the flanks. His huge threat made the entire Hamburg team wary. Seeing him dribbling on the wing, Son Heung-min dared not continue to launch attacks and could only retreat. Lin Quan was a right winger, and Son Heung-min was a left winger, so the two were on the same side. Thus, in the 9th minute of the match, the scene that the Koreans had been looking forward to, the head-to-head duel between Lin Quan and Son Heung-min, arrived. Son Heung-min has good attacking ability but average defensive ability. He was very cautious when facing Lin Quan's breakthroughs. Lin Quan, seeing his opponent's lack of defensive experience, deliberately created an opening, shifting his weight to his right foot. Son Heung-min fell for it, noticing Lin Quan's shift in weight and instinctively choosing to kick. But the instant he kicked, the ball vanished from his sight. Lin Quan shifted his weight again, easily dribbling past him and heading towards Hamburg's half. He'd been beaten. Seeing Son Heung-min lose in his direct duel with Lin Quan, the Korean fans who had been cheering him on from the sidelines were very disappointed, their morale somewhat dampened. Don't be discouraged, our Son Heung-min is good at attacking, not a dedicated defender. The opponent's dribbling ability is quite strong, it's normal that he couldn't stop him. That's right, what's so interesting about defense? Watch Son Heung-min attack later, the opponent won't be able to stop him either. Thus, the Korean fans were revitalized, continuing to cheer loudly for their player. Son Heung-min's suppression caused Hamburg's attack on the left side to lose its threat. In just 10 minutes, Lin Quan had completed 3 breakthroughs on his side and even assisted a teammate to score a goal. This made Son Heung-min feel extremely frustrated. Despite being very careful, he was still being thoroughly outplayed. The gap between me and senior Lin Quan is indeed huge. Seeing Lin Quan celebrating a goal with his teammates, Son Heung-min felt bitter. However, upon hearing the cheers from his hometown fans on the sidelines, his fighting spirit was rekindled. I can't let my fans who have come from afar down. Defense isn't my strong suit, offense is. After the restart, Son Heung-min regained possession. He sprinted down the wing, determined to help his teammates score and equalize the score. However, just past the halfway line, Lin Quan appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Here he comes. Lin Quan is going to get wrecked. On the sidelines, the Korean fans were excited to see Lin Quan coming to defend Son Heung-min. Haha, I've watched this guy's games. His defensive ability is absolutely terrible. He definitely can't stop our Son Heung-min. Korean fans were full of confidence, believing that with Son Heung-min's abilities, getting past a player with virtually no defensive ability would be a piece of cake. Son Heung-min himself thought the same. Senior Lin Quan has strong offensive capabilities, but his defensive ability has always been his weakness. He's probably marking me to buy time for his teammates. I can't let him hold me back, I have to get past him as quickly as possible. Thinking this, Son Heung-min used his left foot to flick the ball, preparing to overtake at high speed from the sideline. Seeing this move, Lin Quan didn't rush in but immediately chose to hold his position, passing the ball but not the player, preventing Son Heung-min from overtaking. Son Heung-min had just made his move, preparing to break through, when he didn't expect the opponent to react so quickly. He had no time to adjust and collided head-on with Lin Quan. The two were 10 centimeters apart in height, and Son Heung-min had deliberately bumped into him. Logically, it should have been Son Heung-min who knocked Lin Quan down, but surprisingly, it was Son Heung-min himself who was knocked down. Lin Quan only took a step back and didn't fall to the ground. The Hamburg home fans were in an uproar. They couldn't understand why their winger had lost in a physical confrontation. Their winger clearly had the advantage. Little did they know that although Lin Quan was shorter than Son Heung-min, his weight was similar. Shorter height meant a lower center of gravity, and combined with the defensive techniques he learned from Guardiola, he used his body effectively, giving him the advantage in physical duels. Lin Quan's weight was almost catching up to Messi's. Messi's physical strength was considerable, otherwise, he wouldn't have scored so many goals and made so many brilliant dribbles. However, his current weight was sufficient, he couldn't gain any more weight. Adding more weight would put enormous pressure on his ankles and knees and reduce his agility, affecting his speed. Seeing Son Heung-min knocked down, the Korean fans in the stands protested loudly. They believed that Lin Quan must have committed a foul, otherwise how could he have stopped their Son Heung-min? That kid is too despicable. That's right, his playing style is too dirty. Our Son Heung-min is too naive. If I were on the field, I would definitely elbow that guy and teach him a lesson. Although the big screen showed a replay of the defense, and Lin Quan's defensive action was clean and there was no foul, the Koreans ignored it and remained stubborn. 10 minutes later, Son Heung-min dribbled the ball down the wing again, and Lin Quan went to meet him a second time. Here it comes. Our Son Heung-min will definitely get past that guy easily this time. The Korean fans became excited again, but their excitement was short-lived. Having learned from the previous lesson, this time Son Heung-min did not slow down when he encountered Lin Quan, but instead suddenly accelerated, not giving the opponent time to block him. His speed has always been his trump card. If he uses it well, he doesn't believe the opponent can stop him. And Lin Quan truly did it. Seeing Son Heung-min prepare to dribble, Lin Quan anticipated his intention, decisively turned ahead, and took the ball before his opponent. After receiving the ball, he immediately sent a through pass to De Bruyne in the attacking third. De Bruyne delivered a beautiful lobbed pass, assisting the returning Arnautovic, who headed the ball into the net. The score became 2-0, and Werder Bremen had essentially secured the victory. Losing twice in a row had dealt a significant blow to Son Heung-min's confidence. The Korean fans on the sidelines were completely silenced. This time, Lin Quan hadn't even touched Son Heung-min's shirt. Even with their thick skin, they were too embarrassed to accuse Lin Quan of a foul. These few rounds of encounters were enough to prove that Lin Quan and Son Heung-min were not in the same league. Son Heung-min couldn't defend or break through Lin Quan's defense, falling behind on both ends and being completely suppressed. Among the tens of thousands of fans in the stadium, probably only Koreans would think Son Heung-min was better than Lin Quan. Ultimately, Werder Bremen defeated Hamburg 3-0 away, ending the Northern Derby season with a perfect record for Werder Bremen. After the match, Son Heung-min seemed somewhat dejected, as if the game had dealt him a heavy blow. Just as he was about to leave the field with his head down, a green figure appeared before him. "Let's exchange jerseys, okay?" Lin Quan said to Son Heung-min with a smile. He didn't have a good impression of Korean fans, but he wouldn't hold a grudge against the player. Son Heung-min's character and ability were excellent, unlike the average Korean player. He didn't dislike such a person. "Senior Lin, Son Heung-min quickly took off his jersey when he heard Lin Quan want to exchange jerseys. But he felt a little embarrassed, thinking his performance in this game was so terrible that he didn't deserve to exchange jerseys with Senior Lin Quan. "Keep it up, play well, I believe in you." Lin Quan repeated what he had said to him in the player tunnel. After saying that, he seemed to remember Duncan's famous quote, so he patted him on the shoulder and added, "The future is yours." Son Heung-min was greatly encouraged, nodding emphatically, and watching Lin Quan's departing figure with great excitement. Senior Lin Quan actually thinks so highly of me, and even says the future is mine. Just thinking about it is a little exciting. Wait, how old is Senior Lin Quan this year? Son Heung-min suddenly realized Lin Quan's age, and then he was completely bewildered. Chapter 120. The national team's performance in the match was so impressive that it caught the attention of the Manchester City owner. Time flies, and February has arrived in the blink of an eye. On February 2nd, Werder Bremen hosted Hannover 96. Lin Quan contributed a goal and an assist, helping the team easily defeat their opponents and secure their second consecutive victory. After this match, FIFA's international break began. Lin Quan flew directly to Doha, the capital of Qatar, where Spain would play a friendly match against Uruguay, a strong South American football team. Originally, Spain wanted to invite Argentina, but Argentina had already arranged a time with Sweden, causing Spain's plans to fall through. Because Uruguay was one of the participating teams in this year's Confederations Cup, Spain initially did not intend to invite them. Before major competitions, participating teams generally do not arrange friendly matches with each other. However, this time, after they tentatively extended an invitation, Uruguay unexpectedly agreed. Uruguay initially invited France, but France stood them up, leaving them without a match. Just then, Spain extended an invitation. Uruguay saw that Spain had sponsorship from a wealthy Middle Eastern tycoon, and a friendly match could bring in over €2 million in sponsorship fees, money they figured they might as well take. So they readily agreed. Because their opponent was one of the Confederations Cup participants and a traditional powerhouse in South America, Spain took the match very seriously. Vicente Del Bosque, while using it as a training opportunity, also wanted to test the opponent's strength, so he fielded a lineup mostly composed of starters and a few substitutes. In this match, Chelsea's Mata replaced David Silva, Arsenal's Cazorla replaced Xavi, and Barcelona's Valdez replaced Casillas. Veteran captain Puel returned from injury and started to find his match fitness. However, Lin Quan's starting position remained secure, and Del Bosque opted not to rotate players in the free-roaming attacking role. In fact, Spain didn't have any players available for rotation. After the match started, Spain played cautiously and didn't immediately launch an attack. On the contrary, Uruguay was eager to try, launching a high press against Spain while they had possession, attempting to intercept the ball and launch counter-attacks in Spain's half. This tactic might work against most teams, but it wasn't so effective against Spain. Seeing the three Uruguayan forwards charging in, Spain's defensive maestros began to show off their passing skills. Cazorla, with no weak foot and balanced on both feet, orchestrated the play from midfield, distributing possession effectively, making the three Uruguayan forwards run back and forth but unable to touch the ball. Seeing that he couldn't get the ball and was being outmaneuvered, Suarez's eyes turned red. He stared at Cazorla's shoulder and licked his lips. Cazorla, who had experienced their prowess at Arsenal, flinched, and the ball was stolen by Cavani. After intercepting the ball, Cavani quickly passed it to Rodriguez and ran towards Spain's penalty area. Rodriguez received the ball and was about to dribble down the wing when he encountered the opposing number 30. Seeing that the player marking him was Lin Quan, Rodriguez appeared utterly disdainful. Playing for Atletico Madrid, under Simeone's tutelage, he was an expert in defense. He thought the opponent's defensive move was obviously amateurish, he could easily get past him with a single touch. That's what Rodriguez thought. And that's what he did. Watch me touch him, then touch him again. Hey. He's over there. Wait, where's my ball? Rodriguez had gotten past him, but the ball was gone. Looking back, he saw the ball had been stolen and was now speeding towards their half. Stop him. Uruguay's coach, Oscar, jumped up from his seat in shock when he saw the opposing number 30 steal the ball. This number 30 was the biggest threat in the opposing lineup, letting him easily get the ball was very dangerous for Uruguay. Tasver's shout was drowned out by the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. The players on the field didn't hear him. However, even without the coach's shout, they knew Lin Quan's threat. Their left back, Pereira, who played for Inter Milan, rushed forward immediately. Pereira wasn't unfamiliar with Lin Quan's name, but he thought, he's only 17 years old, how amazing can he be? He scored so many goals in the Bundesliga, simply because Bundesliga teams don't know how to defend. I'm from Serie A. Against the solid defenses of Serie A, defending against these Bundesliga strikers is child's play. Just then, Lin Quan's touch on the ball was slightly too heavy, leaving it a bit too far from him. Pereira saw this as a good opportunity. Without thinking, he stretched out his foot to steal it. Lin Quan didn't expect his opponent to fall for it so easily. This tactic of his was no longer very effective in the Bundesliga. The defenders had learned it well. As Pereira raised his foot, Lin Quan preemptively tapped the ball, sending it towards his left foot. With a gentle flick of his left foot, the ball rolled forward. The two movements were seamlessly connected and incredibly fast. As he kicked the ball, Lin Quan accelerated, rushing past Pereira on the right. Pereira, like a clown, kicked at thin air. He missed the ball, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. Even as he fell, his mind was still reeling. How did I get beaten? Seeing his left back get outplayed like a clown, Tasver couldn't help but cover his face. Before the match, he had instructed the defenders to be wary of the opposing number 30's dribbling and feints. This guy's dribbling skills were excellent, and his feints were incredibly realistic. To steal the ball from him while he was dribbling, you needed multiple players surrounding him or physical confrontation. Pereira did nothing, directly challenging him head-on, making a huge mistake. Being beaten was perfectly normal. After dribbling past Pereira, Lin Quan immediately cut inside. Seeing Masia rushing out to block his shot, he feinted a shot and then passed the ball to the open space in the middle. Iniesta, making a run into the box, received the ball and easily slotted it into the empty net, making the score 1-0. After scoring, Iniesta smiled and pointed at Lin Quan, indicating that Lin Quan was the main contributor to the goal. Lin Quan also gave Iniesta a thumbs up, praising Iniesta's excellent positioning and timing. Otherwise, he would have passed the ball to the opposing defender. For Lin Quan, playing for the Spanish national team and playing for his club are completely different experiences. At his club, his teammates were generally weaker. Apart from De Bruyne, the other players were inferior in terms of awareness and technique, often resulting in poor teamwork. This forced them to change their playing style to adapt to their teammates. However, on the national team, his teammates were all world-class players. They didn't need much communication, they easily understood each other's intentions. This made their combinations easy to execute, and they were all aesthetically pleasing. Playing this kind of game felt incredibly easy. Like Lin Quan, his teammates also found playing with him very relaxing. At least they no longer had to worry about their attacking firepower. With Lin Quan on the field, Spain had no worries about scoring. Even if you removed his dribbling and passing skills and only focused on his shooting ability, he could simply stay in the attacking third and feed the ball to Spain's top midfielders until they were sick of him. The goal was scored very easily. Vicente Del Bosque simply clapped on the sidelines, his expression quite calm and unexcited. He was still wondering, Uruguay, the third-ranked team in Latin America, is this all they're capable of? Their strength isn't that great. Although their strikers like Suarez and Cavani looked intimidating, their midfield wasn't very strong. And their left-back seemed like an idiot, acting so recklessly against Lin Quan. Vicente Del Bosque was curious, when Uruguay played Argentina, would Pereira have tackled Messi so easily? After scoring early, Spain played with increasing relaxation. Gradually gaining control of the midfield, Spain began attacking down the opponent's half. In the 19th minute, Lin Quan received the ball in the attacking third, and after 3-1-2 passes with teammates Iniesta and Fabregas, he broke into the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he opted for a curling shot towards the far corner. It was a very stylish shot. The ball curved beautifully past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands and flew towards the left side of the goal. Lin Quan felt confident after kicking the ball, and seeing its arc, he raised his hands in celebration. But then, with a thud, the ball struck the near post. Looking at the ball bouncing off the post, Lin Quan was stunned. The ball didn't go in? Seeing the ball fly out, Fabregas came over and ruffled Lin Quan's hair. That was a beautiful shot, but the curve was too big. Next time, move the point of contact slightly higher when you kick. Lin Quan nodded, looking a little embarrassed. He had intended to shoot for the far corner, but the ball's curve was too exaggerated, and it flew back to the near post. One shot missed, so let's try another. 5 minutes later, Spain came back again. Iniesta saw Lin Quan run into space and delivered a precise through ball to him. Lin Quan received the ball in almost the same position as before, so he repeated his trick and attempted another curling shot. This time, he heeded Fabregas's advice, swinging his lower leg when he touched the ball, using the inside of his foot near the arch to generate power, kicking a shot that wasn't fast but had a large curve. The goalkeeper, seeing this shot, felt a chill. Again? He reacted quickly, leaping high after a quick push-off, making a diving save. But just like before, he still didn't touch the ball, it flew past his fingertips. The fans in the stadium stared wide-eyed in curiosity. Would the ball go out of bounds again? The ball's arc was still significant, but it didn't bounce back and deflect towards the near post like last time. Seeing the ball hit the net, Lin Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this ball hadn't gone in, he would have started to question his existence. Lin Quan didn't question his existence. But the opposing goalkeeper did. Was a curling shot really that hard to save? He'd saved other people's curling shots before, so why had he never seen one with such a bizarre arc like this kid's? On the sidelines, Vicente Del Bosque finally smiled when he saw Lin Quan score. He smiled and hugged his old partner Tony. Why does it feel like this kid's using Uruguay as a testing ground, practicing his footwork? Tony nodded. That's true, mainly because they didn't put enough pressure on us, so the players were playing more relaxed, right? Uruguay is no pushover. Conceding 2 goals to Spain within 25 minutes was humiliating for their players. We know you're the world champions, but we're not pushovers either, and we won't tolerate your arrogance. After the restart, Uruguay's pressing became more aggressive, and their attacks became simpler and more direct. Their midfield was indeed weak, but their forwards were formidable. Suarez, Cavani, and Forlan, these 3 super strikers would strike fear into anyone. The Uruguayans stopped playing fancy tricks with the Spanish. They directly launched long balls from their own half to their forwards. They relied on their forwards' individual abilities to score. And surprisingly, this tactic was quite effective. With their exceptional individual skills, Suarez and Cavani wreaked havoc on Spain's defense. However, without midfield support, their individual efforts in the attacking third made them vulnerable to being double-teamed. While they caused problems for the Spanish defenders, they couldn't create any goals. Seeing the aggressive attacks from the opposing forwards, Vicente Del Bosque instructed the midfielders to drop back, close to the defensive line, protecting the back line while further compressing the opponent's attacking space. Tasper, seeing this adjustment, immediately saw an opportunity. A great chance. Spain's midfield was strong, but it consisted of technically gifted players, not a physically imposing, aggressive type. If they spread out, Uruguay's players would struggle to win the ball away. But if they retreated to their own half, Uruguay would have a chance. He gestured for his players to push forward. By compressing the passing space and combining it with high-intensity physical play, even a strong team like Spain couldn't continue their possession-based style. This tactic worked perfectly. Uruguayan players charged recklessly, pressing the Spanish players with the ball like mad dogs. At this point, the ball became a hot potato. No one dared to dribble it for long, wanting to pass it immediately upon receiving it. Such hurried passing easily led to mistakes. In the 32nd minute, capitalizing on a misplaced pass by Cazorla, Uruguay intercepted the ball and launched a counter-attack, with Rodriguez scoring to make it 2-1. After this goal, Uruguay's morale soared. They saw hope of winning. Although it was just a friendly match for training purposes, beating the world champions was still very attractive to them. So, after the restart, they continued to play like this, using every possible method of pressing, physical contact, and tackling. The Spanish players felt that it was just a friendly, and the opponent's aggressive play made them worried about injury. Getting injured in such an unimportant match and affecting their club performance would be too much of a loss. With this mental burden, they played even more hesitantly. The more this happened, the more effective Uruguay's tactics became, and the situation suddenly reversed. Spain, leading in the score, lost control of the game and were being pressured. This couldn't continue. On the sidelines, Vicente Del Bosque was getting anxious. He realized that his previous adjustments hadn't worked at all. In fact, they'd made things worse. Alonso, Martinez, warm up, get ready to come on. Before the first half was even over, Del Bosque was already preparing to make substitutions. Spain's current passivity stemmed from a lack of physicality in midfield. Cazorla, fearing injury, was playing too restrained. His physical strength was indeed lacking, He couldn't hold on to the ball under pressure and was hesitant to do so. If this continued, they might concede more goals, so Del Bosque decided to substitute him. Javi Martinez and Javi Alonso were both very tough and defensively strong. Bringing them on would allow Spain's midfield to withstand the opponent's pressure. Once they regained control of the midfield, the game would return to their familiar rhythm. Then, winning would be easy for them. On the field, Lin Quan also sensed the team's problems. So, when Cazorla received another pass from his teammate, he immediately moved closer. Cazorla, struggling under pressure, saw Lin Quan approaching and immediately passed a ball to him as if he had found a lifeline. After Lin Quan received the ball, two Uruguayan players immediately rushed out to press him. After pressing for more than 10 minutes, they had developed a strategy. The Spanish players were afraid of physical contact and feared injury. As long as they acted aggressively, the opponents would hesitate or even back down. In that case, they would have a chance to steal the ball from the opponents. In their view, Lin Quan, being so young, must be even more afraid of injury than the average player. So, as long as they intimidated him, the kid would lose his composure. But to their surprise, facing the pressure from the two Uruguayan players, Lin Quan remained completely calm. After receiving the ball, he calmly adjusted his footwork, dodging the first player who rushed in, and then with a stylish Anthony spin, avoided the second player. This move was very elegant, eliciting gasps from the fans in the stadium. Anthony's spinning motions are actually quite beautiful. The reason they're criticized is simply because he spins endlessly like a compass, turning it into a flashy but impractical performance, which naturally draws criticism. However, in Lin Quan's hands, Anthony's spinning motions aren't flashy but a dazzling and effective dribbling technique. The wealthy Middle Eastern audience didn't understand these things, they only saw Lin Quan's dribbling as an elf dancing on the field, using graceful movements to diffuse the opponent's fierce pressing, like a gentle prince taming a raging beast. This scene thrilled them, and they couldn't help but applaud and cheer for Lin Quan. In the VIP box, Masia, who bought Manchester City and invested over £1 billion, couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing Lin Quan's brilliant dribble and applauded him as well. Why doesn't such a talented player come to our Manchester City? It must be because we didn't offer enough money, that must be it. Chapter 121 Rich Middle Eastern Tycoons. On the field, after dribbling past two Uruguayan players, Lin Quan attracted the attention of almost the entire Uruguayan team like a magnet. Several nearby Uruguayan players immediately abandoned their defenders and rushed towards Lin Quan. Seeing this, Lin Quan decisively passed a ball calmly to Iniesta, who was in open space. With his defenders drawn away by Lin Quan, Iniesta was now unmarked. He then surged forward, drawing the attention of two Uruguayan defenders before passing to Mata on the wing. Mata received the ball, cut inside, and unleashed a powerful shot. Uruguayan goalkeeper Muller made a superb save, denying Mata's high-quality shot. Although Spain's attack failed to result in a goal, it gave the Uruguayan players a scare. They dared not commit as many players to relentlessly press in the opponent's half as before. Meanwhile, in Spain's midfield, Lin Quan's proactive dropping back to receive the ball significantly reduced their pressure to distribute it. This shift in pressure allowed Spain to regain control of the tempo. During this period, Lin Quan's possession increased noticeably. He consciously increased the number and duration of his touches to draw Uruguayan defenders and relieve pressure on his teammates. As he was the most dangerous Spanish player on the field, Uruguayan players would immediately send 2 or even 3 players to press him when he received the ball. Lin Quan played intelligently. If the opposing pressing players made mistakes, he would dribble past them, gaining space to either pass or attack himself, creating threats in front of the Uruguayan goal. If the opponent didn't give him opportunities or create any mistakes to exploit, he would draw enough defenders before choosing the most suitable passing route to help his teammates complete the attack. In this situation, Lin Quan seemed to become the playmaker of Spain's attack. Spain's attacking play became much smoother under his orchestration and distribution. Uruguay's pressing tactics began to lose their effectiveness, and the ball was no longer a hot potato. Tasper quickly realized the importance of the opponent in the attacking third, so he instructed his players to have their defensive midfielders closely mark Lin Quan, limiting his space in passing, and preventing him from calmly directing the attack. Former Monaco captain and current Bologna Uruguayan midfielder Perez readily accepted this task. Perez, 30 years old, is known for his strong physique, aggressive defense, and fiery temper. Whether at club or national team level, He is a mainstay of the defense. He readily undertakes the dirty work that others are unwilling to do, because it's a good opportunity to showcase his value. Once on the field, Perez began to harass Lin Quan with various underhanded tactics. He was experienced. When making these moves, he would observe the referee's position beforehand, trying to avoid the referee's line of sight to avoid being caught red-handed. This meant that even if the players he fouled protested to the referee would often ignore them. Lin Quan, seeing this, knew he'd encountered a seasoned thug. He wasn't the kind of person who would just stand there and not fight back. "You're using dirty tricks, do you think I won't?" Taking advantage of a receiving opportunity, he turned, while Perez was kneeing him in the hip, completely unaware of the movement in his arm. As Lin Quan turned, he subtly delivered an elbow strike to Perez's ribs, nearly knocking him out of his chest. While Perez gasped in pain, Lin Quan decisively dribbled past the defenders, then delivered a through ball, assisting Masia to score, making the score 3-1. Perez ran to the referee to protest Lin Quan's elbow, arguing that the foul had occurred beforehand and the goal was disallowed. The referee, not seeing Lin Quan's foul, was skeptical of Perez's protest. Lin Quan's reputation was well known. The kid played cleanly, relying on technique rather than physicality. He'd never heard of Lin Quan intentionally injuring anyone on the field. On the other hand, Perez was infamous on the field. He seemed more like the one prone to dirty tricks. Perez's protests were ineffective, and he was furious. His gaze towards Lin Quan turned fierce. Lin Quan, having gained an advantage, knew Perez might retaliate. So he didn't engage with Perez, but instead increased his movement, circling the referee and rarely leaving his sight. Perez, in front of the referee, hesitated to act. A blatant violation could result in a red card and his expulsion. But this only fueled Lin Quan's anger. In the 44th minute of the first half, under pressure from Uruguayan players, Pedro's pass was slightly rushed and lacked power. This resulted in a dangerous ball situation, with both sides having a chance to win possession. Lin Quan immediately rushed towards the ball, and Perez, standing nearby, saw an opportunity. He pretended to run towards the ball as well, deliberately slowing down to give the impression that he couldn't catch Lin Quan. However, just as Lin Quan was about to receive the ball, he seized the opportunity and immediately slid in a sliding tackle, seemingly intending to dispossess the ball. But judging from his exposed studs, he wasn't going for the ball, but for Lin Quan. Danger. On the sidelines, Vicente Del Bosque and the Spanish coaching staff broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the exposed studs. Lin Quan seemed oblivious to Perez's sliding tackle, receiving the ball first and placing his right foot on it, seemingly observing who to pass to. Perez, on his return to the field, saw his opponent stop in place, not dodging, and was overjoyed. "This time it's in." A muffled thud echoed across the field, and both Lin Quan and Perez fell to the ground. One clutched his calf, rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. The other player lay motionless on the grass, clutching his ankle. The referee, seeing this, dared not be careless and immediately stopped the game, coming to check on the injuries of both players. "Damn it! That damned murderer!" On the long side, Vicente Del Bosque urged the Spanish team doctor to come onto the field while loudly cursing towards the Uruguayan coaching bench. In his view, the Uruguayan midfielder's egregious foul must have been instigated by the Uruguayan coaching staff. If anything happened to Lin Quan, he would definitely appeal to FIFA, demanding severe punishment for the offenders and that they not let those guys get away with it. The Spanish players were also extremely nervous. Iniesta and Pedro, who were closest to the point of the foul, rushed over, surrounding Lin Quan and offering words of comfort. From their perspective, the opponent's foul had likely caused serious damage to Lin Quan's ankle. Thinking of Lin Quan's age, the players felt a pang of sadness. He was so young. Experiencing such a serious injury would likely have an irreversible impact on his future career. Thinking of this, their sadness turned into anger, and they immediately wanted to cause trouble for Uruguay. But before they could act, Lin Quan, who was on the ground, suddenly sat up. "Hey guys, are you planning to leave me lying on the ground forever? Aren't you going to help me up? Lin, are you alright?" Iniesta was both surprised and delighted, and quickly reached out with Pedro to help Lin Quan up. After standing up, Lin Quan moved his ankle. It was slightly red, but not seriously. "I'm not injured, but that guy might be." The big screen began to replay the slow-motion replay of Perez's foul. Just as he was about to tackle Lin Quan suddenly pulled the ball, placing it where he had been standing. Perez's foot hit the ball first, bringing Lin Quan down. It looked like he was kicked, but Perez hadn't actually touched Lin Quan. The referee didn't care about that. He thought Perez's leg was too high, which was at least a dangerous move and should be punished with a yellow card. So they gave Perez, who was rolling on the ground, a yellow jewel card. Perez seemed genuinely injured, sweating profusely from the pain, and had no intention of protesting the referee's decision. He hadn't kicked Lin Quan, but Lin Quan, as he fell, landed squarely on top of Perez. Especially since Lin Quan had landed on his elbows to maintain his balance. This hit Perez quite hard. He felt as if his ribs were broken. Uruguay's team doctor examined him and confirmed that they were indeed broken. It seemed like more than one rib was broken, at least 2 adjacent ribs were broken. However, they couldn't blame the opposing players, because they had initiated the attack. With Perez injured and unable to continue, Uruguay had no choice but to make a substitution. Without their key defender, their defense became even more vulnerable to Spain's attacks. Fortunately, there wasn't much time left in the first half. After gritting their teeth and holding on for a few more minutes, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. They didn't allow Spain to extend their lead, and trailing by 1 goal, they walked dejectedly towards the locker room. On the other hand, the Spanish teammates breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lin Quan was uninjured. They chatted and laughed around him as they returned to the locker room with a 2-1 lead. After entering the locker room, Del Bosque carefully examined Lin Quan from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was indeed uninjured did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then immediately announced, "Lin, you're off for the second half. Let Villa and Torres come on and get back into form." Spain was already leading by 2 goals, and the opponent had lost a key defender. Del Bosque felt the game was essentially over. Furthermore, it was just a friendly match, and the opponent had committed many fouls. He was hesitant to keep Lin Quan on the field. If Lin Quan were to get injured, the loss for Spain would be enormous. "Okay, I'll follow your instructions." Lin Quan readily accepted Del Bosque's arrangement, and they sat on the bench with Xavi and others to watch the game in the second half. In the second half, Spain made numerous personnel changes, with Alonso, David Silva, Martinez, Pique, Villa, and Torres all coming on. With Alonso and Martinez on the field, Spain's defense became extremely solid, unafraid of the opponent's tight defense. However, the absence of their most threatening attacking player, Lin Quan, caused their attacking play to become somewhat disjointed. Uruguay's forwards were very active in the attacking third, but couldn't find a way to score. Uruguay's forwards also worked hard, but under Spain's strong defense, they couldn't find any scoring opportunities. Ultimately, the second half ended goalless, with a friendly match ending 3-1. After the match, at the invitation of sponsors, the Spanish players collectively attended an event in Doha. This event was to promote Qatar's bid to host the World Cup. Middle Eastern tycoons seem to have recently become obsessed with football, not only buying teams in Europe but also spending heavily to bid for a World Cup on their home turf. The wealthiest Qataris are bidding to host the 2022 World Cup, and to increase their chances of success, they are keen to leverage the influence of influential football teams like the Spanish national team to amplify the profile. The Spanish Football Federation is reluctant to attend such commercial events, as it would increase the players' financial burden. However, the sponsors are simply too generous. Spain received over €8 million in sponsorship fees for this friendly match, covering all the round-trip airfare and accommodation. Furthermore, the generous Middle Eastern tycoons gifted each Spanish player present. Lin Quan received a Cartier watch. While he doesn't know much about watches and its exact value, his teammates said it was worth €100,000. Given such generosity, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. After the series of commercial activities concluded, the team disbanded at the Qatar airport, and the players returned to their respective clubs by plane. After this match, Spain's next national team match will be the World Cup qualifier against Finland in March. On February 9, the 21st round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. Because the national team match was so close, players like Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and Elia were all placed on the bench by Xavi. Their opponent, Stuttgart, wasn't particularly strong, currently ranked 12th in the standings, similar to Hamburg before them, belonging to the type of team that was safe from relegation but had no hope of winning the title. Therefore, it was expected that Werder Bremen, missing many key players, would have a difficult time in this match. Unexpectedly, in the first half, Werder Bremen's substitute midfielder, Ekig, who hadn't had many appearances this season, had a personal explosion. He scored twice in the first half, netting 2 goals himself, and also assisted teammate Hunt to score another goal. Before halftime was even over, Werder Bremen had almost killed the suspense of the match with a 3-0 lead. Although Stuttgart attempted a counter-attack in the second half, and Traoré pulled one back, the game turned decisively after key players like Lin Quan and De Bruyne came on as substitutes in the 65th minute. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan assisted Hunt for his second goal, making it 4-1. In the 90th minute, Werder Bremen had another chance, and Lin Quan, facing an open goal, passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne happily accepted the gift and converted the ball, scoring Werder Bremen's 5th goal of the match. Ultimately, Werder Bremen secured a resounding 5-1 victory away to Stuttgart, achieving their 3rd consecutive win in the second half of the season. Notably, Lin Quan, who contributed 2 assists in this match, overtook Bayern Munich's Ribéry to move into second place on the assist charts, behind only his teammate De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne currently has 17 assists, 2 more than Lin Quan. With 13 rounds remaining in the league, Lin Quan still has a chance to equal his teammate's record. However, after realizing his assist count is approaching the Bundesliga historical record, De Bruyne has clearly become interested in racking up assists. Historically, the Bundesliga assist record was set by De Bruyne himself with 21 assists in a single season while playing for Wolfsburg. This season, thanks to Werder Bremen's formidable attacking firepower, De Bruyne's assist efficiency has greatly improved. He could very well break the Bundesliga record 2 years ahead of schedule. Chapter 122 How could a striker have so many assists? A week later, Werder Bremen hosted Freiburg at home. What should have been a routine match became unusual due to the rivalry between 2 players for the Bundesliga assist title. In this game, De Bruyne and Lin Quan seemed to be putting on a show, taking turns delivering exquisite passes to their teammates. In the 9th minute of the first half, Lin Quan assisted Peterson to score, bringing his assist tally to 16, 1 behind De Bruyne. De Bruyne, not to be outdone, quickly assisted Elia to score, widening the gap to 2 goals. The Freiburg players were furious. What do you take us for? Trying to break our records, they thought. They launched a massive counter-attack. In the 36th minute, Freiburg striker Cruz scored, making it 2-1. 5 minutes later, Freiburg winger Machedi was fouled in the penalty area, and the referee awarded a penalty. Machedi himself took the penalty and converted, leveling the score. Seeing their team go from leading to being tied, the fans at the Weser Stadium were frustrated. The team's playing strangely today. Yet, Lin Quan didn't score. De Bruyne didn't seem to pass him the ball. Now that you mention it, it seems true. Did those 2 have some kind of conflict? In the locker room, Schaff was also asking this question. After the first half ended, he called Lin Quan and De Bruyne over and asked them why they hadn't cooperated well in the match. If they had cooperated as usual, they could have scored at least 3 goals in the first half, and wouldn't have ended up conceding an equalizer. Faced with Schaff's question, De Bruyne stammered, "Lin and I are competing for the assist title. I'm afraid if I pass him a good ball, he won't shoot and will waste my brilliant pass." Schaff frowned and looked at Lin Quan. Lin Quan shrugged. "Kevin, I'm really upset if you think like that. When have I ever wasted your brilliant passes? If you pass to me and I miss, that's my fault. If I miss, it's your fault." If they weren't good friends, Lin Quan would have thought De Bruyne was bad-mouthing him to the coach based on what he just said. Really? Then I apologize. If I have a good chance in the second half, I'll definitely pass you the ball. De Bruyne said sincerely, feeling a little guilty for judging him so harshly. Schaff breathed a sigh of relief when the misunderstanding between the 2 was cleared up. He had been really worried that the 2 might have some kind of conflict. Now it seemed he had worried too much. However, this competition for assists felt a bit strange. It was understandable that De Bruyne had so many assists. His role in the team was to organize the attack, and more assists meant he was performing exceptionally well and perfectly fulfilling his responsibilities. But Lin Quan also had so many assists. What was going on? How could a striker who scores goals so easily have so many assists? Schaff was completely baffled, and the commentators were equally astonished. There's a very interesting statistic that I think everyone will find interesting. Currently ranked second in the assist charts is Lin Quan, and first is De Bruyne. They happen to be on the same team, Another commentator exclaimed, "The Werder Bremen duo's performance this season has been truly outstanding. So far this season, Lin Quan has scored 28 goals and provided 16 assists. His goal contributions account for 68.75% of Werder Bremen's total goals. De Bruyne, on the other hand, has scored 13 goals and provided 18 assists this season, accounting for 48.5% of the team's total goals. Based solely on the above data, this clearly demonstrates their immense contribution to Werder Bremen's attack. Thanks to the outstanding performance of their twin stars, Werder Bremen has scored 64 goals in the league so far this season, second only to Bayern Munich's 68 goals. If you don't grasp the significance of this statistic, consider Borussia Dortmund in third place. Dortmund, who just thrashed Eintracht Frankfurt 3-0 at home, has only scored 54 goals so far, leaving them more than 10 goals behind the top two teams. While many have heard of the Werder Bremen twin stars, few have truly grasped their strength. But now, seeing the statistics presented by the commentator, fans are stunned. Are Werder Bremen's twin stars really this incredible? One is approaching the Bundesliga single-season goal record, and the other is about to break the assist record. Damn, what incredible luck did Werder Bremen have? How did they manage to draft two monster-level players like that? Yet, one's a midfielder, the other a striker. They can't do without either of them. Stop talking, or the other teams will be drooling. A 10-year Werder Bremen fan here uninvited. These two are currently playing for Werder Bremen, but they're not actually Bremen players. They'll be leaving after their loan spells end. Sigh, as someone who's watched half a season of Werder Bremen's games for 10 years. Longtime fans simply can't imagine what Werder Bremen will be like without Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Yet, without them, Werder Bremen's attacking firepower will definitely suffer a huge blow. More than a huge blow, they might even fall back into the relegation zone. Sigh, Werder Bremen had its glory days over a decade ago, and this season's unexpected rise has turned out to be just a flash in the pan. Once Lin Quan and De Bruyne leave, the team's strength will be greatly diminished, and they might really be brought back to square one. Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for Werder Bremen. Sorry +1, actually. There's one statistic the commentators didn't mention. Lin Quan and De Bruyne not only dominate the top two spots on the assist charts, but they're also among the top in the Golden Boot race, ranking first and fourth respectively. This season, Werder Bremen's attack has indeed been carried by these two. Once they leave, Werder Bremen will probably need to seriously adjust their attacking system. After the misunderstanding between the two sides was cleared up in the second half, Werder Bremen star duo regained their immense power. De Bruyne not only increased the number of times he combined with Lin Quan, but also frequently delivered brilliant passes to him. Although he knew that scoring would help De Bruyne increase his assist record, Lin Quan still chose to calmly put the ball in the net. After tearfully scoring 2 goals and providing De Bruyne with 2 assists, Werder Bremen defeated Freiburg 4-2 at home. Lin Quan, who scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist, forced a smile and hugged De Bruyne to celebrate the victory, but sighed inwardly. Now, his chances of winning the assist title this season are completely over. Not only is the Assist King award out of reach, but those 10 points have also vanished. With these 3 assists in this match, De Bruyne's assist record reached 20. This figure has already tied the Bundesliga assist record set by Ribéry in the 2009-2010 season. If he manages even one more assist in the upcoming matches, he will break the Bundesliga assist record. This outstanding performance has attracted the attention of more and more teams. Many scouts who are already at Werder Bremen to observe Lin Quan also took the opportunity to scout De Bruyne after seeing his amazing performance. Chelsea's senior scout, De Wijs, even returned to Germany specifically to observe De Bruyne's form. What is the club thinking? Why not recall Kevin? His performance in the Bundesliga is so outstanding, he's almost breaking the Bundesliga assist record. Isn't that enough proof of his ability? Rookie scout George Evans, who had been tracking De Bruyne and Lin Quan for a long time, has now been promoted to a permanent position. Club manager Imnero is very satisfied with his work, only regretting that he didn't listen to his advice earlier and bring in Lin Quan. Perhaps thinking George has a good eye, or perhaps thinking he's lucky, Chelsea has put George in charge of scouting all the young players under 21 in the Bundesliga, reporting any suitable prospects to Stamford Bridge. Stamford Bridge will send experienced scouts like De Wijs to assess the situation. If the other party meets Chelsea's requirements, they will consider buying them. Although Abramovich spends lavishly and likes to buy big-name players, the team still needs a large number of talented and promising young players to replenish its blood. These players can serve as substitutes, be loaned out, or brought in and allowed to develop gradually. If a few top-tier stars emerge from among them, then Chelsea will have made a profit. Even if no top stars emerge, as long as Chelsea doesn't misjudge the situation, they will generally not lose money when selling them. De Wise shook his head inside. The club's situation is quite complicated. The head coach has not been decided yet, and the current tactics have changed too quickly, causing the team's performance to decline severely. The fans and players are rebelling. He has been at Chelsea for so many years, and he has only seen Chelsea in such chaos once before, when former owner Bates mismanaged the club, causing it to be unable to make ends meet and almost go bankrupt. But back then, with Abramovich taking over, he immediately injected huge sums of money, helping Chelsea out of its predicament and ushering in its peak period. Now, however, the situation has little to do with money, it's entirely due to Abramovich's arbitrary actions. He loves firing managers too much. In just a few years, the number of managers he's sacked could form a whole team. The compensation Chelsea has paid for these dismissed managers in recent years would be enough to buy a Taurus. Di Matteo's coaching ability was indeed not strong, but under his leadership, Chelsea's performance in the first half of the season was still quite good. However, due to refereeing error, Chelsea lost to Manchester United in the league, and their mentality collapsed, resulting in a series of losses. Abramovich, who already disliked him, fired him in a fit of anger. After Di Matteo was sacked, his successor, Benitez, performed even worse. Under his leadership, Chelsea suffered a humiliating exit from the Club World Cup, followed by elimination from the Champions League and the FA Cup, seemingly heading towards a trophyless season. This greatly dissatisfied the Blues fans. Just over 2 months after Benitez joined the team, Stamford Bridge fans were already hurling insults at him. Not only that, but in the 16th minute of every match, Chelsea fans would stand up and applaud in remembrance of Di Matteo's dismissal. This greatly embarrassed Abramovich, completely abandoning any thought of renewing Benitez's contract and only wanting to replace him as soon as the season ended. Amid such internal turmoil at Chelsea, Benitez essentially went through the motions, abandoning any intention to develop Chelsea's youth academy players. As for De Bruyne, currently on loan, he was left to the next manager. He certainly had no interest in it. Benitez's situation was also unfortunate. Since leaving Liverpool, his managerial career had been far from smooth. In 2010, he managed Inter Milan for only half a season before being sacked by Moratti due to poor team performance. After 2 years of unemployment, he finally found a job. However, upon arriving at Chelsea, he completely failed to adapt to Chelsea's tactics and couldn't control the dressing room. If Abramovich hadn't been so ruthless in his sacking of coaches, making other managers unwilling to come to Stamford Bridge, Benitez would have been fired long ago, given his personality. Chelsea's current turmoil has made De Bruyne himself hesitant. He's doing well at Werder Bremen, and if he leaves the Bundesliga and returns to the Premier League, he's worried about not getting consistent playing time. If he hadn't proven himself in the Bundesliga, he could accept being a substitute at Chelsea. But now, after a very successful season with the team, De Bruyne's mindset has changed. He believes he's capable of competing for a starting position, and if Chelsea doesn't give him a starting spot, he really needs to reconsider. With the Allianz Arena match against Bayern Munich just around the corner, De Bruyne seemed distracted on the training ground, which worried Lin Quan. So he went over to ask him what was wrong. De Bruyne explained the chaotic situation at Chelsea and his concerns, then asked, "Lin, do you think I should return to Chelsea after my loan expires?" His worry was real. The 2014 World Cup was approaching, and if he returned to Chelsea and couldn't get playing time, the Belgian national team might drop him. Although he was loyal to Chelsea and grateful that they had discovered him from the lower leagues and brought him to the top 5 leagues, De Bruyne would undoubtedly choose the national team over the club. Lin knew that Mourinho was likely to be Chelsea's manager, but he wasn't sure. Historically, Mourinho was abandoned by Real Madrid after losing both the Champions League and the league title. He didn't know how much of a ripple effect his presence would have. If Real Madrid hadn't been eliminated by Dortmund and had reached the Champions League final, anything could have happened. Even if they didn't win, reaching the final would prove Mourinho's ability. At least under his leadership, Real Madrid was truly making progress step by step. So he could only comfort De Bruyne, saying, "Don't rush into a decision. Chelsea's manager hasn't been decided yet. Once the manager is chosen and the team's tactics are finalized, you can see if you're suited to the manager's tactics. If you feel you can adapt, then I support your return to Stamford Bridge. If not, I think it's better for you to stay at Werder Bremen. Mourinho had actually coached De Bruyne for a period, and De Bruyne's performance under him wasn't good. Although De Bruyne's defensive abilities have improved somewhat, they still don't reach the standard of a defensive player. Under Mourinho, apart from superstars like Ronaldo who have special privileges, all other players need to participate in defense. De Bruyne won't have the same tactical status under Mourinho as he did at Werder Bremen. His position will likely be as a winger. Wingers bear a heavy defensive responsibility, at least needing to limit the opponent's wingers' attacks. De Bruyne's physical strength is relatively weak, and his defensive abilities are lacking, especially since the Premier League emphasizes physical confrontation. If Mourinho were to place him in that position, his performance would inevitably decline significantly, and he would certainly not be able to replicate his good form at Werder Bremen. In Mourinho's eyes, he might be labeled a flop, further reducing De Bruyne's playing time. From this perspective, Lin Quan felt that De Bruyne might as well stay at Werder Bremen. De Bruyne nodded. Bremen was, after all, a team they had played for a season, and they had some emotional attachment to it. He didn't want Bremen's performance to plummet immediately after he and Lin Quan left. However, given Bremen's financial situation, they probably couldn't afford him. By the way, what's your contract with Chelsea for? Lin Quan asked curiously, seeing that De Bruyne was considering staying. He remembered that when De Bruyne transferred to Wolfsburg, Wolfsburg paid €25 million. This price was a bit of a burden for Werder Bremen, but with some effort, they could still afford it. Last transfer window, Werder Bremen made a small profit through player sales, and combined with the financial surplus from previous seasons, they had a budget of about €20 to €30 million for player purchases. However, if the prices were any higher, it would be hopeless. A player's transfer fee is related to his market value in the remaining time on his contract. A higher market value naturally means a higher transfer fee. But if a player's contract has little time left, the transfer fee may be lower than his market value. He signed a 5-year contract, which doesn't expire until 2017. De Bruyne guessed Lin Quan's thoughts and immediately dashed them. Well, it seems the initiative in the transfer is in Chelsea's hands. Lin Quan sighed. Only 1 year of the 5-year contract has passed, leaving 4 years. With so much time, Chelsea doesn't need to rush, it's the buyer who should be anxious. When the Bundesliga started last year, Transfermarkt estimated his market value at €18 million. It's probably over €20 million now. If Werder Bremen wants to buy him, they'll have to offer at least €25 million. Chelsea aren't stupid, they can't be unaware of De Bruyne's value, and they won't sell him off cheaply. Actually, I have another concern. De Bruyne suddenly said. What? If other teams submit offers to Chelsea that are higher than Werder Bremen's, then it will be even more difficult for me to stay at Bremen. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. Let's win a championship for the team before we leave. In the 23rd round of the league, Werder Bremen visited the Allianz Arena for the 3rd time. Unlike their previous 2 lucky victories, this match was Werder Bremen's most difficult game of the season. Bayern Munich were in top form and firing on all cylinders, scoring 2 goals in the first half through Robben and Martinez, establishing an early lead. Werder Bremen responded with a goal from Lin Quan. If they had continued playing at this pace, Werder Bremen might have lost, but not by such a large margin. However, in the 44th minute, Werder Bremen defender Prudl was sent off with a red card for handball in the penalty area, putting Werder Bremen at a significant disadvantage. Ribéry calmly converted the penalty, extending the lead to 3-1. Adding insult to injury, in the 49th minute, facing Bayern's relentless attack, Werder Bremen's defense made a crucial error. Selassie, while clearing the ball, inadvertently kicked it into his own net, giving Bayern another goal. Just 2 minutes later, Gomez volleyed home inside the penalty area, extending the lead to 5-1. Faced with Bayern's relentless attack, Werder Bremen's players were completely overwhelmed. Bayern fans at the Allianz Arena were incredulous, expecting a tough battle. Instead, their team won, and by a large margin. They were ecstatic, even happier than on a holiday. After 3 humiliating matches against Werder Bremen, they had replaced Borussia Mönchengladbach as Bayern's biggest nemesis. And today, they could finally vent their anger at home and defeat this damned opponent. Before this match, Bayern hadn't gained a single advantage against Werder Bremen this year. 2 cup defeats, costing them 2 titles, and a 2-goal lead in the league only to be held to draw by a tenacious opponent, had begun to undermine their confidence. Werder Bremen seemed to be Bayern's nemesis. This resounding victory finally lifted its psychological shadow. Bayern remains the Bundesliga giant, their dominance unshakable. Despite being down a man, Lin Quan and De Bruyne refused to give up the attack. Even if it meant certain death, they charged forward. In the 58th minute, Lin Quan dribbled past several defenders in the attacking third, and before being fouled, he managed to pass the ball while almost off balance. De Bruyne unleashed a powerful long-range shot, scoring again to make it 2-5. This goal served as a reminder to Bayern that while they held a significant advantage, Werder Bremen was not without a chance. If they became complacent with their lead, they risked a stunning comeback. If Bayern Munich were to concede a 4-goal lead and then be tied, they might as well just give up. In the final stages of the match, Bayern's defenders tightly marked Lin Quan and De Bruyne, both finding themselves surrounded by multiple defenders. With one less player and their teammates unable to provide support, despite their best efforts to attack and change the score, their efforts were futile against Bayern's impenetrable defense. Ultimately, Bayern Munich secured a resounding 5-2 victory over Werder Bremen at home, avenging their previous defeat and venting their frustration. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen lost 2 of their 6 matches in the second half of the season, both against top teams. In the first half of the season, they could put up a fight against Bayern and Dortmund, managing to draw tenaciously. However, in the second half, once their opponents figured them out, Werder Bremen's magic vanished. Perhaps they could still win against weaker teams, even achieving resounding victories. But against stronger teams, they struggled to secure a single win. The league loss to Bayern Munich left both Lin Quan and De Bruyne deeply frustrated. This match made them acutely aware of the vast gap between Werder Bremen and top teams. "I've decided, after the season ends, I'm going back to Chelsea." De Bruyne finally made his decision, even if it meant facing fierce competition. He was determined to give it his all. Staying at Werder Bremen might allow him to remain a tactical core, and after Lin Quan left, he might even become the team's star player. However, staying at Werder Bremen wouldn't help him achieve honors or even further improve. If he was merely using Werder Bremen as a stepping stone to a top club, then he had achieved his goal. He no longer needed to stay to gain the favor of a top club. "Have you thought it through?" Lin Quan sighed upon hearing De Bruyne's decision. Before this match, he might have tried to persuade De Bruyne. But after the game, even the last shred of hope in his own heart had vanished. To try and persuade De Bruyne again would be hypocritical. I've made up my mind. The Bundesliga style suits him well, but there aren't many strong teams there. Dortmund and Bayern Munich both have plenty of playmakers, so he wouldn't have a place there. Moreover, after his loan spell at Werder Bremen, he didn't want to stay in the Bundesliga and be at odds with Werder Bremen. Therefore, the best option was to return to Stamford Bridge, unless another top club was willing to spend a lot of money to buy him. "And you? Where are you going next season?" After discussing De Bruyne's future plans, De Bruyne asked Lin Quan. Lin Quan smiled. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Bayern. I think Bayern is great. Their squad is very strong, and the head coach is your adoptive father. You're sure you won't be like me at Chelsea, where I couldn't even guarantee playing time?" De Bruyne said enviously. Compared to his own uncertain future, Lin Quan's path seemed much brighter. "The way you're saying that makes it sound like I'm living off a gigolo. It makes me not even want to go to Bayern. I didn't mean that. I genuinely think Bayern is great, or more accurately, I think Coach Guardiola is great." "Tisk, I didn't realize you admired him so much. I've never heard you mention him before." De Bruyne scratched his head. "You don't know, for a technical midfielder like us, being able to play under Coach Guardiola is such a lucky thing." De Bruyne's words surprised Lin Quan greatly. He hadn't expected Guardiola to be so attractive in the football world. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Guardiola, like Mourinho, has his own unique and distinctive characteristics, attracting a large number of players with similar styles. They truly are the 2 greatest coaches of all time. Werder Bremen had just lost to Bayern Munich in the league, and then drew Dortmund in the quarterfinals of the German Cup. It's really a case of bad luck making everything worse. They felt unlucky, and Dortmund felt unlucky too. Since their victory over Werder Bremen in the 18th round of the league, Dortmund seemed cursed, with someone getting injured in every match. Götze, Reus, Schmelzer, Lewandowski, and others were all injured or ill. The most serious injury was to Reus, who first sprained his ankle, then injured his knee. And before he could fully recover, he strained his groin. Since joining Dortmund, Reus's injury frequency has increased significantly, and his injury-prone constitution is beginning to show. Haha, Dortmund is plagued by injuries, and they're about to face a Champions League knockout stage opponent at home. They might choose to forfeit this match. I don't think so. Although Dortmund didn't win their away Champions League game last week, they have 2 away goals. A draw at home is enough to advance, so the pressure isn't that great. That's right, the Westfalen Stadion is known as a Devil's home ground. Shakhtar Donetsk couldn't beat them at home, so they'll have even less hope at the opponent's home ground. On the contrary, we helped Dortmund eliminate Bayern. We're the strongest opponent left in the German Cup. If Dortmund eliminates us, the German Cup trophy will be a piece of cake for them. Damn, so Dortmund should thank us? The Werder Bremen players initially thought they had a chance, but after some analysis, they all felt this match was even more difficult for them. Lewandowski's injury isn't serious, he should be back. Götze has the flu, I don't know how he is now, but I heard he's already participated in team training, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Schaff coughed lightly, stopping the players' discussion. The only confirmed injuries are Reus and Schmelzer, but Nuri Sahin's return fills that gap. Last season, Dortmund's attacking firepower was still very strong even without Reus. This season, with Sahin's return, Reus's absence won't have a big impact. Schaff's analysis made the players start to groan. They thought they could take advantage of the opponent's injury-plagued squad, but after this analysis, it seemed there was no advantage to be gained. Schmelzer is Dortmund's starting fullback, his absence will have a big impact on Dortmund. Seeing the players' groans, Schaff calmed them down. In short, don't pin your hopes on the opponent's players not being able to play. What we need to do is continuously improve our own strengths and try our best to bring out our advantages. Losing to Bayern Munich was a huge blow to the players' confidence, and Schaff himself didn't have much hope. Reaching the quarterfinals, and even eliminating Bayern Munich, was already an achievement for Werder Bremen. With their strength, they should have been eliminated in the previous round. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged a glance, both seeing the burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Neither of them could accept defeat and elimination. Given that they were certain to leave Werder Bremen after this season, this match might be the only meaningful championship trophy they could leave for Werder Bremen this season. So, without hesitation, they had to fight. Lin, I want to learn from you the technique of getting rid of defenders after receiving the ball. Can you teach me? With 5 days left until the match, the entire Werder Bremen team was in intense preparation. That morning, De Bruyne approached Lin Quan and asked to learn his ball handling and dribbling techniques. Lin Quan had previously played a playmaking role while De Bruyne was injured. Although his time there was short, his performance in those matches was commendable. After De Bruyne recovered, he started pestering Lin Quan to teach him his signature 45-degree cross. Besides this technique, De Bruyne also greatly admired Lin Quan's ability to evade defenders after receiving the ball. However, he was too shy to ask for help before. After all, he had already learned curved passes and knuckleballs from Lin Quan, and asking for more would seem greedy. But now, to win the game, De Bruyne didn't care about that anymore. Shamelessness was fine, as long as it helped the team, anything was worthwhile. Okay. To De Bruyne's surprise, he hadn't expected Lin Quan to agree so easily. Huh? Aren't you going to reconsider? De Bruyne was stunned. Such a unique skill, just taught like that? No need to reconsider, you're not an outsider, why be so formal with your own brother? Lin Quan had actually noticed long ago that De Bruyne struggled to deliver threatening passes when closely marked, so he had considered teaching him his dribbling techniques. However, since De Bruyne hadn't brought it up, Lin Quan didn't feel comfortable asking. Spending more time with De Bruyne revealed him to be a very proud person. He was introverted and aloof, with a sensitive and thoughtful nature. This was probably a lingering effect of the exclusion and discrimination he experienced in his foster family as a child. Yet, good brother, for life. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask, and I'll do everything I can. De Bruyne was deeply moved. To gain such a friendship in just 1 year at Werder Bremen was worthwhile. Unfortunately, he already has a new club, otherwise it would be great to have him go to Chelsea with him. Chelsea is currently in need of a striker. De Bruyne has had a very comfortable season playing together, and if possible, he really hopes to continue playing alongside Lin Quan. What midfielder wouldn't like a striker who doesn't miss chances? Actually, Lin Quan also thinks De Bruyne's passing is excellent, and having him as a teammate makes his job much easier. Therefore, he is also looking forward to playing with De Bruyne again. However, it's unclear how long that wait will be. After 5 days of intense preparation, the quarter-finals of the German Cup kicked off on February 28. Werder Bremen hosted Borussia Dortmund at home. This match can be considered the most important of all the remaining matches this season. Whether they will fail to score or finally lift the German Cup trophy depends on this game. Chapter 124. You think you're the third best in the world? Guts is back. Coach Schaff sighed upon seeing the opposing team's starting lineup, his last shred of hope shattered. It's good that Guts is back, otherwise, people might think we won unfairly after beating Dortmund. Seeing the lively Guts on the opposing team, Lin Quan turned to De Bruyne and said, "When we face the Dortmund players later, use the trick I taught you." "Okay, don't worry, I'll surprise them." De Bruyne nodded heavily, already eager to try. At 7:30 p.m., with the referee's whistle, the final match of this round of the German Cup, and also the most anticipated one, Werder Bremen vs Borussia Dortmund, officially kicked off. After the start, Dortmund, as usual, attacked Werder Bremen's defense with fierce pressing and rapid movement. A month ago, they used this tactic to avenge their defeat against Werder Bremen in the league, filling the entire Dortmund team with confidence. They felt they had found a way to limit Werder Bremen's attack. As long as they neutralized the opponent's star duo and relentlessly attacked their defense, the opponent would surrender before halftime. They had used this method to win this match last time, a resounding 5-2 victory. With Reus absent this time, the team's attacking firepower might be slightly lacking, but scoring 2 or 3 goals should be no problem. Could Werder Bremen's flimsy defense withstand their attack? Impossible. For the first 10 minutes, Dortmund relentlessly besieged Werder Bremen's goal. Their relentless pressing and high-speed running tactics were indeed unstoppable. Even with prior preparation, once on the field, Werder Bremen's players struggled to keep up with the pace after the opponent accelerated. However, having learned from their previous defeat, Werder Bremen made targeted adjustments for this match. In defense, they assigned a player specifically to limit the opposing midfield playmakers, preventing them from easily creating threatening passes. Dortmund had 2 playmakers, Gundogan in the back and Guts in the front. Gundogan, positioned deep in the defensive midfield, was difficult to contain. Werder Bremen simply ignored him, focusing their marking efforts on Guts. When Guts was near the center circle, he was marked by De Bruyne. If he continued to dribble forward, Werder Bremen captain Fritz would also join the double team, forcing him to pass. This position was still quite far from the Werder Bremen goal, and Guts' ability to create threatening passes wasn't as strong as De Bruyne's. His strength lay in his excellent dribbling, ball control, and ability to break free, making him a formidable attacker who would excel in open play. This was precisely what Dortmund excelled at. However, Guts lacks physical strength and the ability to deliver threatening passes in positional play. Werder Bremen couldn't slow down the entire Dortmund team, but they could slow down Guts alone. In the first 10 minutes, although Werder Bremen appeared very passive, constantly under attack, and the fans were worried, holding their breath every time the opposition shot, Klopp's expression on the Dortmund coaching bench was far from relaxed. Rather, it was quite serious. Guts' performance today is a bit off. Could it be because he hasn't fully recovered from the flu? His assistant coach asked worriedly. In the past 10 minutes, Guts' performance had been mediocre, nothing particularly outstanding. If it were an ordinary player, he wouldn't criticize him for underperforming. But for Guts, this was unacceptable. He's Dortmund's star player. How could he deliver such a mediocre performance? If he's not in form, Dortmund will only be able to rely on Lewandowski to win. But if there's only one point of attack, it's too easy to defend against. His flu is better now. The reason he underperformed is because the opponents restricted him a lot, greatly reducing his space to move. Klopp felt increasingly uneasy, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Why did Werder Bremen's style of play seem so familiar, so much like Bayern Munich's? I wonder if that kid Klopp has noticed our defensive tactics. On the home team's bench, Seeing Klopp standing on the sidelines with his brows furrowed, Schuff and several assistant coaches couldn't help but laugh. Klopp's feeling was correct. Werder Bremen's defensive tactics were indeed learned from Bayern Munich. In the previous round of the German Cup, Bayern Munich designed a mobile cage tactic centered around Martinez to limit Lin Quan's performance. This tactic was very effective, giving Werder Bremen a lot of inspiration. So, in this match, targeting the opponent's attacking core, they imitated Bayern Munich and employed this tactic. Did the Dortmund media call Götze the third best player in the world after Messi and Ronaldo? Well, let's use the same tactics against the third best player in the world against you. Götze felt he was having a rough day, seemingly without many defenders. But wherever he went, he felt like he was in an invisible cage. Almost all his breakthroughs and passes were blocked. And if he hesitated even slightly, he would be immediately pressed. What was most infuriating was that the opponent loved physical confrontations during these presses. His physical strength was relatively weak, even less than De Bruyne's. But Götze considered himself a technical midfielder, relying on his skills, not his physique. Gaining weight to improve his physical strength would decrease his speed and agility, affecting his attacking performance. But now, facing Fritz's pressing and shoving, Götze was starting to regret it. If his physical strength were slightly stronger, he wouldn't be unable to hold on to the ball under such pressure. Fritz once again successfully dispossessed him and quickly passed a ball to De Bruyne, who had dropped back to receive it. Before De Bruyne could even turn, the Dortmund player marking him was already closing in. Sensing the movement behind him, De Bruyne didn't receive the ball but waited for the defender to close in. At the moment of the tackle, he used his dominant foot to cut the ball behind his supporting foot and executed a 180-degree turn. The defender, due to the momentum of his forward sprint, couldn't adjust his position in time and was easily bypassed by De Bruyne. After getting past the closest player, De Bruyne had a wide field of vision. No one within 5 meters could threaten him. For a top-class passing maestro like De Bruyne, when unchallenged, he often delivers unbelievable passes. Just like now, he spotted a gap in Dortmund's defense in the back half and unleashed a precise long pass of over 40 meters. He got the ball into open space. A brilliant pass. Seeing the pass, Lin Quan mentally gave De Bruyne a thumbs up, then sprinted towards the ball. The Dortmund players clearly sensed the danger, quickly retreating while trying to intercept Lin Quan and contest a ball. Lin Quan's absolute speed wasn't particularly fast, but his explosive acceleration was phenomenal. By the time he had fully gained momentum, the Dortmund players were only just getting started. The contest was decided in the first second. Lin Quan received De Bruyne's pass before his opponents. Seeing Lin Quan receive the ball, Werder Bremen striker Arnautovic desperately pushed into the opponent's penalty area. Although he wasn't sure if Lin Quan would pass to him, he would feel terribly guilty if he wasn't prepared. The Dortmund defenders hadn't initially considered this big guy a threat, but seeing him so actively running and charging in the penalty area, they started to have doubts. Would the opposing number 10 pass to this big guy? No way. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Quan, who was dribbling the ball, glanced at the Dortmund penalty area, seemingly looking for his striker position. Arnautovic, seeing Lin Quan looking for him, was thrilled and became even more aggressive in his physical battles with the defenders. The Dortmund defenders hadn't initially thought Lin Quan would pass to Arnautovic, but that glance from him made them a little less confident. So, the two center-backs kept a close eye on Arnautovic, not daring to give him a chance to head the ball. In previous encounters, Arnautovic had created a huge threat with his headers. If they didn't pay close attention to him, he might actually head the ball into the net. If a super striker like Lin Quan scored, the Dortmund defenders wouldn't feel too frustrated. They would comfort themselves, the opponent is too strong, it's normal not to be able to defend against him. Bayern's defenders didn't defend against him either, did they? But if this big, clumsy Arnautovic headed the ball into the net, they would be so angry they wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Seeing Arnautovic hold off two opposing center-backs, Lin Quan mentally gave him a thumbs up. Arnautovic, well done. When I have connections, I'll introduce you to the Chinese Super League. Without the center-back support, Lin Quan easily bypassed Dortmund's fullbacks with just two feints. Dortmund's captain, Humes, realized the danger and rushed to intercept Lin Quan. But it was too late to cover. And with Humes gone, Arnautovic was left alone. Facing Humes' defense, Lin Quan used a feint to shift Humes' weight, then quickly chipped the ball into the box, actually getting it to Arnautovic. Arnautovic, Seeing Lin Quan hadn't passed to him immediately, already knew Lin Quan wouldn't pass. However, he still didn't give up, making runs and calls in the box, trying to create cover for his teammates. Unexpectedly, just when he thought his teammates wouldn't pass, Lin Quan actually delivered the ball. Caught off guard, Arnautovic couldn't have the ball directly, so he opted to glide it towards the goal, passing it to the far post. There, winger Ilya rushed in, and before the defender could intervene, slid in and slotted the ball into the net. "Lin, I'm sorry, I wasted your brilliant pass." Arnautovic seemed a little guilty after his teammate scored what should have been his goal, and actually ran to Lin Quan to apologize. "It's okay, your header assist was beautiful. Be prepared later, and I'll give you another good pass." Lin Quan also felt a pang of regret. Arnautovic's glide had cost him an assist. However, he was equally happy that the team had seized the opportunity and taken the lead. If Arnautovic had actually headed the ball, it might not have been able to get past the goalkeeper. So he didn't dwell on it, hugged Arnautovic, and then went to celebrate with his teammates. Beautiful. Schuff was overjoyed to see his team seize the counter-attack opportunity and score the crucial goal. He had a feeling that the game wouldn't go very far. At this point, any goal was vital. The outcome might very well hinge on this one. The fans at the Weser Stadium were also thrilled by the goal. They had been under constant pressure from Dortmund, and had recently suffered a humiliating home defeat. Many fans had thought today's match was going to be a disaster, but to their surprise, they were the ones who scored first. This relieved the fans and made them start to dream. If they won this match, the two strongest teams in the German Cup, Bayern Munich and Dortmund, would be eliminated. The remaining teams seemed weaker than them, and they seemed to have a real chance of winning the German Cup. It's been 4 years since Werder Bremen last won the German Cup. With the league title out of reach, the cup trophy holds immense significance for them. Winning it would not only end their long trophy drought, but also secure a direct ticket to the Europa League. However, the latter isn't as crucial as the former at this point. Maintaining their league position guarantees a place in the Champions League next season, allowing them to compete against top teams. The thought of the German Cup trophy has fans on edge. They desperately need to hold on and not let the opponent equalize. After falling behind, Dortmund launched an even fiercer counterattack. Bayern Munich's unexpected elimination has given Dortmund hope of defending their German Cup title. Their league points gap with Bayern this season is too large, essentially sealing their fate. In this context, the German Cup victory is of paramount importance. Klopp's team needs enough accolades to sustain the squad and motivate the players to be more aggressive and attacking on the field. If they fight hard all season and end up empty-handed, the players will doubt their efforts. If they can't get anything, why fight so hard? Dortmund relies on its fighting spirit to defeat strong opponents. If they lose that spirit, they will completely lose the ability to challenge Bayern. A small team like Werder Bremen absolutely cannot be an obstacle to them winning this trophy. Dortmund's machine will mercilessly crush their opponents. Chapter 125 The opposing generals, he's too hard to defend against. After Werder Bremen took the lead, Borussia Dortmund launched a fierce counter-attack. Robert Lewandowski, who has already scored over 15 league goals this season, was very active in this match. Lewandowski isn't a player with exceptional ball control like Messi and Ronaldo, so his presence on the field isn't as strong, or rather, he doesn't get much screen time on the broadcast. However, this doesn't mean Lewandowski is less of a threat than Messi and Ronaldo. On the contrary, his off-the-ball abilities, including running, receiving passes, creating space, making runs, and finishing, are all very strong. Perhaps these abilities aren't yet at the highest level, but in a few years, as his technique becomes more comprehensive, his match experience accumulates, and his physical usage improves, he has the potential to claim the title of the world's best center-forward. In this match, facing the Werder Bremen defenders' tight marking, Lewandowski utilized his excellent off-the-ball movement to find several shooting opportunities despite the opponent's tight defense. With guts being targeted and the team's attacking firepower severely weakened, Lewandowski, with his outstanding performance, shouldered the burden of Dortmund's attack. This caught the eye of scouts from various top clubs watching the game, and many considered recommending him to their own teams. Lewandowski is still very young. At 24, he has at least 7 or 8 more years of prime time. Buying him now would mean the team wouldn't have to worry about their attacking options for a long time to come. On the sidelines, Klopp was both pleased and worried by Lewandowski's performance. He was genuinely concerned that other top clubs might be interested in him and try to poach him. Given Dortmund's financial resources, they might struggle to retain him if faced with lucrative contracts from other clubs. Thinking about Götze, whose contract expires next summer, Klopp was also deeply troubled. The team began contacting Götze's agent at the end of January, hoping to reach an agreement on a contract extension. However, Götze's response has been lukewarm, and the extension negotiations are still ongoing. This has led Borussia Dortmund to wonder if Götze is considering a transfer. 2 years ago, several top clubs, including Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Arsenal, made offers for Götze, with Arsenal even offering a hefty €40 million. This winter break, after failing to acquire Lin, Manchester City, in desperation, submitted offers to multiple clubs, hoping to bring in another superstar. Götze from Dortmund was among those offered. Compared to the stinginess of other clubs, Manchester City's offer was incredibly attractive. Not only did they pay a high transfer fee, but they also offered extremely high wages. They offered £330,000 per week, equivalent to over €20 million per year. If Götze did go to Manchester City, his annual salary would surpass that of a two in the Russian Premier League, becoming the highest paid player in football. Klopp is starting to wonder if Götze has been tempted by the promises made by Middle Eastern clubs. If that's really the case, then the team probably needs to prepare for the potential loss of Götze. Losing Götze would be a major blow to Dortmund, and if Lewandowski were to be poached as well, the team's attacking system in midfield and forward would have to be completely rebuilt. Thinking about this, Klopp's face was filled with worry. What's wrong with Dortmund? Why can't they keep their star players? On the field, the situation remains somewhat unfavorable for Dortmund. Although Lewandowski performed exceptionally well, with Götze contained, he was struggling to carry the attack alone. Dortmund's attacks were fierce, but once they reached the opponent's penalty area, it was like hitting an impenetrable wall. They found it difficult to break through the opponent's defense. Werder Bremen didn't have any special defensive techniques, they simply piled up numbers in their own half, using their numerical advantage to limit the opponent's attack. Since they were currently leading, they could easily reduce their attacking numbers, leaving only Arnautovic as the center forward and having Lin Quan lurking behind to launch counter-attacks against Dortmund. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded on the pitch. Dortmund relentlessly attacked Werder Bremen's goal, firing numerous shots, but few of them were truly threatening. Conversely, Werder Bremen's few counter-attacking opportunities consistently wreaked havoc on Dortmund's backline. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of Dortmund's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, Dortmund would likely have conceded more than one goal. At 33 years old, Weidenfeller is still in his prime. Thanks to his excellent performance this season, he made his first start for the German national team in a friendly match against England last month, becoming the oldest player to start for the German national team in history. Pay attention, don't give them that kind of counter-attack opportunity. Weidenfeller, having once again saved a high-quality long-range shot from Lin Quan, broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but roar at his teammates, reminding them to mark their men carefully and not let anyone slip through. The Dortmund defenders all looked grim, their hearts filled with bitterness. Marking? I also want to keep an eye on that guy and not give him a chance to shoot. But the question is it even possible? With Schmelzer injured and unable to play, Dortmund had a glaring weakness at fullback. And Lin Quan, being a player with high football intelligence, naturally exploited this weakness relentlessly, giving Dortmund no chance to breathe. This can't go on. On the surface, Dortmund had the advantage, leading in every statistic, shots on target, possession, etc. But in reality, Werder Bremen's attack was more threatening. They couldn't keep relying on their goalkeeper to continue his divine performance and save every shot, could they? Seeing his long-range shot brilliantly saved by the goalkeeper, Lin Quan shook his head. As he retreated, he pondered the shortcomings of his shot. Weidenfeller's performance today was indeed outstanding, his reaction speed was quick, and his defensive positioning was excellent. Simply taking long-range shots from outside the penalty area probably wouldn't threaten his goal. Therefore, in the next attack, he needed to penetrate the penalty area and create better scoring opportunities. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Lewandowski, inside the penalty area, forced a turn while holding off a defender, and his low shot was easily saved by the goalkeeper. Millets didn't waste time lying on the ground, he quickly jumped up, running out while shouting, "Lin, watch the ball." He then threw the ball out. Lin Quan had witnessed Neuer's incredibly long-range throw-in a match against Bayern Munich. But he didn't expect his teammate Militz to possess this skill as well. He glanced at the ball's trajectory, judged its landing point, and then accelerated towards Dortmund's backfield. Werder Bremen's counter-attack this time was more sudden and fierce than previous ones, perfectly timed during the transition between attack and defense. This caught many Dortmund players off guard, having just joined the attack. Although Dortmund's players immediately retreated upon seeing Werder Bremen's counter-attack, a commendable display of teamwork and discipline, most of them were too far from Lin Quan to immediately disrupt him or hinder his advance. At this point, Dortmund's backfield consisted of only 3 defenders, defensive midfielder Gundogan and 2 center-backs. Gundogan, closest to Lin Quan, rushed forward to intercept him. However, after receiving the ball, Lin Quan feinted and kicked it away, then immediately used his speed to overpower Gundogan. Gundogan's dive was too aggressive. He hadn't expected such a move and hurriedly reached out to grab Lin Quan's jersey, but he couldn't hold on and was easily beaten by Lin Quan's speed. After getting past Gundogan, Lin Quan took a few more steps forward and was already in Dortmund's 30-meter danger zone. Because Lin Quan had taken several long-range shots from there earlier, Dortmund's captain Humes, who had retreated into the penalty area, didn't dare to be careless and immediately moved closer, intending to hold Lin Quan off and buy time for his teammates to retreat. Dortmund's players are very fast. If he could delay them for 2 or 3 seconds, his teammates could cover, and the threat of Werder Bremen's counter-attack would be minimized. Moreover, leaving the penalty area had another advantage. If necessary, he could use a foul to disrupt Werder Bremen's counter-attack. Although committing a foul in this position would likely result in a card, trading a yellow card for a highly threatening counter-attack was a worthwhile price to pay. Lin Quan didn't know what Hummels was thinking, but he knew he couldn't let himself be held back. So he immediately passed a ball to his right foot, shifting his weight forward and preparing to make a strong run down the right flank. Hummels faced a dilemma many defenders face when marking Lin Quan: how to determine if the opponent's dribbling move was real or feint. The opponent's move was too convincing, not at all like a feint. If this were an ordinary player, Hummels would definitely have tackled without hesitation. However, this wasn't an ordinary player. This was Lin Quan, the striker with the highest one-on-one dribbling success rate in the entire Bundesliga. Thinking of this, he restrained himself and didn't rashly tackle. But if he didn't tackle, Lin Quan wouldn't hold back. Just as Hummels hesitated, Lin Quan turned his feint into a real one, smoothly breaking past him. The audience erupted in uproar. From their perspective, it looked as if the Dortmund captain was deliberately letting Lin Quan dribble past him without making a move, like a wooden puppet. Hell, that trick again. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Duen Juan couldn't help but laugh as he watched Lin Quan easily get past Hummels. His partner, Su Yang, laughed along. Lin Quan's move seems simple, but it's impossible to defend against. His feints are so realistic that defenders have a hard time distinguishing which move is real and which is fake. Yes, defenders have to be extremely careful when defending, because a misjudgment could easily lead to goal. Although the two offered explanations, arguing that the responsibility for the goal didn't lie with Hummels, many fans on online forums and message boards still cried foul, calling it a fixed match. Match fixed, so fake. Even a wooden doll would be more effective than Hummels. Exactly. This guy's Dortmund's captain, and he doesn't even deserve the captain's armband. Does he deserve us? Ahem, the two upstairs are so hot-tempered. Did you bet on Dortmund to win? This comment silenced the previously vocal netizens. Others joked, the comment above is like a gentle whisper from Garen, silencing and breaking through defenses. Yet, it completely silenced the others. After getting past Hummels, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Glancing at the goalkeeper's position, before the other center-back, Subotic, could block him, he feigned a shot. Subotic immediately raised his foot to block, and the goalkeeper also braced himself, ready to make the save. But Lin Quan was just bluffing. After deceiving both players into making the necessary movements, he finally shot. The football flew towards the top right corner of the goal, not fast, but with a very tricky angle. Dortmund's goalkeeper leaped high, stretching his body to its limit. But unfortunately, he was just a little short of the ball, and could only watch helplessly as it flew past his fingertips and into the net. So close, just a tiny bit short. If he hadn't been fooled earlier, given Weidenfeller's performance in this match, he might have had a real chance to save that shot. But there are no ifs in football. Seeing Lin Quan score the second goal just before halftime, the fans at the Weser Stadium erupted. If they were still a little apprehensive when their team was leading by 1 goal, now, with a 2-goal advantage, the Dortmund fans felt the game was in the bag. 2 goals ahead at halftime. And at their home ground, could they really let their opponents overturn the deficit? Werder Bremen's coaching staff and players were also very happy, but they hadn't forgotten how they almost suffered a comeback defeat in the first half. Therefore, they dared not be careless and continue their high-intensity defense, giving Dortmund no chance. With little time left in the first half after their celebrations, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half after Dortmund completed a hasty attack. Both teams' players returned to their respective locker rooms, listening intently to their coach's tactical instructions during the break. In Dortmund's locker room, after explaining the team's tactics for the second half, Klopp called Götze aside. "Mario, the team needs you to step up." Götze nodded. He knew his performance in the first half was poor and felt guilty. However, Werder Bremen's defense against him was too targeted, and he couldn't find a good way to break through their defense. Seeing Götze's reaction, Klopp sighed inwardly. Not every player is as clever as Lin Quan. When Bayern used this tactic to limit him, he quickly found a way to counter it. But Götze? Thinking about this, even with his bias towards Götze, Klopp had to admit that there really was a significant gap between Götze and Lin Quan. If Reus hadn't been injured, the team's attack wouldn't have been so severely restricted. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.